Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was stolen after birth, returned as Wizard Slayer? Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. I'm what? It was a cold and quiet night in London, well maybe not so quiet. Up in the Black Order infirmary one young man was screaming bloody murder. Ah! Exclamation mark! You Kanda, you are never touching me again, do you hear me? Never. Lena was trying not to laugh at the look on Kanda face. Levi was just plain out dying of laughter. It had been 3 hours of non-stop screaming and threats of bodily harm since Alan went into labor. When Alan first started getting sick no one thought much of it, but when it continued for over 2 weeks Kanda demanded that Alan go see Komui. So the next day Kanda dragged a protesting Alan to the infirmary. After an hour of non-stop testing Komui came back with the results. 7 months ago. Well, this is a surprise, I must say. Congratulations, you're pregnant. To say they were surprised would be an understatement. He's what? Alan and Kanda yelled at the same time. How is that even possible? I mean, I'm a guy. Guys don't get pregnant. Alan said in a slightly calmer voice. Well, it's rare but not uncommon for male parasite types to get pregnant. We think it has to do with the body adjusting to the innocence bonding. I think I have a book on it here. Somewhere, Komui said as he moved over to the bookcase. After looking over the shelf multiple times Komui gave a sigh and said he'd be right back, leaving Alan and Kanda alone. As soon as Komui left, Alan stared at the floor not knowing what to say. What if he hates me now? I mean, we were just dating and now this. We never talked about anything as serious as this. Heck, how could we? Unaware of Alan panicked Kanda lost himself in thought and after a few minutes made a decision. He was going to do this end their anniversary, but now was as good a time as any. He stood up and left, still lost in thought, completely unaware of the tears going down Alan face as he watched him leave. Alan was so upset he didn't hear the multiple footsteps heading his way. Alan, my brother told us you're pregnant. We're so excited, me and Miranda can throw you a baby show and why are you crying? Lena and Miranda ran over to Alan, pulling him into a hug. As they did he spilled his heart. By the end Levi, Bookman, Jerry, and surprisingly Curry were pissed. So when Kanda came back with Komui, he wasn't expecting to be punched by Miranda of all people. How could you be such a scumbag? Komui says that Alan is pregnant and you just leave without saying anything. Kanda didn't even get the chance to register what was happening before he was hit again, this time by Levi and his hammer. Alan watched all of this with a blank face, so lost in thought that the fight didn't register. Until he was hit on the forehead by something. Looking down he saw a small black box sitting in his lap. His mind was on autopilot as he opened it and he gasped at what he saw. Inside was a beautiful silver ring with a blue star, sapphire and 2 diamonds on either side of it. Hearing the gasp everyone stopped and looked at Alan. Seeing the box in Alan hands, Kanda took the time to organize his thoughts before he spoke. He didn't want to get hit again. I left to go get that from our room. I didn't mean to upset you, Beansprout, I really didn't. Kanda said, pulling Alan onto his lap and into a hug. Alan had silent tears rolling down his face, but he just couldn't bring himself to hope. Kanda kissed his forehead and cupped his face before continuing. I was going to ask you on our 2-year anniversary, but thought now would be better. Alan Walker, will you marry me? Everyone held their breath just waiting. It felt like hours before a smile broke out on Alan face and fresh tears rolled down his cheeks. Yes, yes, yes. Kanda, I love you with every fiber of my being and would be more than happy to marry you. At these words all thoughts of killing Kanda vanished and were replaced with a deafening cheer. Alan and Kanda were married a month later. Surprisingly, Alan wanted to wear a dress, saying that it made him feel pretty. Kanda just said it made him look beautiful. The months that passed were peaceful, if not a little bit crazy. Alan was banned from going of missions, for his and the baby's safety. It was quite common to see Alan in the kitchen helping Jerry or helping Komui with organizing paperwork. If the girls weren't on a mission, they helped him with the nursery. Everything was fine until Kanda and Levi left for a mission. It was 4 months into Alan. Pregnancy when Levi came bursting into the infirmary with a badly bleeding Kanda. Unfortunately, Alan was there for a checkup that day and seeing his husband bleeding to death sent him into a panic attack. Needless to say, Kanda was also banned from going on missions. Now 7 months later, Alan is screaming in pain while crushing his husband's hand. They were very excited for their child to be born. They didn't know if it was a boy or a girl, wanting it to be a surprise. "Okay, Alan, one big push and you'll be holding your baby." The head nurse yelled over Alan shout of pain. He was excited and afraid at the same time. He was excited because he always wanted to be a mom, Levi joke that stuck, and scared because he didn't want to hurt their child. A cry broke him from his thoughts. "Congratulations, you have a beautiful baby boy," she said slowly, handing over a blue blanket-clad baby to Kanda. "He has my black hair, but your looks." Kanda chuckled, handing over the little boy. Alan could see little tufts of raven black hair, but what surprised him the most was when the baby opened his eyes. He didn't expect emerald green to stare back at him. He's a parasite type, look at his eyes," Alan said, tilting the baby towards Kanda so he could see. Kanda gasped as he saw how green they were, but couldn't stop himself from chuckling. "You are definitely your mother's child. I just hope you're not a beansprout too." Kanda then got hit by said beansprout. "Have you two chosen a name yet?" Lena Lee asked as she came back in with the others. Alan and Kanda both nodded. Since all N was holding him, Kanda would tell them. "Everyone, meet Hadrien Mana Walker Kanda." After that, everything seemed perfect. Kanda and Alan were great parents. Lena Lee and Miranda were great aunts, the boys being slightly less great uncles, because girls are just better, but it didn't last. A week after Hadrien was born, a shadow fell over the Black Order, and in the dead of night Hadrien vanished without a trace. Going home. Chapter notes. I'm so excited. 2 bookmarks and almost 100 hits. I'm taking a chill pill now, so I'll calm down. Thank you for the kudos and I hope you enjoy the story so far. Almost 5 years have passed since that day and no one could find him. Kanda threw himself into missions and Alan only talked when necessary. When they were both back, they would hold themselves up in their room together. Every year on his birthday they would pray to God and anyone that would listen that he would be returned home safely. Their prayers never fell on deaf ears though, for Lady Magic was listening. For 4 years she had been feeding magic into a small little boy that had been making the same prayers. Always wanting to go home to the deep voice of his daddy and kind smile of his mummy. "I miss mummy and daddy." "Oh Hattie, I know and I promise you'll see them soon, you just need to be a little bit more patient." Iris told Hadrien gently. She was his innocence and Ad awakened just in time to save Hadrien life after Vernon threw him down the tube. "You keep saying that but..." He trailed as silent tears rolled down his cheeks. He just wanted them so badly to know if his mummy's hair is really as white as snow and his daddy is as strong as a mountain. He was brought out of his thoughts by banging on the cupboard door. It was time to make breakfast, which he would get none of. Then it was out to the garden. He didn't mind the garden that much because that's where his best friend was. Just like he thought, right after breakfast he was tossed outside to weed the garden. After waiting a few minutes just to make sure he wasn't being watched, he called for midnight. After a minute or two, a rustling noise could be heard coming from the rose bushes, followed by hissing. Soon came a beautiful midnight black Egyptian king cobra with white markings and stunning blue eyes. "Hello young Hadrien, how are you today?" Midnight asked in his usual calm manner. Ryan had rescued him from a dog after he had escaped an abusive owner that always kept his mouth taped shut. To say that Midnight was excited that Hadrien could understand and talk to him would be an understatement. "Fine, Iris says we'll get to see Mummy and Daddy soon. Isn't that exciting?" Hadrien then proceeded to tell him about all the things he would do with them. Before he knew it, he was being dragged back inside to make dinner. Unfortunately, things got bad very fast. Hadrien was so excited at the thought of seeing his parents that he burned dinner, and Vernon did not take kindly to this. He picked him up and proceeded to beat him. It felt like hours. He could hear Iris pleading for him to let her out, to let her protect him. He just couldn't. He was in so much pain and was so scared. The last thing he remembered before blacking out in his cupboard was wishing he was home safe with his mummy and daddy. Tim Canby could hear Lady Magic telling him to fly faster. He could feel her giving him more speed and power. He just hoped he wasn't too late. Hadrien woke up hours later in pain, just wanting his mummy to hold him and tell him everything would be okay. He could feel Iris trying to heal him, but it was no use. He knew he was dying, and so did she. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he gasped for air. "I'm sorry, mummy, daddy, I guess I'll never get to see you." Just as he was about to take his last breath, the cupboard door opened and standing there was a beautiful woman. She had long brown hair that reached the floor and was wearing a long white dress that shined in the moonlight. "I am sorry, young Hadrien, for not coming sooner. It is time for you to go home, for I have heard not just your prayers but your parents too. I can heal your minor injuries, but unfortunately I cannot heal the major ones completely. There is dark magic that stops me from doing so." Just then a blinding white light surrounded Hadrien. "Heal his minor injuries and a little bit of the major ones. You must be quick, young one, for you will die if you do not. Head to the park. Tim Canby should be there by now. He will lead you home." And just like that she was gone. Hadrien didn't need to be told twice. He put on his shoes and coat and ran outside, remembering to grab a grumpy Midnight as he went. Hadrien ran as fast as he could, his heart pounding at the thought of seeing his Tim. Midnight was round his neck, demanding to know why he smelled of blood. Hadrien ignored him. Iris at the same time was throwing a fit, telling him that he needed to be careful, but like Midnight she was ignored. Tim was flying back and forth anxiously. Hadrien should have been there by now. What Lady Magic had told him didn't help his anxiety. Just as he was about to go looking, he heard his name. Tim. He hadn't meant to yell, he was just so happy. His Tim was going to take him home to his mummy and daddy. Tim moved so fast all you saw was a flash of gold. Hadrien missed his Tim very much, Hadrien said, tears rolling down his face. He wasn't full out sobbing, but he was close. Tim just kept nuzzling his hair and face, licking him every now and then. Hadrien wished he could hug Tim, but he was too small for that. As if hearing his wish, Tim grew to the size of a soccer ball. Hadrien latched on and proceeded to full out sob. After a good couple of minutes, Hadrien calmed down enough to let go of Tim so that they could go home. Tim flew up a bit and then spit out a small box. Hadrien bent down and picked it up. The box was wrapped in shiny silver paper and tied with a bright red bow. On top was a card with his name on it. Hadrien was shaking so bad that he dropped it. Tim was very patient, knowing very well that this was his first real present. Slowly Hadrien opened the card. "Dear Hadrien, I have made many mistakes by not coming to you sooner, and I know this will not make up for it, but I hope it helps. This gift was meant for you on your first birthday so that you always had them with you. The is enough magic in it to hide you until you reach your home. Please be safe and may magic be with you. Lady Magic." Hadrien slowly ripped the paper and opened the box. Inside was a silver bracelet with 10 different charms. He instantly knew which one was from whom. The clock face was from Miranda. The crimson butterfly was from Lenali. The weird pink bunny was from Komui. The rose with teeth was from Kuri. The cookbook was from Jerry. The hammer was from Levi. The black book was from Bookman. The gun was from Cross. And last was his daddy's sword and his mummy's trademark scar. Hadrien fully put it on and felt the magic wash over him. For some reason Tim had a mirror and Hadrien could see what he now looked like. He now had curly brown hair and blue eyes. He thought he looked silly and said just that. Tim and Midnight did the closest thing to a laugh they could manage, while Iris just chuckled. Hadrien soon followed Tim down the road, being careful to stay in the shadows. After walking a few blocks they found themselves in the city. Sensing Hadrien nervousness, Tim flew into his arms and pointed with his tail the direction they needed to go. Midnight adjusted himself around Hadrien stomach before going to sleep, not wanting to be seen. Soon they arrived at a bus stop and left London. Hadrien fell asleep not too long after, leaving Tim to keep watch. A few hours later T.M. woke him up so that they could get off. As they were walking to the train station, Hadrien saw something he hadn't before. A man with short spike brown hair not far from them had a weird thing floating above his head. Hadrien being the curious 4-year-old that he was walked over. The man didn't see them at first, so Hadrien tugged on his sleeve. When the man looked down, Hadrien could see that he had dark green eyes. And now that he had his full attention, Hadrien asked his question. "What's that above your head?" The man looked surprised, then got a weird look on his face. "What do you mean, kid? There is nothing above my head." "Yes, you is." He looks very sad. "Is he sad because you are?" Now Hadrien would never normally talk to strangers, let alone adults, but something about this man felt different. The man's face became blank, but Hadrien could see the fear in his eyes. He could hear Iris telling him that the man was an Akuma, but that something was off. Hadrien then grabbed his hand and pulled him into the neighboring ally. "Iris says that you're an Akuma, is that true?" Hadrien knew that he should just run, but he couldn't. Something was pulling him toward this Akuma, telling him that it was safe. The Akuma started to panic, wondering how the heck this kid could tell. As if knowing what he was thinking, Hadrien answered his silent question. "Iris says that Hadrien has no sense in his eyes, and that's how he can see you," Hadrien said in a matter-of-fact voice, puffing his chest out in pride. It always made him feel very proud. No, he could see the bad people just like his mummy. The Akuma was shocked. Not only was this kid an innocence user, he was willingly telling him, an Akuma. He was very puzzled, if this kid was a Exorcist and more importantly his parents. Iris says that Hadrien should introduce himself. "Hello, I'm Hadrien, who are you?" The Akuma couldn't help but chuckle at the little boy before him. So cute and innocent, he couldn't help but want to protect him. "I'm Nicholas, but you can call me Nicky." "Now little one, where are your parents?" Hadrien was startled by this question but answered nonetheless. He told him everything, even about the abuse, which shocked him. He had never told anyone about that, but Nicky made him feel safe, just like thinking about his mummy and daddy did. By the end, Hadrien was full-blown sobbing. Nick didn't hesitate to pick him up. Ignoring the flinch, Tim was surprisingly sitting on Nick's head, knowing that Hadrien was in safe hands. After a little bit, Hadrien calmed down slightly, but still had tears rolling down his face. Nick made a promise that he would help Hadrien get home, even if it meant that he would be killed once there. When he looked down, he saw that Hadrien had cried himself to sleep. Being very careful not to wake him, he started following the golem that Hadrien called Timcampy. Once on the train, Nick got a good look at Hadrien. He was very small and he could see that he was still bleeding, if not a bit sluggishly. He knew that if they didn't arrive at the Black Order soon, he may die from internal bleeding, but he hoped he was wrong. If he did the math right, they wouldn't reach the Order until tomorrow morning. Afternoon at the latest. They would make it to the town it was stationed at by the end of the day, but Hadrien was only 4 and he needed food and sleep plus a bath. So he decided they would find an inn and head to the Order in the morning. It was dark by the time they arrived in town, so Nick just carried Hadrien to the nearest inn. When they got to their rooms, Hadrien had a panic attack when Nick said it was bath time. No, Hadwian, be good boy, please Hadwian, be good. Nick was at a loss of what to do, so he had to think quickly. "Haddie, please calm down. I promise nothing bad will happen. You can bring Midnight and Tim if you want." Nick hoped this worked. He really didn't want Hadrien to make himself sick. Looking over at Midnight and Tim, he could see that they were fine with it and picked up a less than thrilled Hadrien. Nick could feel Hadrien tense as they neared the tub, so he added bubbles to make it less scary for the little boy. Tim was the first in, being the size of a tennis ball, doing his version of a cannonball into the tub. Midnight was next, popping his head out of the bubbles every now and then. Both made Hadrien smile and giggle, so he was less tense as he was put in. After they were all clean, Nick got them some light soup for dinner, knowing that it would be easy on Hadrien's tummy. Once Hadrien was full, Nick tried to put him to bed, but he was too excited. "No, Nicky, Hadwian is getting the bestest bayouth day p wesn't evu." "Yes, little one, I know, but I don't think your mummy and daddy want a grumpy 5-year-old. Do you?" At this, Hadrien stopped and got a thoughtful look on his face. It was just too cute. his little face scrunched up in thought, little pink tongue sticking out. Then he nodded in agreement and laid down. Nick for the first time in his life thanked God that had worked. He grabbed a book from the shelf and started to read to him. After an hour of reading, Nick paused and looked at Hadrien, who was in fact asleep. He put the book back and went to bed himself. At about an hour before midnight something woke him up. He wasn't sure what at first, but then he heard anxious hissing and flapping. Sitting up he saw Tim anxiously flying back and forth with midnight on Hadrien bed hissing. He quickly got up to check Hadrien. What he saw made him pale. Hadrien was coughing up blood. Nick K picked him and midnight up before rushing out the door, know that Tim was following. He needed to get to the order before Hadrien drowned in his own blood. He should have noticed but he didn't, he should have seen but he didn't. He used his Akuma speed, not caring who saw, he had to make it. As they neared he could feel the golems going crazy, and he could also feel the exorcists. He was a few feet from the gate when he saw them. 3 exorcists. They attacked fast and swift, all he could do was dodge. He had to protect Hadrien, he promised he would. He kept moving but he knew he couldn't keep it up for much longer. Not with Hadrien in his arms. Wait please. He knew he was reaching but he had to try. I didn't come here to fight, please. Why should we listen to you? Replied a deep male voice, followed by footsteps. The exorcist slowly stepped into the light, 2 men and 1 woman. He recognized them as Levi, Curry, and Lenely. I came to return someone, but he's dying please. He didn't get a chance to say any more as the earth shook under him, forcing him to jump. He didn't have time to recover though as Lenely kicked him, forcing him to let go of Hadrien. No, Tim, catch them. He didn't want Hadrien hurt any more than he already was. Tim flew as fast as he could and grabbed them just in time. He set them both down and tried to get one of the golems' attention. Hotter. Ian was so tired and his chest hurt really bad. He wanted his mummy and daddy. He wanted the pain to go away. He tried to call Nicky but all that came out was a bloody cough. Tears rolled down his face as he tried to breathe. Tim tried to comfort him but it didn't work. Tim turned when he heard footsteps, ready to defend Hadrien, only to see Miranda, and then the clock struck midnight. Mummy, Daddy. Chapter notes. I know I haven't mentioned it yet but I'm having this based in 2005, so Hadrien would have been born July 31, 2000. See the end of the chapter for more. Miranda saw Tim from the gate and wondered why he wasn't with Alan. As she neared she saw a little boy on the ground bleeding, so she ran. Just as she reached them the clock in town struck midnight and a white light surrounded the little boy. What she saw next had tears rolling down her face. Laying on the ground was a little boy she had not seen in 5 years. Lenely, Levi, Krory, get over here now. She screamed, rushing to pick him up, but stopped when she saw the huge black snake. He looked ready to strike and she didn't want Hadrien bitten. She could hear the others coming and put her hand up to stop them, and they did. The Akuma however did not. Midnight, stop, she's trying to help him. The Akuma said, kneeling down and picking up not just the snake but Hadrien too. Everyone held their breath and waited ready to fight. Just then Tim plopped down on the Akuma's head. He has internal bleeding and is slowly drowning. We have no time for this, please. That got everyone moving. Lenely ran inside to warn Evie. Ariwan and Miranda used her innocence on Hadrien to slow the bleeding. As they were running, Curry said he was going to call Alan and Kanda before heading off. When they reached the infirmary, Komuien, the head nurse took Hadrien from them and took him into surgery. As soon as they were out of sight, Lenely rounded on the Akuma, demanding to know what happened. The Akuma said he wasn't saying anything until Hadrien parents got here. With Alan and Kanda sat by the window watching the world go by. The clock in their room had just struck midnight. He would be 5 today. Kanda said under his breath. Don't you mean he would have been 5? A deep voice said from behind him. He must have been so lost it thought that he didn't hear Cross enter. I can't think like that, old man. You and I both know it would kill Alan. Kanda didn't need to turn around to know Cross was nodded his head in agreement. When Hadrien was taken, Cross was there for Alan, helping him get through the guilt he felt even though he was not to blame. Kanda looked over at his husband with a fond smile on his face. He knew that when Alan woke up he would want to pray, just like they always did on Hadrien birthday. They heard frantic knocking on the door. Cross being the closest opened it, revealing Toma their finder. Master Kanda, it's Master Curry. He says it's urgent. At Kanda nod he handed over the phone and left the room. Cross shutting the door once he was gone. What is so urgent that it couldn't wait till the morning? Kanda said with little bite, he was just tired and wanted this day to end. You all need to get back here fast. There's too much to explain over the phone. Kanda, it's about Hadrien. And with that he hung up, not waiting for Kanda reply. Kanda was frozen at these words. There was news about their little boy. He hoped to God it was good, other was Alan may give up completely. Wake Alan up, we need to leave now. Kanda said, running over to the door to get Toma. When he me back, he saw that Alan was up but very confused. What's going on? Dad only said that we got an urgent call from Curry. Kanda slowly walked over to him and gently cupped his face before kissing his forehead. Love, Curry said they have new information on our little boy. He said there was too much to say over the phone, so we have to leave immediately. Kanda saw the beginning of tears in Alan eyes and pulled him into a hug. If we leave now we'll make it back to the order by tonight, so we need to hurry. After that it only took them 10 minutes to pack their bags and get to the train station. Once on board they were shown to the private compartments owned by the order. What if he's dead? Alan asked quietly, after an hour of silence. It surprised both Kanda and Cross that he would ask this. But then again he may have always asked it, just not out loud. Kanda pulled him onto his lap and hugged him close, kissing the top of his head. I don't know, but whatever happens will be okay. They had to be, went unsaid. After 2 train rides and 3 Akuma attacks they finally made it back to the order, just a lot later than they wanted. As they neared the gate Kanda could see Curry pacing back and forth. When he saw them Curry light up like a light bulb and ran over to them as fast as he could. Curry, is it true, do you have news on Hadrien? Alan asked on the verge of tears. After so many years of nothing. He didn't think he could take much more disappointment. Even better, we know where he is. It took his words a minute to register in their minds before Curry was mobbed by all 3 of them. It took Curry a minute to calm them down and get them inside. Clam down and follow me. Alan, there is an Akuma here, and before you say or do anything, he is the reason we know where Hadrien is. Curry said as they walked down the hall to the infirmary. As they were getting closer, they could hear laughter and hissing. They recognized most of the voices except for one, EY guessed that was the Akuma Curry told them about. When they entered all they could do was stare at the sight before them. An hour and a half before Alan, Kanda, and Cross arrived. Hadrien was startled, awoke by angry yelling and shouting. He didn't know where he was or what was going on, so like any 5-year-old, he cried. He was crying so hard that he didn't hear the fighting stop or the door open until someone touched his shoulder. It scared him so badly that he fell out of the bed, pulling the IV with him and ripping it out. That plus falling on the hard floor made Hadrien hurt even more. When arms wrapped around his waist, he started to struggle with all he had. He was panicking so bad that he didn't hear Iris telling him he was okay, or Nikki calling his name. After Hadrien was out of Urguri Lenali started demanding answers again, but Nick just kept says not yet. So for the next couple of hours Lenali and Nick yelled at each other. Things were heating up fast, and before anyone could get hit they heard crying. Nick realized their yelling had woken up Hadrien, and before he could move Komui ran in the room. Nick tried to get in but Lenali was blocking his path, when he heard Hadrien scream in pain. He had had enough. Move, you stupid little girl, now. Lenali was so startled that Nick was able to get around her. He saw Komui trying to hold Hadrien and failing, so after taking a minute to calm down he walked over and put his hand on Komui's shoulder. Komui looked at him and after a second of consideration he put Hadrien down and backed away. Now that he was closer he could hear Hadrien begging them not to hit him, that he would be a good boy. He could hear them gasping behind him. Put had to keep his focus on Hadrien. Little one, look at me please. When Hadrien looked at him he continued. I know this must be scary but we need to get you back in bed. Hadrien started to shake and get upset again. Nick wasn't sure why until he looked around and saw that everyone was behind him. I know you don't like small spaces, so how about we move you out to the big beds? Hadrien nodded very slowly, afraid of all the people in the room. He raised his arms so that Nikki could pick him up. He may know all of them, but that didn't mean much to his pain-addled mind. When Nikki picked him up, he got a better look at the faces around him. He looked around hoping to see his mummy and daddy. But they weren't there. When he couldn't find them a second time, he got upset all over again. Hadrien, what's wrong? He hoped Nikki would know where they were. Nikki, Wu's mummy and daddy. Before Nikki could say anything, a soft voice to his left answered. I'm sorry, Hattie, but your mummy and daddy are out of town, so they won't be here till later, okay? Hadrien looked over at his Aunt Mira and nodded shyly at her. She just smiled and told him about all the things that his Uncle Mui blew up recently. He was paying so much attention to his Aunt Mira that he didn't. She noticed Nikki and his Uncle Mui putting his IV back in. But he did notice that Midnight and Tim were missing. I was Midnight and Tim are missing. Hattie, I need you to calm down. I'm sure they're fine, just ask Nick, okay? His panic was starting to get the better of him and he was beginning to hyperventilate. Hattie, look at me please. When Hadrien looked up at his Aunt Mira, she smiled and softly cupped his face. I need you to breathe through your nose and out through your mouth, just like that, good boy. After a little bit, Hadrien breathing calmed down and he was able to breathe normally again. Now Hattie, what has you so worked up? Nikki, Wu's Midnight and Tim, do you not hew? Do you missing and Midnight doesn't like cold places. Hadrien was on the verge of another panic attack, when he heard a sleepy hiss. Why are you panicking so soon after surgery, young Hadrien? Midnight, Wu Wei you. Hadrien hissed, not noticing the shocked faces around him. I was sleeping with Tim Campy, why? Midnight slowly wrapped himself around Hadrien neck, nuzzling his cheek fondly. Hattie woke up and he couldn't find his Midnight his Tim and he got scared that they were lost. Tim flew over after hearing the way this conversation was going, not very surprised that he could understand the hissing. He landed on Hadrien head and proceeded to lick his hair. No Tim, not Hattie's HAIW, no. Tim just ignored him, and continued to lick him until he heard the door open. His Aunt Mira gently turned his head toward the door. What he saw made him burst into tears. Mummy, Daddy, if it weren't for Nikki, he would have ripped his IV out again. At the cry of their baby, Alan and Kanda ran over to him and wrapped him in their arms. Tears were pouring down their faces, they had their baby back. He was finally safe with them. My sweet little boy, you have no idea how much your daddy and I missed you. Alan said into Hadrien hair while planting kisses on his head. Alan Sue. LD feel how thin his baby was and it made him angry, but he knew not to show it for fear of upsetting him. Judging by the look in you eyes, he was feeling the same. Someone cleared their throat and they both looked over and saw the Akuma standing there with a disgruntled looking snake. Now that you're here, I think it's time for me to explain what little I can. I'm Nicholas, but you can all me Nick or Nikki like Hadrien. And this guy in my hands is Midnight Hadrien best friend. Midnight decided that he wanted his spot on Hadrien neck back, so made his way over, not caring that Kanda was glaring at him. Nick just chuckled. He really liked that snake. When Midnight was comfortable again, Nick told them about Hadrien seeing his soul, which made everyone laugh. Just like your mum, aren't you, Beansprout? Kanda said with a watery chuckle. Alan couldn't help but agree. After that, everything was fine until Nick mentioned what landed Hadrien in the infirmary in the first place, not telling them about all of the abuse because of the promise he made to Hadrien. Kanda was pissed. Not only was his little boy abused, but he was almost killed too. When Kanda found out who dared to lay a harmful hand on his son, they were dead. Alan just cried harder. He never wanted his little boy to go through what he did as a child. Cross had a dark look on his face and a tight grip on his gun. Tim, sensing the dark mood, did something he knew would make Hadrien laugh. He flew full speed into Nick head, knocking him to the floor, then proceeded to nest in his hair. The laughter that followed was worth Nick wrath. Chapter end notes. I know I made Lena seem like a witch and I'm sorry for that. She's not going to be like that very often, only when pissed. But that's rare. Never harm Hadrien unless you want to die. Chapter notes. I didn't explain as much as I wanted to. This chapter got away from me, but oh well. I'll explain more about Nick next chapter. See the end of the chapter for more. After Eve, Ryan calmed down from watching Nick chase Tim around. They heard a sleepy yawn. Alan looked down and saw Hadrien fighting sleep. He knew Hadrien would want to stay up with them, so he had to think of something. Sweetie, I know you're sleepy. It's okay, me and Daddy won't go anywhere. Promise. Yes, Beansprout, me and your mummy promise not to go anywhere. Getting a sleepy nod, Alan helped Hadrien get comfortable between him and Kanda. Hadrien was soon asleep with Tim, the size of a tennis ball, above his head and midnight around his neck. Kanda watched him sleep, a worried look on his face. He hoped Hadrien would heal soon. Little boys were meant to play outside, not lay in a hospital bed. Seeing Kanda face and the worry on it, Komui spoke up. Don't worry, Kanda, he amazingly has your fast healing. I'm not sure why it only started working now though. I can answer that, a soft voice from the window said. Everyone whipped around ready to defend the sleeping little boy, but Alan gasp stopped them. Everyone except Kanda and Cross looked at him questioningly, wondering if he knew this woman. It's an honor to see you again, Lady Magic. They all gasped, everyone that joined the Blah. CK Order was told about magic users and taught how to spot them. Alan, I wish I could have gotten him here sooner, but very ancient dark magic was in play, so I could not interfere. What do you mean? Do you know who took him and why? Alan was starting to get agitated now and just wanted to protect his baby. Yes, it was the man known as Albus Dumbledore. He took Hadrien because of a prophecy made by a fake seer. For the child he thought it was about was stillborn, so he needed another. I could not find him for the first year of his life, but when his innocence activated I knew his exact location, though I could not reach him. For 5 years I poured magic into his small body to weaken the blokes and wards. You will want to get them taken off at Gringotts within the next few months or they will cause permanent damage. Lady Magic said quietly, waiting for her words to sink in. Kanda was outraged. How dare this old man take his son and break his husband? Kanda knew that when they found him there would be heck to pay. Cross knew that as a general of the Black Order he had more power than the Minister of Magic in the wizarding world, and he was planning on using that to his advantage in the future. Unfortunately, everyone was so deep in thought that they didn't notice Hadrien whimpering. Nightmare. Hello, is anyone here? Mummy, Daddy, where are you? Hadrien looked around hoping to see them. He turned when he heard footsteps coming. He hoped it was them. Where are you, you little freak? Hadrien knew that voice. It was Vernon. He ran as fast as his little legs could carry him, screaming for his mummy and daddy to save him, but he wasn't fast enough. There you are, you worthless boy. You can call them all you want, but they can't hear you because they don't care about a worthless little freak like you. Vernon then started to beat him with anything and everything. Hadrien was in so much pain. He kept screaming for his mummy and daddy to save him. Even after Vern had broken his jaw, he still screamed for them to help. Mummy, Daddy, infirmary, Mummy, Daddy, Hadrien screamed, bolting upright, tears streaming down his face and breath coming out in gasps. Hattie, hush now, what's wrong? When he heard his mummy's voice he launched himself at him. Hadrien called foul Mummy and Daddy to make Vunan stop, but you never came to protect Yao Hattie. Hadrien was making himself more and more upset by the minute. If he didn't calm down he would make himself sick. Hadrien, your mummy and daddy will always be there for you, I promise. Lady Magic said with a sad smile. After Hadrien calmed down slightly she vanished in a flash of light. She's right, Munchkin, we'll always be here for you, Kanda said as he pulled Hadrien close to him. Kanda then got a wicked smile on his face. How about your mummy sings you back to sleep? Alan was now glaring at Kanda, but if his baby agreed he would do it. Hadrien didn't know if he should say yes. The Dursleys did the same things many times just to laugh at him. He nervously nodded his head, and received a soft smile in return. How about I sing a song from my childhood? That sound good? When Alan received a shy nod, he cleared his throat and began. Between the here, between the now, between the north, between the south, between the west, between the east, between the time, between the place from the shell. A song of the sea, neither quiet nor calm, searching for love again, mo ghra, my love. His mummy's voice was very soft and pretty, it was making him sleepy. Maybe he would close his eyes just for a minute. Between the winds, between the waves, between the sands, between the shore from the shell. A song of the sea, neither quiet nor calm, searching for love again. Between the stones, between the storm, between belief, between the sea. Tommy id Tayuan, I am in tune. When the song ended, Alan looked down at Hadrien and smiled when he saw he had fallen asleep. Both him and Kanda laid down and got comfortable and fell asleep. Wrapped around their little boy. Hadrien woke up early and looked around to see what was going on. Seeing that his mummy and daddy were still asleep, he got up to explore. The infirmary was all clean and white. And it smelled funny. Soon his tummy grumbled and he went to find Nikki. He hoped he would know where the kitchen was. So with that in mind he picked up his Tim and Midnight before going. While looking for Nikki, Hadrien got lost. He asked his Tim if he knew where they were, but he just got his Tim version of a shrug. Hadrien wasn't too worried, he knew that his mummy and daddy would find him. As he was walking, he felt like he was being pulled towards something. After a little bit he was back in one of the main hallways, and in front of him was a lift. His Midnig, HT said they should see where it went to, and that's what they did. The lower the lift went the darker it got, and the more nerves Hadrien got. Tim knew where they were going so he just sat on Hadrien. On noticed that Hadrien was getting tense, so he nudged his head playfully. No Tim, not Hattie's HAIW. Bad Tim. Tim just did his version of a chuckle. Hadrien didn't feel as nerves now that he knew his Tim wasn't. Hadrien felt the pull becoming stronger the deeper they went, then the lift stopped. Hadrien walked over to the railing and looked over, making sure to be careful. When he looked down, and he saw pretty green threads flowing out in all kinds of directions. It's so pretty, isn't it? Yes, it is little one, but what are you doing down here? Hadrien jumped at the sudden noise, frantically looking around. Up here little one, the soft voice said with a chuckle. Looking up Hadrien saw a pretty translucent woman. Hi, I'm Hadrien, who are you? I am Hevlaska, young Hadrien, and I gwar. The innocence the exorcists bring back. Did they tell you stowies too, like I was does foul me, and do you see the pretty gween? Weds too. Hadrien was excited at the thought of not being the only one that could see them. I can hear them, young Hadrien, but I cannot see what you do, I'm afraid. Hadrien got a disappointed look on his face, he had hoped that she could. Do not be sad, young Hadrien. You have a great gift, do not be afraid of it. Just then an alarm went off, scaring Hadrien. Looks like they are looking for you. Hadrien said a quick goodbye to Hevlaska, as his Tim raised the lift. When the lift stopped Hadrien ran down the hall after his Tim. As they rounded the corner Hadrien ran into something. Why is there a child here? Hadrien looked up at that, and saw a tall black-haired man with a scowl on his face. This man scared him, he wanted his mummy and daddy. Are you all right, little one? Hadrien looked over to see a tall blonde man kneeling in front of him. I'm Link, what's your name? The nice man said, holding out his hand to help Hadrien up. He slowly took it. There you go, all better. Now, where are your parents? Before Hadrien could say anything, the mean man started yelling about how children shouldn't be allowed here and how they just take up space. All the yelling woke up Midnight, who had been asleep around Hadrien stomach. When the mean man saw Midnight, he freaked out and hit Hadrien, sending him flying into the wall. As he lost consciousness he heard his mummy scream his name and Iris take control. A few minutes after Hadrien left, Alan woke up feeling that something was off. The last thing he remembered was going to sleep after singing to Hadrien. Wait, Hadrien, his baby, he sang his baby to sleep. His baby was back, safe and sound. Tears were rolling down his face. As memories from yesterday came flooding back to him. He looked down to see just you asleep. Wait, that's not right, where was his baby? After looking around the infirmary and not finding him, he started to panic. Thoughts of his baby being taken away again only fueled his panic. You, wake up, Hadrien gone, you. Alan screamed as he tried to shake you awake. At hearing the panic in Alan voice, you shot up out of bed, looking around for the reason why. When Alan words registered in his head, he fought down the panic. Alan, breathe okay. I'm sure he didn't go far. He probably got hungry and went looking for the cafeteria. Just then, Nick came in with Curry, pushing a cart full of food. Curry, did you happen to see Hattie on your way up? No, but I'm sure he didn't go far. We could split up and go look for him. Getting a nod in return, they split up into teams of 2. Curry and Kanda went left, Alan and Nick went right. After an hour all 4 met back up at the infirmary. Curry told them he would let Komui know Hattie was missing while they looked on the other floors. I might be able to smell him out, being a level 3 Akuma does have its perks. Why both nodded and Nick went to grab Hadrien old shirt. When he got back he took a big whiff of it and started walking down the hall. Not long after they heard an alarm going off, all 3 just shook their heads. After a few minutes of walking they soon realized that he had gotten lost, but not long after they entered another hallway. When they came to the lift, and Nick said they must have gone down, Alan knew they had met Hevlaska. They ran when they heard screaming and the sound of something hitting the wall. The scene they came upon made Kanda and Nick blood boil. Alan was already running toward the slumped form of Hadrien, only to stop when his innocence pulsed and a pissed feminine voice left his son's mouth. How dare you attack my accommodator? I was forced to watch as he was harmed for years, unable to do anything. Exclamation mark. Now that I'm strong enough to take control, I will not stand for it. Iris was beyond pissed when this idiot of a man thought it was okay for him to shout abuse at her boy and then hit him. She looked into his eyes and saw that he was here to see if he was an innocence accommodator. She knew for a fact that he wasn't. This brought a smug smile to her face. You came here to see if they accept you. I can tell you now that they don't. The look of pure rage on his face was worth it. She knew that with Alan, Kanda, and Nick nearby he wouldn't get close enough to harm Hadrien. She focused all of her energy into Hadrien hands, and then fired. The blast was so powerful that it sent her, and by her I mean Hadrien, flying backwards. After he got over the shock of the blast, Alan activated his innocence and caught Hadrien before he hit the wall. He pulled him to his chest and started checking him for injuries, finding only a bruise on his cheek and back. Kanda moved so fast all you saw was a black blur. This man had hurt his son so badly that his innocence took over. That did not sit well with him. When the man stood back up he soon found a sword against his throat. You harmed my son, and now I harm you. Alan didn't stay to see you kick the guy's ass. He had to get Hadrien back to the infirmary to make sure nothing else was wrong. It'd get a smug smile on his face when he heard the guy beg for mercy. When he got there Komui was talking to the head nurse about something, but at the moment he didn't care. He quickly told them what had happened, while carefully handing his son over to be checked. Komui was livid. He was never told about this moron being sent here to be tested. He was going to kill whoever sent him here and didn't tell him. He was also going to kill this moron. But judging by the smug look on Kanda and Nick faces as they passed, he didn't need to. How is he? Was the first thing out of Kanda mouth when he entered the infirmary. She said he would be fine. He'll just sleep for a few hours. Kanda nodded his head in understanding. His little boy was a trouble magnet just like his mum. He smiled when Hadrien snuggled up next to Alan. He liked to snuggle like someone else he knew. Komui went to talk to Hevlaska while we were looking for Hattie. Apparently reading him now would be no use. He needs the blocks off first before she can get an accurate reading. Kanda knew what Alan was trying to say. Hadrien was going to be very powerful, if what they saw before was any indication. Then I guess it's a good thing I set up an appointment for you to go to Gringotts this Thursday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They turned around and saw Cross leaning on the door frame. Alan got a fond smile on his face when he saw his dad. Thank you, Dad, we really appreciate it. Kanda said his thanks before sitting on the other side of the bed. He hoped everything would go well, but he had a bad feeling that it wouldn't. Hadrien woke up a few hours later to whispering. He could feel his mummy and daddy sitting on either side of him. He knew the voices except for one, so he slowly opened his eyes to take a peek. Sitting in a chair not far from the bed was the nice man from before. He was going to continue eavesdropping but his tummy grumbled, letting them know he was awake. Hey sleepy head, how Donu when Hadrien woke up but said nothing, he wanted to see if he would go back to sleep or not. Hungry was the only answer he got, so he got up and got some soup that Jerry had brought up a few minutes ago. Hadrien watched his mummy get up and walk over to a big pot, so he looked at his daddy. His daddy had a smile on his face but a weird look in his eyes. "Daddy, why are you sad?" He didn't not. Ice the nice man raise an eyebrow and mouth, "Daddy," at his mummy. "I'm just sad that Daddy couldn't protect his Hattie." Hadrien didn't want his daddy to feel guilty, so he climbed on his lap. His daddy looked startled but he just cupped his daddy's face. "Now you listen to me daddy, it is not Yao fault that Hadrien got hurt, it was the bad man. Now nod Yao head if you understand." Kanda was stunned. His little boy had just told him not to feel guilty. He was trying to be serious, but the look on his face was just too cute. He could see Alan and Link laughing out of the corner of his eye. "Hadrien, do you want me to feed you while you sit on Daddy's lap?" At Hadrien nod, he pulled up a chair and told him about what they would be doing. Hadrien tried to tell them they didn't need to buy him anything. But they would have none of it. "Hadrien, as your parents it's our duty to take care of you, and before you say anything, we want to buy you things. So once you're done eating, we'll go find everybody and head into town. Though Lenally and Miranda may turn you into a dress-up doll," Alan said with a chuckle, while Kanda sighed already wanting this day to be over. Chapter end notes. The song Alan sings is Song of the Sea. The English version's good but the original is better. I'm going to leave Link age alone, and you'll see more of him next chapter. Shopping trip. Chapter notes. Yeah, shopping trip. I went over this chapter multiple times so the spelling should be good but if I've missed something let me know. Laughing face. See the end of the chapter for more. Once Hadrien was done eating, with most of it on his face, Alan said it was bath time. Hadrien started to panic, screaming that he was sorry for being a bad boy and that he would be a good freak, and begging them not to put him in the bath. Nick knew this would happen as Alan mentioned the bath, but he didn't think it would be this bad. He ran over to him and gently cupped his face, making him look him in the eyes. "Hadrien, look at me please. Now take a deep breath and tell me what is scaring you." Hadrien was always put in the bath when he was bad. It was always too hot out too cold, and sometimes EY would hold Hadrien under the weight W and say that's what bad freaks do so. Hadrien had tears coming down his face, and was having trouble breathing. Kanda started rubbing his back, trying to calm him down. How dare these people do this to his son? Alan was sad that his little boy went through that. He was going to kill these people when he found them. "Hadrien, do you want to take a bath with Mummy?" Hadrien looked at him for a minute, before giving a timid nod. Gently picking up his son, they left the infirmary and went to the bathroom. Cross left for his room to get the clothes he picked up for his grandson. In everything but blood, he then walked down to the bath, chuckling when he heard Hadrien squeal as he and Alan played in the water. "Alan, I brought him some clothes I bought earlier in town. I'll just leave them with your stuff." "Thanks Dad, I appreciate it." "Say thank you to Grandpa, Munchkin," Alan said to Hadrien, who now had bubbles on his face along with a smile. "Thank you Grandpa." Cross just smiled before leaving. He hoped that Alan would be okay with what he bought. It took them about half an hour to get done, but Alan didn't care, his baby was having fun. "All right Munchkin, time to get out and get dressed." Hadrien looked a little bit disappointed, but cheered up when Alan said they could take another bath together next time too. Alan chuckled and he saw what his dad had bought and hoped that Hadrien would be okay with it, if not then he would have to think of something else. Since today was a little chilly, Alan decided to wear a black long-sleeved turtleneck. His favorite long gray skirt with the slits knee-high up the sides, and black knee-high heeled boots. He was just finishing zipping his boots when he heard Hadrien gasp. "Mummy, you can't wow that. Petunia says that only GIWLS wow D wesses and skewts not nasty little freaks." Alan was startled by this sudden outburst. He was really going to kill these people now. "Hadrien, did you want to wear a pretty dress?" Alan received a shy nod in return. Well, this made getting him dressed easier. "Hadrien, that nasty old lady was lying. You can wear anything you want, she was just Jealous of how beautiful you are. Me and your daddy will love you no matter what, okay? The smile that lit up his little face was just beautiful. Alan then walked over to the bag and pulled out a lovely light green dress. Hadrien ran over and begged his mummy to help him get it on. He looked adorable. The dress had long sleeves and white cuffs with a high white collar and silver rose buttons going down the front. There was a white ribbon wrapped around the waist and the skirt reached his knees with white lace around the bottom. Oh, Hattie, you look adorable, I can already hear the girls squealing. Let's get your hair all brushed out. Can I have hair like daddy? The look on Hadrien's face was just too cute, and he was very good at the puppy eyes look. I'll talk to daddy and see what he says, okay? He saw the thoughtful look on Hadrien's face and thought it was just too cute, his little tongue sticking out. After receiving a nod, he started brushing Hadrien's hair. It was long enough to reach his shoulders and fell in soft waves. Alan reached into the bag again and pulled out a headband with little silver roses on it and little black flat shoes. Alan was holding Hadrien's hand as they walked back to the infirmary. When they heard Kanda and Levi yelling at each other. Just as they were about to open the door, Alan activated his innocence, grabbed Hadrien and jumped out of the way. Just in time to avoid being hit by a flying Levi. What the heck? Levi almost hit us. Alan yelled as he stormed into the infirmary. Hadrien was shaking. His daddy hit his uncle Levi. Would he hit his Hattie too? Iris said that he wouldn't, but Hadrien still had to make sure. Daddy, if you hit Uncle Levi, does that mean you'll hit Yao Hattie? He asked in a small voice, afraid of the answer. Kanda was horrified. He hadn't meant to hit Levi hard enough to send him flying, and now his baby was afraid he'd hit him too. No, Daddy would never hit his Hattie, I swear. Kanda wanted to cry at the fear in his little boy's eyes. Hadrien knew his daddy would never lie to him, so he ran over to his daddy and tackled him in a hug. Daddy, why did you hit Uncle Levi? His daddy turned a NNY shade of red before looking at his mummy. He asked about your mummy when he's in bed, and when daddy didn't give him what he wanted he started to guess. Daddy didn't like that, so I told him to stop, but he didn't, so daddy hit him. Kanda felt strange for trying to explain his reason for hitting Levi to his son. Normally when Kanda hit Levi for asking about his private matters, no one batted an eye. Hadrien knew that his daddy shouldn't have hit Uncle Levi, but Uncle Levi shouldn't have been mean to daddy. He walked over to his mummy to see what kind of punishment he should use. Alan was ying so hard not to laugh when Hadrien asked what their punishment should be. He thought about it for a minute and then gave Hadrien his idea. Hadrien thought his mummy's idea was perfect, so he ran over to his daddy and Uncle Levi. Mummy says you both ought to go to time out for 5 minutes, so Uncle Levi in this cow knew and daddy in this cow knew. Hadrien said in the most serious voice he could manage. But it was still Levi did as they were told and went to their corners, everyone trying not to laugh as they did. Lena and Miranda were the first to notice Hadrien's dress and squealed when they saw how cute he looked. When the guys saw what they were squealing at, they couldn't help but find it cute. Hattie, you look so cute and you look so much like your mummy right now. Hadrien was blushing so hard that he was getting lightheaded, so he ran over to his mummy to hide. He was happy that they still loved him even though he liked wearing dresses. After his daddy and Uncle Levi were done in time out, they all left for town minus Midnight, who said he needed more sleep, his Uncle Al because he had a mission, and his grandpa Panda because he had research to do. His Uncle Levi thought it was funny that Hadrien called him Grandpa Panda, but he didn't understand why. Komui was asleep at his desk when he felt a disturbance in the force. He shot up from his desk and looked around frantically. When he noticed a note from his darling Lena. Hey big brother, me and the guys went into town to get Hadrien some clothes and other stuff, so we won't be back until later. Love, Lena. No, those perverts have tricked my poor Lena. I must protect her honor. Komui screamed as he ran through the science division. Everyone tried to stop him but no one was successful. Meanwhile down in town, Lena and Miranda were going nuts in the clothing store. Hadrien was having so much fun though, even if all of this attention was making him uncomfortable. Hattie, look at this one, it has little paw prints everywhere. Hadrien just shook his head at the hoodie Lena was showing him. At first Hadrien was excited to go into town with his family, but when he saw all of the people he got nerves. As Hadrien walked through the store with his mummy, he saw something shiny out of the corner of his eye. There on a mannequin was a stunning long-sleeved blue dress with white cuffs, a high white coat. Yar with black buttons going down the front with a black vine design going around the bottom, and white frill. "Mummy, look at that one," Hadrien said, pulling on his mummy's hand to get his attention. Alan looked over to see what Hadrien was pointing at and saw how much his baby liked it. "How about we go see if they have it in your size?" At that, Hadrien raced ahead to find a shop assistant, to ask if they did. While Alan was helping Hadrien try the dress on, Cross was asking Nick questions about his Akuma states. "How is it that you can ignore the Earl's call?" "Oh, I was going to tell you. This morning but Hadrien went missing and then that jackass happened. Lady Magic said it had to do with the fact that I was a wizard before I was an Akuma. Apparently the Earl avoids magic users like the plague because when they become an Akuma they have completely free will because of their magic, which makes them unpredictable and uncontrollable. She also said I was the first to be made in centuries." Though she was confused about why I felt a pull toward Hadrien. Nick finished with a shrug, while Kanda and Cross got thoughtful looks on their faces. After the girls knew what colors and style Hadrien liked, it made shopping for him easier, so they began running around the shop looking for different things. Alan was making a note of everything that Hadrien gave a longing look at, so that he could add them to the list of clothes to buy. It was another hour before they were done looking for clothes and made their purchases before they left to get lunch. As they walked through town they were unaware of the Quicksilver eyes watching them from the bushes. When they got to the restaurant, Kanda picked Hadrien up. "All right Munchkin, what would you like for lunch?" Kanda asked the little boy in his arms. After a minute of thought, Hadrien felt brave. He got a really shy look and bright red blush on his face before whispering in his daddy's ear. Kanda couldn't help himself. He laughed. And his Munchkin ordered the same thing Alan was going to. "You, what's so funny?" Alan asked his laughing husband, while Hadrien looked on the verge of tears. "He ordered the whole menu." Kanda continued, laughing, unaware of how upset his son was getting. "Well, you may want to stop and reassure your son that it's fine," Alan said as he wiped tears off of his little boy's face. When Kanda looked around, he realized everyone was glaring at him and Cross had his hand on his gun. "Hattie, I didn't mean to laugh, it's just that your mummy does the same thing." Hadrien head whipped around so fast, they were afraid he would hurt himself. He looked at his mummy in awe. His mummy would order everything too. Cross chuckled when he saw the pure hero worship on his grandson's face. Cross never thought that he would be a father, let alone a grandfather, but he wouldn't change it for the world. "You all go ahead and eat, I've got to go pick something up." "Okay Dad, we're heading to the furniture store next, so just met us there." He just nodded before leaving. The rest of lunch pasted without much fanfare, although Levi kept throwing fries at Link, getting them stuck in his hair, and Hadrien tackled his daddy when he said he could have his hair long as he took care of it. As they were walking to the store, Hadrien was asking Link all sorts of questions, ranging from his work to his favorite color. Link found that Hadrien was more like Alan in his personality than Kanda, thankfully. He was originally meant to go back to Central, but Komui got him in return for the emotional abuse Hodder Ian went through at the hands of that moron he was escort. He didn't mind too much. He got to hang out with Alan again and Hadrien was adorable, so it wasn't too bad. As they were walking towards the store, Alan could feel that something was wrong. "Get away from my darling Lena, you preverts." Alan activated his innocence just in time to avoid an octopus-shaped bomb. He quickly looked around to find Hadrien, and sighed when he saw him in Link's arms still asking his questions. Kanda told Link and Nick to go on ahead to the store and that they would be there shortly. Hadrien surprisingly didn't notice that Kanda and Alan were missing. He just kept asking his questions. He was fine until they entered the store. "Oh, what a darling little girl you are," a woman behind the counter said, as she smiled at Hadrien. "I'm sorry miss, but Hadrien a little boy." Her smile instantly disappeared and was replaced with a sneer. It took them a few minutes to apprehend a Rouge Komui, but Lenel was now dragging the tied-up idiot with an octopus on his head and tape over his mouth. As they were nearing the store, they could hear yelling and shouting. I will not stand here and allow you to shout abuse at him, you witch. Well, I refuse to serve freaks like you. The women that was yelling spotted Kanda and saw his uniform and knew he was an exorcist. This exorcist will agree with me that only nasty little freaks like him wear dresses, she said, point her finger at a scared and sobbing Hadrien. When Hadrien looked up, he saw his daddy and raised his arms to him. Daddy. Kanda was there instantly, picking Hadrien up out of Link's arms while Nick gave the witch a smug look. Hush Hadrien, it's okay, daddy's got you, Kanda said while glaring at the witch who dared to yell at his son. Cross had heard the whole thing and was pissed that this witch called his grandson, and in turn his son, a freak. He walked over to her and whispered in her ear. Judging by how tense you are, you know who I am. So I want you to listen carefully. I want you to leave this town. If you do not, I will make your life a living heck. You're lucky that I don't just kill you for calling my grandson, and in turn my son, a freak. You have until Thursday to leave, so I suggest you start packing. The woman ran from the store shaking as she went. The store owner was horrified that one of his employees would do such a thing. So he gave them half off on every nail. He said that her and Kamui would get the furniture, having a pretty good idea of what to get, while they calmed Hadrien down. How about we go to the toy store? Alan asked Kanda, who nodded in return. As they were walking, Alan tried to distract Hadrien, but it only worked a little bit. When they arrived at the store, Hadrien eyes got huge, there were so many colors. Alan saw the look on his face, so set him down, but made sure to hold his hand. Hadrien looked around in awe, he had never seen so many toys before. He looked up when he heard his daddy call his name. All right Haddie, you can pick out 2 toys today. But take your time and pay no attention to the price. He gave a timid nod, not sure if he could, but he'd try. He started to look around, not really sure what to do. Alan saw that Hadrien was having a hard time knowing what to do, so he decided to help. They went all over the store, but nothing caught his munchkin's eye. So he talked to you to see what he thought, when his dad chimed in. We could take him to Silver Chime Alley, there's a nice little toy store down there. They thought about it for a minute or two before saying that it was a good idea. So Alan gave Tim a note to give to the others, as the others had slipped off to do same shopping while they had walked to the toy store. Getting to Silver Chime Alley wasn't too hard. All you had to do was walk through the Silver Chime Garden not far from the Black Order, and draw a specific design on the lone cherry tree there and a door while appear. Hadrien thought the garden was beautiful, so asked his mummy if they could come back someday, and was happy to receive a yes. He got really excited when he saw the door appear, and even more excited when they entered the alley. As they walked down the alley, Hadrien just kept getting distracted by all of the magic around him. When they entered the toy store, Hadrien felt the magic surround him, and he was off. Alan wasn't too concerned with him running off, for he knew there were wards in place to keep kids from leaving with an adult. Hadrien ran around looking at anything and everything, when something out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. Sitting there on a shelf was a stuffed owl that had rainbow feathers that shimmered in the light. He walked over and picked it up while looking into its huge glittery blue eyes. Mummy, can I have this one? Hadrien asked with his big puppy dog eyes. Alan chuckled at him before saying yes and telling him he could pick one more toy. He and around again looking for anything that caught his eye. After a few minutes he started to lose hope that he would, until he saw a little gray bunny sitting on a high back shelf. He ran over to his grandpa and asked for his help getting it down. When he received a nod, he gently pulled him over to the shelf. Cross thought the rabbit looked pretty sad, but wouldn't say anything to Hadrien, not wanting to upset him. When his grandpa handed him the bunny, he saw how sad it was. Its fur was matted and gray, its vest and hat had holes in it, and its arm was torn. But Hadrien could feel something amazing about this bunny. As they were making their purchases, the cashier looked at the rabbit with a raised brow. You sure you want to buy this thing, kid? We have better stuffed rabbits over on the shelf. Hadrien just shook his head. He wanted this bunny, not those other bunnies. The cashier just shrugged, not wanting to make a big deal of it. He then proceeded to tell Alan about the owl. It was enchanted to keep nightmares away along with comfort the child when scared, and warded so that the parents of the child will know if they awaken during the night or need them. On their way home, Kanda Noticed that one or two wizards were watching them. This made him nervous. Though none of them approached, they still followed them at a distance. Thankfully they didn't follow when they left the alley. Mummy, do you think Aunt Miwa can fix Bunny? I don't know, Munchkin, you'll have to ask. Alan just received a nod in return, because Hadrien was so focused on his new bunny. Do you think that they got everything set? Alan whispered to Kanda, who just shrugged in return. Kanda hoped so. They really wanted Hadrien to have the best birthday party ever. Chapter end notes. Oh, I was excited about the Quicksilver eyes. But unfortunately for you, you won't know what it's about until chapter 11. Insert evil laugh here, but you are more than welcome to guess. You'll get to see more father-son time next chapter. Along with Midnight and Iris, plus Hevlaska. Thanks for reading. Surprise. Chapter notes. I wanted to add some more family bonding, but this chapter got away from me, so I'll do it in the next one. See the end of the chapter for more. It was about 3 in the afternoon by the time they returned to the Order. Hadrien was asleep in Kanda arms, so he took him to cross R. So he could sleep a little more, as there was a surprise in their room for Hadrien. He activated Hadrien Owl, which was named Glitter, so that he could go down to the cafeteria and help finish decorating for the party. Tim and Midnight stayed behind. Midnight stayed because no one would understand him, and Tim stayed just because he could. When Kanda entered the cafeteria, he heard Jerry give a happy squeal, then faint. I take it you told him about Hadrien appetite. Yeah, I didn't think he would faint though. Alan said from the floor where he was poking a twitching Jerry. After about an hour, Kanda walked off to find Lenali and Curry, to see if they had finished Hadrien room. When he couldn't find them in the cafeteria, he asked Miranda if she had seen them. The last time I saw them they had ran out, saying something about stopping at Tea River. Oh, there they are, Miranda said, pointing at the door. Kanda walked over and could hear them arguing about something. I told you that we shouldn't have left it alone. But Lenali, it was fine until the kettle whistled. Kanda could see that Curry was on the verge of tears, so stepped in before anything more could be said. After getting them both calmed down, he asked about Hadrien room. It's done, we just had a little technical difficulty. Lenali said with a smile. Curry was a little more strained. Kanda was going to question them further. But the wards on Glitter went off, letting him know that Hadrien was awake. He walked over to Alan and told him that he was going to get Hadrien and be right back. As he was walking back to cross room, he felt the wards on Glitter go off again, so he ran down the hall. When he entered he saw Hadrien rocking back and forth, Glitter clutched to his chest, sobbing and telling Tim that his daddy was going to be mad at him for losing it. He carefully walked over to him and in a soft voice called Hadrien name. The poor little boy jumped so hard that he would have fallen off the bed if it weren't for Kanda quick reflexes. Easy, Munchkin, I didn't mean to spook you. Now what has got you so upset that you think I'll be mad at you? Hadrien then proceeded to tell him about the bracelet that Lady Magic gave him as a sorry gift and how it was made just for him. Kanda was surprised. He thought that he had lost that bracelet. He had had it made special just for Hadrien so that he could give it to him on his first birthday, with charms that represented each person in their family. Hattie, I'm not mad at you, I didn't know you had it in the first place. Apparently this was the wrong thing to say, as it upset Hadrien even more. Kanda was at a loss for what to do, so he picked Hadrien up and started to rock him back and forth, telling him that it was okay. Midnight saw how upset Hadrien was getting at the loss of his bracelet, so he went over to Tim and asked him to take him to the infirmary to see if it was left there. Once there, Tim set Midnight down and took to the air to see if it was on a table while Midnight looked for it on the floor. Tim, I found it. Midnight yelled a fume in a bed, not far from the main door. Tim flew over and picked it up gently with his teeth and then picked Midnight up with his tail. It must have fallen off his wrist when they were rushing him in. Tim nodded his head in agreement and then flew out the door. Kanda had finally nagged to calm Hadrien down enough to tell him that there was a surprise waiting for him in the cafeteria, but first he had to change his clothes, brush his hair, and use the restroom. Hadrien was excited for the surprise, but did as his daddy said. So first he went to the restroom, then picked the pretty blue dress that he found with his mummy and asked his daddy to brush his hair. "Daddy, why people mean to Haddy and Mummy because they like to wow de Wesses." Hadrien question caught Kanda by surprise, but in all honesty he was expecting it. He had gone through everything he would say in his head multiple times, just waiting for the question he feared the most. "Well, Munchkin, they think it's wrong because they say it is, so when they see someone doing it they say mean things to make that person feel bad. But if you want to wear dresses or were a fire-breathing dragon, me and your mummy would still love you." Hadrien nodded his head in understanding, but Kanda could see that he didn't. Kanda was just about done with Hadrien hair when Tim and Midnight flew in and dropped something on Hadrien lap. "Look Daddy, Hattie's Tim and Midnight found Hattie's BWACELET. Will you help Hattie put it on?" Kanda nodded his head before putting the bracelet on his little wrist. Kanda had picked Hadrien up so that they could get down to the cafeteria without Hadrien getting tired. The closer they got the twitchier Hadrien got, so Kanda kept having to adjust his hold. They were just outside of the cafeteria when Kanda said that Hadrien had to close his eyes. Hadrien was excited, he had never gotten a surprise before. All he had ever gotten were beatings and hateful words, then to be locked up in his cupboard. Kanda watched Hadrien cover his eyes with a smile, happy that his little boy was so excited. He walked in and told Hadrien that he could open his eyes now. The look on his face was priceless. "Surprise!" everyone shouted at once, startling Hadrien slightly. The cafeteria was decorated in soft blues and greens, with little paper lanterns everywhere. But what caught Hadrien eye the most was the huge cake that said "Happy Birthday Hadrien." Kanda felt something wet on his sleeve and saw that Hadrien was crying. "Beansprout, what's wrong?" "Hattie has never had a birthday party before. Thank you Daddy, Mummy." After that everything went well, although Hadrien did get cake all over his face. Once he was all clean it was time for presents. First was Lenali. She got him a bunch of stuffed animals, most of them were owls and rabbits of all different colors and sizes. Next was Curry. He gave him supplies for gardening so that they could do it together. Hadrien loved it. Next was Miranda. She gave him his own sewing kit so that they could fix Bunny together and make him little clothes. He was excited when he saw the colorful fabric. Next was Levi and Bookman. They got him a bunch of children books, one of them being Hadrien favorite, Alice in Wonderland. Next was Komui and the science division. They got him board games and for Alan and Kanda, a special necklace that allowed them to keep track of him. Next was Jerry. He gave him a book of kid-friendly recipes that they could cook together. Link was next. He gave him a potions kit, saying how his little cousin loved it. Cross came forward with his first gift saying he would get the other one later, while shooting his son and Kanda a wicked smile over Hadrien head. Cross helped Hadrien open the box and inside was a photo album. Cross pulled it out and told Hadrien about getting it enchanted so that pictures moved and how he would tell him the stories behind some of them at bedtime tonight. Alan was excited for Hadrien to see his room. He had managed to sneak a peek at it earlier and was positive that Hadrien would love it. Knowing that Hadrien would want to play in his room, Kanda and Alan agreed to wait until the party was over before showing him. Kanda picked Hadrien up and told him their birthday gift to him was in their rooms. As they got closer just like before Hadrien started to twitch and wiggle. Alan opened the door and walked in, Kanda following. Alan room had been turned into a living room and a door was on the right that led to Kanda room which was now their room. On the left was a new door that said, Hadrien room, in bubble letters. Komui was more than happy to help get that room empty so it could be Hadrien The original door had been removed and the wall bricked up. Hadrien nervously opened the door while closing his eyes. After a minute or so nothing happened and he opened his eyes slowly. What he saw made him light up like a Christmas tree. The walls were painted to look like the Hatter's garden and enchanted so that the characters smiled, walked around and waved. All of the furniture was purple and warped to look like the trees in the Cheshire Cat's forest. The bed frame was the same but had a real leaf canopy that Lenali said would change with the seasons. In the middle of the floor was a little tea set that looked like it belonged to the Hatter himself. Alan had found it in the alley while Hadrien was distracted over by the wardrobe as a chest full of dress-up clothes that Kanda had picked up while Cross was helping Hadrien. They knew about most of this, but what confused them was the plush kitten sitting upright on the queen-sized bed. Its eyes were closed, but it looked just like the gray and blue Cheshire cat that was now sitting in a tree right next to the bed with a very wicked smile on its face. This made both Kanda and Alan nervous, but they didn't say anything when they saw how happy Hadrien looked when he saw it. Cross gets a wicked look on his face when his son and Kanda notice the kitten. Oh, this was going to be good. Hadrien noticed that the kitten seemed to be listening to them because its ears would twitch slightly when someone made noise. He walked over and sat in front of it just watching. He knew it was waiting for something. He just didn't know what. Suddenly the kettle on the wall whistled and the kitten's eyes flew open and locked with Hadrien. Bright lavender purple eyes stared into bright emerald green before they both blinked, and the small kitten launched itself at Hadrien. Its colors slowly changed from their gray and neon blue to silver and almost neon purple, while its fur slowly puffed out like the Cheshires. Well, young one, it looks like you found my wayward daughter. She always was an adventure's soul. It is a great honor to be chosen by a Cheshire. We always keep our eyes closed in our parents' colors until we met our chosen human. That's why we have such good hearing. I myself was purple and pink until I met Alice, the Cheshire said from his perch on the wall. Master Cross, however did you find her? Cross then proceeded to tell them how she followed him from Diagon Alley after he made the appointment and how she ran straight to Hadrien room when he got back to the Order. Well, she must have smelled young Hadrien on you then and figured that you would lead her to him, the Cheshire said as he moved over to a branch closer to the bed. You should be warned, the wee Cheshires are very mischievous. Though she won't be able to disappear or talk until she's older, she will still be a handful. The Cheshire then disappeared, leaving just his grin for a minute before it disappeared. Dad, why do I get the feeling you knew what she was? Alan said, more as a statement than a question. Cross just whistled before leaving the room. Hadrien decided that her name would be Chess because her marks looked like chess pieces. He then asked his daddy if he could go show Hevlaska his new kitty and some of his presents. Kanda didn't see the harm in it, and since Alan was the party, Kanda would take him. So said yes as long as Hadrien went to bed without a fight. Hadrien agreed right away, excited at the thought of seeing Hevlaska. He walked a little bit ahead of his daddy, but made sure not to go too far ahead, and talked to Chess, telling her that his Midnight and Tim were not food. Kanda chuckled at his son as he talked to Midnight, who was around his neck, and Chess, who was walking beside him on the right. If you had told him 8 years ago that he would be married to Alan and have a little boy, he would have killed you on the spot, but he didn't regret anything. Hadrien walked onto the lift and waited for his daddy to lower it. Hello young Hadrien, did you have a nice party? Hevlaska asked as she neared the lift. Hadrien then told her about the huge cake and about meeting more of the Order and the presents. He told her that his grandpa was going to tell him his first bedtime story about the pretty pictures that were of his family. He asked if the Innocents had told her any stories today or if they knew where their accommodators were. She said that they were telling her funny stories about their past accommodators, but none of them knew about their current ones. They spent the next 3 hours talking about the stories that the Innocents told them and how silly they were. Young Hadrien, I do believe it is time for you to go to bed, Hevlaska said as Hadrien yawned. His daddy picked him up and said his goodbyes to Hevlaska. Alan was just getting out of the bath when he heard his phone go off. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was you. So he put it on speaker phone while he got dressed. Hey you, what's up? I just wanted to let you know that Hadrien can see the bonds between Innocents and accommodators, so that if he sees one, you know what he's talking about. Alan was shocked. His little boy was full of surprises. Hopefully Central doesn't find out until he's older, and maybe not even then. Did you tell anyone else? No, but Hevlaska told Komui when he went down to talk to her earlier. So by tomorrow, everyone will know. Alan sighed but knew that it was better for everyone to know. Kanda said that he had to go because Hadrien was falling asleep on his feet. Alan was walking back when a hand landed on his shoulder, making him jump. Easy kid, it's just me, I came to walk you back. Alan glared at his dad and hit him on the arm. You could have said something, jerk. Cross just smiled before pulling Alan into a hug. How are you doing? And don't just say fine. I don't know, I'm happy to have him back. But I'm terrified to know what he went through. I never wanted my baby to go through what I did. I didn't know who my parents were or why they left me. At least he had Iris to tell him the truth and help him through the pain. Alan was now sobbing into his dad's chest, crying for the pain his little boy went through and how he couldn't stop it. Cross knew this was only the tip of the iceberg, and that his idiot son-in-law would handle the rest, but he needed to get it started. He picked him up and headed for Alan rooms. When they arrived they could hear the sound of little feet hitting the floor and Kanda laughing. When they got back, Kanda went to Hadrien room to get him ready for bed. His first mistake was putting Hadrien down after getting him ready for bed. His second mistake was not shutting the door. Hadrien made a break for it and ran into the living room without clothes, childish innocence, chess, Midnight, and Tim following close behind. Daddy can't catch his Hattie, the little boy said as he ran around the room. Kanda thought it was the funniest thing he had ever seen and proceeded to chase him. He had him cornered and was about to jump over the couch when the door opened. Shut the door quick before he gets out, Kanda said from his place on the floor. His dad quickly shut the door while Alan was trying not to laugh. But when you jumped over the couch, Hadrien ran out from behind it without clothes, childish innocence, he and his dad lost it. As the little boy ran by, Alan scooped him up and tickled his tummy. Come on Hattie, we can hide in your room, Alan said as he ran from you, who now had look of betrayal on his face. Hadrien was having fun running from his daddy, but it was even better when his mummy got involved. Once in the room and the door firmly shut, Alan convinced the munchkin to put on his pajamas. He chose a soft blue bunny onesie that had a hood with ears on it and a little white tail on the back. Alan picked him up and tucked him into bed before opening the door and letting you and his dad in. Alan and you kissed him on the forehead before saying goodnight and leaving. Cross thought the scene before him was adorable. Hadrien was surrounded by stuffed animals with Tim, the size of a tennis ball, sleeping above his head. Midnight was coiled on his chest, and Chess on his left watching Cross. He was happy that his grandson had such loyally friends. He even approved of the Akuma. Guanpa, can you tell Hattie a story? Cross nodded and got the photo album. He flipped over to a page that had a picture of a 13-year-old Alan waving and smiling at the camera with a squirrel on his head. This was taken about 2 or 3 years after your mummy started traveling with me. We were in Canada and had just gotten done with same training when your mummy sees a squirrel up a tree that has its head stuck in a hole. So he climbed the tree and tried to get it out, but it was fighting him the entire time. So he pulled out his pocket knife and slowly makes the hole bigger. The entire time the squirrel was screaming and clawing at your mummy. So by the time he got the squirrel out his hands were bleeding and red. Well, the squirrel was not happy, so he attacked your mummy's face and he fell out of the tree. When he landed, the squirrel was still on his face but was now just staring at him, and your mummy just stared back. Then for some reason the squirrel licked his nose and started chirping at him. Your mummy just laughed and started to pet the squirrel. The little thing followed us all over Canada, never once leaving your mummy's head. Not even when we were fighting. This picture was taken just before we left for Egypt. Your mummy had named him Blueberry and the little thing was so sad, so he promised to come back and visit someday. Hadrien thought his mummy was funny, but happy that he helped Blueberry the squirrel. His grandpa kissed him goodnight and turned on his night light before turning off the light and shutting the door. He was happy. He had had his first birthday and had a family that loved him for who he is. Chapter end notes. I hadn't meant to add Alice in Wonderland, but a thought came to me about a set of mischievous twins and I ran with it. It won't be a crossover with Alice in Wonderland. There will just be mentions of it. Bonding. Chapter notes. Sorry this one took so long. I was getting excited about the next chapter and kept trying to rush through this one. See the end of the chapter for more. Uncle Jerry. Hadrien woke up to his chest licking his ear and his Tim sucking on his finger. Hadrien blinked and then remembered that he had had his first birthday party yesterday and his first bedtime story. He was pulled from his happy memories when his tummy grumbled. He got up and went to his wardrobe to get dressed. After a little bit he chose a pretty yellow dress that had short sleeves and white lace on the skirt. The Hatter said that he should wear the little yellow hat with white feathers. For no true Hatter would go hatless. His Midnight said it was cold today, so he should also wear his white tights. He then put on his brown boots and the necklace his mummy said he was to wear at all times and his bracelet. He asked the Hatter nicely to tell his mummy and daddy that he went to the cafeteria if they came in looking for him. The Hatter agreed as long as Hadrien had a tea party with him sometime. Hadrien agreed with a big smile on his face. Tim through the halls and so arrived at the cafeteria. It must have been early because not a lot of people were there. He walked to the window, but even on his tippy toes he couldn't see over. He was about to go back to his room when a set of arms wrapped around his waist. He looked up and saw his Uncle Jerry. "Hey there, cutie pie, what are you doing down here so early in the morning?" Hattie wanted to make breakfast for Mummy and Daddy so that Hattie won't be a boudin. Jerry was sad to hear this come from such a sweet child and his nephew in all but blood too. He was going to have to tell Alan and Kanda about this, but for now he had a little boy to take care of. "How about this, cutie pie? I normally make breakfast for everyone by myself. So how about you go get the recipe book I gave you yesterday and we can make breakfast together, but you need to eat first, deal?" Hadrien thought about it for a minute and hoped that he was making the right choice. He gave a shy nod before asking to be put down so he could go get it, but his Midnight said that his Tim had already went to get it. Jerry still found it amazing. Gee, that his little nephew could talk to snakes, but it just made him love the little boy even more. When Hadrien told him what Midnight had said, he told the little boy it was time to eat then. He made Hadrien eggs, bacon, toast, and fresh orange juice. Sadly, Hadrien could only eat half the eggs, one piece of bacon, one piece of toast, and all of the orange juice. Jerry shook his head and asked the one question that had been bothering him since last night. "Hadrien, did the people you stayed with before feed you well?" When he asked, he made sure to keep his voice soft so he didn't frighten Hadrien. Hadrien got a fearful look on his face. He didn't want to tell, but Iris said he should tell him, that it was safe to tell him, and she's never lied to him before. Iris says that Hadrien should tell Uncle Dewey the truth, but Hadrien is scared that he'll be mad. Hadrien finished quietly, scared of what his uncle will say or do. "Hadrien, I promise you that I will never be mad at you for something that is not your fault." Hadrien looked at his uncle for a minute or two before taking a big breath. Hadrien was to make breakfast, lunch, and Din knew he could only eat what was left, but few nevu was anything left over. If Hadrien booned anything, he was not allowed food for a week if not mo. When Hadrien did eat, to was only weight w and a piece of moldy b wed once a day, fow that's all f week desos. He finished in a matter-of-fact voice, not realizing that his Uncle Jerry was in tears. Who could do that to a child? Only water and a piece of moldy bread. That wasn't right, it mad. Him pissed, and that was normally hard to do. "Hattie, can I tell your mummy, daddy, and grandpa about this?" He looked very nervous about them knowing, but he guessed that Iris said it was a good idea because he nodded a minute later. Just then Tim flew in with the cookbook, so Jerry got a small body apron that had shrunk in the wash and put it on Hadrien so he didn't get his dress dirty. Hadrien had a lot of fun helping his Uncle Jerry make breakfast for everyone. They made pancakes, muffins, waffles, eggs, bacon, sausage, ham, coffee, fruit salad, and fresh juice. His grandpa said that he did a great job and that he would have to show him some of the recipes he collected from around the world. Eventually his mummy and daddy came down with his Aunt Lena, Aunt Mira, and Uncle Al. "Hey Beansprout, thank you for telling the Mad Hatter where you were going so we didn't worry, but next time just wait for me or Mummy before leaving, okay?" He just received a nod in return before Hadrien asked what they would like for breakfast. He thought it was cute how excited his little Beansprout was and how proud he was that everyone liked his cooking. When Jerry handed them their food, he said that he needed to talk to him, Alan, and Cross after breakfast when they got the chance. This worried both him and Alan, but they both agreed nonetheless. Miranda knew that this was not a talk to have in front of Hadrien, so she abducted him before Career Lenally could say anything. "Come on Hattie, let's go fix Bunny." Hadrien just laughed as they left, waving goodbye to his family. Aunt Mira was holding his hand as they walked down the hall. They were talking about random things. He had Bunny held to his chest, making sure that he was careful with his arm so I didn't fall off. "So Hattie, does Tim have your sewing kit?" She received a nod, but wasn't too put out by this, as Hadrien didn't know her well yet. Before she came to the cafeteria, she made sure to get out all of the fabric and thread they would need. "Do you think Bunny will be okay?" She wasn't expecting Hadrien to talk yet, so his question startled her. "I know he will be. Before I met your mummy, I went around my hometown looking for broken things to fix. That's how I found my innocence. It was in an old grandfather clock." Hadrien looked at his Aunt Mira in awe. She went and found broken things to fix. Maybe she could fix him. "You don't need to be fixed, Hadrien. You're not broken, just cracked. You'll heal in time, I promise." "Okay, I love you." "I love you too." They soon arrived at Miranda room and went in after Miranda made sure nothing would fall. Her room was pretty big, but Hadrien noticed that a lot of her stuff looked fixed. There were some small stuffed animals on her bed that had stitches and different eyes. "All right, let's give Bunny a bath first, shall we?" she said as she walked over to a cupboard and pulled out a blue wash basin and filled it with lukewarm water. Hadrien gently set Bunny in the basin and slowly washed him with the soap his Aunt Mira gave him. By the end, Bunny was all nice and white again and looked a lot happier, if that was possible. "All right, now let's let him dry and we'll work on his outfits." His Aunt Mira told him to draw some of the outfits that he would like his Bunny to wear. Most of the drawings were of waistcoats and top hats, but others were of little costumes. One looked a lot like a certain general. Miranda thought it was cute that he wanted his grandpa with him. "All right then, let's get set up and start making these lovely clothes. I took Bunny measurement. Cheese while you were working so we don't have to guess." They worked for over an hour, Hadrien laughing at his Aunt Mira as she made silly faces at him and silly hats with what was left over. He thought that it was nice to have someone to play with. He had always been left alone. They were so caught up in their work that they didn't hear the knock on the door. They did hear the banging though. "Hey Miranda, you in there?" The sudden noise startled both of them so bad that Hadrien cut his hand. It hurt so badly that he was in tears. He wanted his daddy. He would make it better. "Levi, you idiot. You've just made Hadrien cut himself." Miranda was so pissed. Never before has she wanted to kill another human being. She grabbed the towel that she had laying around and put it on Hadrien's hand to stop the bleeding. She then picked him up and took him to the infirmary to get it looked at. Fortunately for Miranda and unfortunately for Levi, Kanda was in the infirmary talking to the head nurse. "Madam Blackwood, I need you to look at Hadrien's hand." Levi startled him and he cut it. Miranda said with a smug look as Kanda whipped his head around so fast it had to hurt. "Hadrien, may I see your hand please?" Madam Blackwood asked the still crying child. He slowly held it out when he saw his daddy nod his head. She wasn't surprised to see nothing there once the blood was cleaned off, but wrapped it up in a bandage nonetheless. So he knew that his injuries would always be taken care of. "They're all done. You are a very good patient, unlike your mummy and daddy. They always want to leave before I say they can." Hadrien looked at the bandage on his hand and then at the nice lady that made fused. No one had done that before, not the Dursleys or the nurse at school. She always called him a liar. Why what dear? Why make Hattie better? No one has before. Why did it now? They were all startled by this. No one had taken care of this little boy injures before. They knew the people who hurt him wouldn't, but what about someone else? "Hadrien, who else did you ask for help from?" "The news at school," but she called Hattie a liao. They were in shock. Someone that was supposed to help children called one a liar. Why? What point was there? She would have seen the signs. Why didn't she say anything? She was nice to Hattie before the bad man came, then she started calling Hattie a liar. So this bad man was behind this. When they found out who this was and got their hands on him, he would wish they had killed him. "Hattie, I'm sorry I sacred you. I was just really excited to hang out with you." "It's okay Uncle Levi, you didn't mean it," Hadrien said with a big grin on his face. He was excited to spend time with his family. He asked his daddy if it was okay to go play with his Uncle Levi and Grandpa Panda. He said yes, but first he wanted to talk to his Uncle Levi. "Grandpa Panda, Uncle Levi, When his Uncle Levi came back with his daddy, he was rubbing the back of his head and saying something about mother hens. His Aunt Mira said that Bunny would be done drying by lunch so he didn't have to worry. He took his Grandpa Panda's hand as they walked down the hall to the library. He asked him what they would be doing. I will be teaching you about all of the subjects taught in school and I want you to do your best, am I understood? He looked at his Grandpa Panda and nodded frantically, loving the idea of not hiding how smart he was. When they got to the library, his Grandpa Panda told him to sit at the desk beside his Uncle Levi. Uncle Levi, do you still learn? Hadrien asked in awe. He thought his uncle was too old to still be learning. Yup, you're never too old to learn. Just ask the panda, he's 1,000 and is still learning. His Grandpa Panda then hit his Uncle Levi in the head with a book. Since I'm so old, why don't you write up the report for the last mission we were on? His Uncle Levi gave a long-suffering sigh before hitting his head on the desk. He is right though, young Hadrien. You are never too old to learn. Now let's start with the alphabet and then you're writing. Hadrien had fun learning. His Grandpa Panda was a great teacher and his Uncle Levi as great at helping him when he was having trouble. He liked the fact that he didn't have to hide how smart he was for fear of being beaten. He did have a hard time with math, but his Uncle Levi showed him a trick by counting his fingers. Bookman watched the little boy before him glow under his teaching. He could see how smart he was and how well he could hide it if he had to, which just made him sad. Levi saw how much Hadrien loved to learn and found it funny and sad at the same time. No one had bothered to teach this little boy and now he latched onto it like a leech. After a while they heard Hadrien stomach grumble, so they called it a day and went to get lunch. Hadrien laughing the entire way there while his Uncle Levi tickled his tummy. Uncle Levi, do you think Mummy and Daddy would be mad if Hadrien had a tea party with Aunt Lena? No, just make sure that you talk to them before you leave, okay? Hadrien nodded and then wiggled to get down. Once down he ran over to his grandpa and asked where his Mummy and Daddy was. They're over there talking to Lena and Miranda. Nodding he then ran over to them. Daddy, may I have a tea party with Aunt Lena? Kanda didn't see any problem with it and it looked like Alan didn't either, so he said yes as long as he had lunch at that party. Don't forget Bunny, I'm sure he would like to join you. His Aunt Mira said as she brought Bunny out from behind her. He looked great. He was wearing a black top hat with little blue roses on it and a black and blue checkered waistcoat with a little silver pocket watch. Bunny looks sweet, Aunt Miwa, thank you. Aunt Lena. Once Hadrien was done looking at Bunny he grabbed his Aunt Lena hand and pulled her out of the cafeteria and down the hall to his room. When they got there Hadrien told his Aunt Lena that it was a tea party so they had to dress for it. He walked over to his dress-up chest and pulled out a pretty red top hat with little white hearts around the brim and handed it to his Aunt Lena. He then pulled out a pretty green ribbon and tied it around his Midnight's neck. Next was a pretty silver tiara that he put on his chest. The teapot that his mummy had gotten him was spelled to make tea without needing fire. You just had to add the tea leaves and water. So while they waited Hadrien asked his Aunt Lena if she liked working with her brother. Well, sometimes he makes me angry, but yes, I like working with my brother. Why do you ask? Well, Vunan woke while Petunia stayed home. Mummy and Daddy woke together and Hattie wants to make sure that they will be okay. Well, your Mummy and Daddy have worked together for a long time, so I think they will be fine. His Aunt Lena said with a chuckle. Hadrien was going to ask another question but the teapot whistled, letting them know the tea was done. The Mad Hatter appeared not long after the teapot whistled and got excited when he saw them. Ah, young Hadrien, having a tea party are we? Do you mind if I join you? Hadrien said he would love it if he joined them. The Cheshire showed up not long after to join in on the fun. They both gasped when they saw the little bunny sitting in the chair next to Hadrien. My, is that what I think it is? I do believe you are right, I wonder how it got there. Hadrien was confused. Was something wrong with Bunny? Hatu, Cheshiwe, is something wrong with Hattie Bunny? Oh no, young Hadrien, nothing is wrong with your bunny. It's just that one was made for Alice by the White Rabbit himself so that she could go back and forth between Wonderland and London. Wherever did you find it? Hadrien then proceeded to tell them about the toy store in Silver Chime Alley and how his bunny was sitting on a shelf all alone. The day Simon gave Alice hers, I recall him saying some thing about the first one going missing and that's why it took so long. I also recall Alice being more of a cream and a bit bigger too. I'll go ask him, give me one moment. The Hatter said before running off in some random direction. Lena Lee was having so much fun with little Hadrien. She hadn't had a tea party since joining the order and deep down she missed it. The look on Hadrien's face was Saint too cute when the Hatter came back with the white rabbit. He told them to call him Simon and that he was happy that his first creation was in good hands. He then explained how the little thing worked. All you had to do was hold it and think very hard about who or where you wanted to go, then just take one step forward. You'll feel like you're fallen and in a sense you are, but don't be afraid, it is a rather unique experience. And if you want to take someone with you they most hold on to you and clear their mind. As he said that Hadrien whipped his head around so fast that she was afraid that he would hurt himself. Aunt Lena, can we try please? Hadrien asked, jumping up and down in his excitement. You are supposed to hang out with Curie next and I know for a fact that he was going to take you to his greenhouse. I think you can see it from your window. She was right, they could, so Lena Lee helped Hadrien clean up and put the stuff away. Hadrien picked up his bunny and waited for his midnight chess and Aunt Lena to get comfortable before thinking about outside of his Uncle Al greenhouse. He could feel a pull and stepped forward before feeling like he was falling. He opened his eyes. All around him were different things like teapots, cards, tables, and a full with all of the colors. Uncle Al. They landed right outside of the greenhouse just as Curie was coming out. I was just about to come get you. How did you get here so fast? Lena Lee then explained everything to Curie and then left to go help her brother with his work. Curie was a little nervous about being left alone with Hadrien and didn't know what to do. He knew that he would have to keep the little boy away from his grandfather's plants until he was older. He smiled at Hadrien and held out his hand and waited for Hadrien to take it. What are we going to do? Hadrien asked as he took the offered hand. He could feel how nervous his Uncle Al was but ignored it. He started towards the greenhouse. Listened to his Uncle Al talk about all of the plants he had. He listened very carefully when his Uncle Al told him to stay away from the back garden. The plants in there are carnivorous, that means they eat meat. And I don't want them turning you into a snack. Hadrien nodded his head in agreement. He had been bitten before and it wasn't a nice feeling. He still nerves around dogs. They had a lot of fun. When Curie told Hadrien about a plant he listened and on one occasion corrected him on his plant knowledge about roses. He never really had someone to talk to about plants because no one at the order really worked with them. Sure, he could talk to Alan and maybe Jerry, but it wasn't the same, but now he had his little nephew and he actually knew what he was talking about. His phone suddenly went off and startled them both, but they soon both laughed. It's your daddy, I'll be right outside. I don't get very good reception in here. When his Uncle Al left, Hadrien got this weird feeling that he was being watched. He slowly got up and looked around but saw nothing. Young Hadrien, what has you so nervous? I don't know, Midnight. It feels like we were being watched. I'm sure there is nothing to worry about. Your uncle wouldn't have left us alone if he was not sure. His Midnight had a point. His Uncle Al would not have left him alone if there was something dangerous. He went back to watering the roses but froze when he heard a low growl. He slowly turned around and came face to face with a young mountain lion. He had tears pouring down his face as he slowly backed up but dodged just in time to avoid the lion. He tried to run for the door but the lion got in front of him, blocking the path, so he ran the other way. His Uncle Al told him not to go in there but he had no choice, so he ran for the back garden. He made it to the door and shut it just in time for the lion to hit it. Curie was panicking. He could hear things breaking but could not get in. He was ramming the door when Link showed up. Curie, what's going on and where is Hadrien? He's inside but I can't get back in. Link soon joined him in ramming the door. They knocked it down just in time to see Hadrien SLAYER. The back garden door shut and the lion bounce off of it. Curie and Link acted fast, Curie activating his innocence to scare the lion while Link slowly made his way to the back garden. Hadrien could hear his Uncle Al taking care of the lion but knew better than to leave yet. He turned around to look at the room and came face to face with a giant rosé. He felt like it was looking at him, so he slowly raised his hand to pet it. It started to purr like a cat and brushed his face gently. Another one showed up and picked him up by the back of his dress and gently set him on one of the other flowers. He looked down when he heard the door slam open and his Uncle Al and Link call his name. "Uncle Al, yow flows aw silly," Hadrien said while laughing as the flower tickled him. Cree and Link gave a sigh of relief at the sight before them and then broke out into a fit of laughter. Cree said that he found where the lion had gotten in it and how it must have come in here looking for food. Lion was now in a cage waiting to be relocated. So Link was now in charge of Hadrien. "Can we make potions? Please, please, please," with Chu Wise on top. Link was known for his willpower, but when faced with those big green puppy dog eyes he was powerless. Knowing that none of the potions were dangerous, Link decided that it would be okay to make them down in the science labs. "Alright, but you Muse. Listen to all of my instructions, understand?" Getting a nod in return, he gently took Hadrien hand and walked down to the labs. Yet again Tim had what they needed, so Link set everything up. Hadrien was excited. He had read some books on potions and his favorite author was a potions master by the name of Severus Snape. He had read that he was the potions professor at Hogwarts, so he was very excited to go, but only if his mummy and daddy said it was okay. "Hadrien, you ready to start?" He ran over and put on the apron that Link handed him. He did everything Link said and found that he really liked potions. It was almost like cooking, but in a way a lot easier. Link could see how much fun Hadrien was having. His little cousin didn't really like potions, but Link did. His family thought that he was a squib for the longest time until they introduced him to potions. They managed to make 3 potions before they were interrupted by number 65. "Sorry Link, but Central called and they need you to write up a report." "Alright, I be right there. Could you find Komui and tell him I need him to watch Hadrien?" Number 65 nodded before rounding the corner. "Sorry Munchkin, we'll have to continue some other time." "It's okay. Hattie had a lot of fun making potions with you." Hadrien ducked his head and mumbled something that Link didn't catch. "Can you repeat that please? Is it okay if Hattie calls you big brother?" Link was shocked. Hadrien didn't even know him that long, but he wanted to call him his brother. He would never admit it, but he saw Alan as a mother and he felt like he was becoming part of the family. "Yes Hadrien, I would like that very much," he said, pulling Hadrien into a hug. "Uncle Mui." Link waited until Komui got there before he left to go write that report. He could tell Hat Komui was avoiding his team, but he knew that Hadrien would be okay. "Okay sport, we are going to play hide and seek with my team, so we need to go before they find us," Komui said as he picked Hadrien up and ran down the hall. Komui could hear his team yelling about how they needed to split up and search for him, so their first hiding place was an old storage room. "Uncle Mui, where are you hiding from your team?" Well, Uncle Mui doesn't want to do his paperwork, so he decided to play hide and seek with his nephew. Hadrien nodded his head but looked like he didn't approve. They were only air for a few minutes before they had to find another hiding place. They were running down the hall when number 65 spotted them and called for backup. Hadrien was having fun, although he didn't approve of his Uncle Mui skipping work. Somehow they managed to lose number 65 and found a new hiding spot, this time in an abandoned room. They didn't stay there long, just long enough to make sure no one was in the area. "Alright Hattie, I'm about to show you something very cool, but you must promise to hold my hand." Hadrien nodded his head before grabbing his Uncle Mui hand. They walked down the hall for a while before coming to a set of heavy metal doors. His Uncle Mui put in a passcode and a small side door opened up. Once inside, Hadrien looked around. There in the middle of the room was a glowing cube with a set of stairs leading up to the outline of a door. "This is the main entrance to the Ark. I'm sure you saw it when you were outside earlier. The Ark is the big white cube floating above the order. Your mummy can control it. I'm sure when you're older he will give you a tour." "How does my mummy do that?" "He uses a special piano that is within the Ark. I'm sure if you ask him he'll teach you how to play." Komui said once he saw the look in his nephew team wouldn't find him here for a while, so he told Hadrien all about his robots and how his mummy and mainly his daddy would destroy them. Komui managed to make it to dinner without his team finding him, but as he entered the cafeteria he was bound and gagged before being dragged out. Mummy, Daddy, Grandpa, Hadrien ran over to his mummy and was swept up in a big hug. Mummy, Link says that Hadrien may call him Big Biwathu. Alan was shocked but not surprised. When he first saw Link he was this small scared TTLE boy standing behind some idiot from Central, and he was just adorable. So Alan tried to take care of that little boy. He had at one point thought about adopting him, but after the arc he didn't think it was possible. That is wonderful, baby, but now we need to eat, then it's bath time, and then off to bed with you. Kanda knew how Alan felt about one-Howard Link. He had ever since he first saw Alan talk to the child. He knew that Alan considered Link his child in everything but blood. Kanda was just waiting for Link to notice it too. Sorry I'm late, I got a letter from Gringotts. One of Air clients cancelled, so we have been moved up. We'll need to leave right after breakfast for the meeting. Kanda nodded. At least they'll get their answers sooner rather than later, but something about tomorrow worried him. After dinner Cross volunteered to give Hadrien his bath. Thankfully he was too excited to be afraid of the water, so the bath went by fast. On their way back Hadrien told him all about his day. Cross was a little angry about the lion, but since Hadrien wasn't making a big deal about it he would deal with it later. Guanpa, can you tell Hattie another story please? Sure Munchkin, what kind would you like? Can you wed Alice in Wonderland? Sure. They entered the living room to find Kanda and Alan kissing and getting a little too touchy-feely. They broke apart quickly when they heard Hadrien giggle and Cross clear his throat. Alan was as red as a tomato, but Kanda just had a smug smile. If you are quit done molesting my son, tell yours good night. He may be okay the marriage, but that didn't mean he was okay with watching his son be groped. Kanda chuckled at the look on Cross' face. It was funny messing with the old man. That and Alan turns the prettiest shade of red. Good night Munchkin. Remember we leave after breakfast, so wait for me and Mummy before you leave, okay? He received a nod in return, followed by a kiss on the cheek. After saying goodnight to his mummy it was story time. Cross wasn't halfway through the book before Hadrien was asleep. He put the book back on the shelf, kissed Hadrien forehead and left the room. I have a bad feeling about tomorrow. I haven't said anything to Alan though, didn't want to worry him. We should be on guard tomorrow. I saw some wizards watching us in Silver Chime Alley, so I've asked Komui to keep extra Olims around the area, but so far nothing. I agree, the wizards could just have been starring because of the uniform, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I think we all should wear our uniforms, Tom. Oro, just to be safe that we won't be messed with. Kanda nodded his head in agreement before saying goodnight to Cross. They were both unaware of the shadow sitting in Hadrien room watching him with protective Quicksilver eyes. Chapter end notes. I know Nick isn't in this chapter, that's because he will be in the next one and you'll get to see a lot more of Iris too. Also I didn't say anything about the arc incident before, and it will be a little bit before I get to that, because honestly what kid hasn't asked how their parents got together? Finding answers. Chapter notes. Yay, answers. But not all of them. Oh, for those of you waiting for the Dursleys, they'll be in the next chapter. See the end of the chapter for more. Hadrien was excited. Today they would be going to Gringotts. Only his mummy, daddy, grandpa, Chess, and Nick were going. His midnight said it would be too cold for him. Tim had to stay to get upgraded, and his mummy said everyone else had paperwork to do. Hadrien, I want you to be very careful today. There is something in the air that is making me nervous. Okay Iris, Hattie won't leave Mummy and Daddy's sides. Hadrien was about to leave when he remembered what his daddy said about waiting for them before he left, so he went over to his bookshelf and pulled out one of his potion books. Alan woke up to the feeling of someone kissing his neck. We could have a quick round if we start now. He couldn't help but giggle at his husband, always thinking with the head between his legs and not the one on his shoulders. You know we can't. Hadrien probably up already. That and my dad will be here soon, and I would like to still be married, not a widow. Alan didn't have to see his face to know that Hugh was rolling his eyes. Like that old fart can kill me. I wouldn't be so sure, punk. They both jumped at the sound of voice from the doorway. He was leaning against the door frame with a rather smug look on his face. They both could hear Hadrien ask what was going on. A few minutes earlier, when Cross first came in and saw that no one was in the living room, he went to check on Hadrien first. When he entered, the sight that greeted him was one of pure innocence. Hadrien was sitting on the floor by the bookshelf reading aloud to Chess, who was laying on his shoulders. He was still in his pajamas and his hair was sticking out all over the place just like Alan did in the morning. "Hey Munchkin, why aren't you dressed?" Hadrien looked over at him and smiled before getting up and running over to him. "Daddy said for Hattie to wait for them." "Is that so?" The little boy in his arms nodded before wiggling to be put down. Once on the floor, the little boy ran over to his closet and pulled out a miniature Black Order uniform. "Aunt Miwa helped Hattie make it ye stew day. Now I look like Mummy, Daddy, and Grandpa." Cross chuckled at the look of pride on his grandson's face, then helped him put it on, then pulled his hair up into a small ponytail like his idiot of a son-in-law. But it made Hadrien look cute. When they left his room, they found that Alan and Kanda were not up still, so Cross told Hadrien to sit on the couch while he woke them up. Present. Both Alan and Kanda were wearing their uniforms, though Alan was quite a nice shade of red. They all walked down to the cafeteria for breakfast with everyone before they left. "Mummy, how will we get to Gwingot's?" "We will use an arc door. There's one that's close enough to the leaky cauldron that we won't be late." The look of awe on Hadrien's face made them laugh. When they entered, Jerry M. Agically appeared and took Hadrien from Alan. "Hey there, cutie pie. I have made a special breakfast for you and special snacks for your trip to London." Hadrien was in shock. His Uncle Jerry made him a special breakfast and snacks. He was so in shock that he didn't realize that he was crying. "Oh, Hattie, I didn't mean to make you cry. Come on, let's go eat," Jerry said as he laid the small family to a table in front. "Hey Dad, I have a question for you. When we were in town the other day, Hadrien ordered everything on the menu, but yesterday Jerry said he barely ate anything. I talked to Bookham and about that, and he thinks that it has to do with Hadrien using his innocence for the first time. His stomach didn't register how much food he was eating, because his body needed it, but once his body replenished what it lost, his stomach said, no more. He isn't like you, Alan. Yes, he is a parasite, but his innocence is not active like yours, so his body doesn't burn through energy like yours does. I'm sure that once the blocks are removed, his body will slowly adjust." Alan accepted this and hoped his dad was right. After Jerry was down fawning over Hadrien, they said their goodbyes and left for the Ark. Cross put in his coat and opened the door. Alan handed Hadrien over up the stairs. "Daddy, woo is Nicky. He's already in London waiting for us." Hadrien nodded his head before turning to look at his mummy. He watched as his mummy slowly opened the door and walked through. His grandpa and daddy followed. The inside of the Ark was big and open, with all of the walls and bridges. It made it look like a labyrinth. "If I remember correctly, the door to London should be this way. Alan, if we get lost, you will be paying for it later. I would suggest that you don't threaten my son in front of me, punk." Hadrien watched as his daddy and grandpa had a starring contest, but turned when his mummy gave a triumphant yell. "Here it is. And you thought I would get us lost? Kanda just rolled his eyes as Alan threw open the door and walked through. They exited out from an alleyway just around the corner from the pub. As they were walking, some people were stopping and staring at them. Hadrien didn't like all of the attention and hide in his daddy's neck. When they entered the pub, they looked around for Nick. Alan was the first to spot him at the bar. Once they were close enough, Hadrien immediately launched himself at him. "Hey there, Hattie, what's wrong?" Nick asked as Hadrien burrowed his way into Nick's neck. "I think it's all of the attention that we're getting. He'll calm down once we get to the bank," Alan said as he rubbed his baby's back. The attention they were getting only got worse when they entered the alley. All the noise stopped as they entered, but slow. Lee picked back up as they made their way to the bank. Hadrien didn't like all of the noise and starring. It made him very nervous. He was happy that he had his Chess with him. She was purring in his ear and muffling the noise. Plus, Nicky was rubbing his back, making him sleepy. He would close his eyes just for a minute. Nick looked down just in time to see Hadrien close his eyes and fall asleep. He figured that he would wake him up at the bank, there was no point in doing it now when all of the gossip would stress him out. They reached the bank without any trouble, so once they entered, Nick slowly woke Hadrien up. Hadrien looked around the bank with half-asleep eyes but woke up fully when he spotted a goblin. He quietly asked Nicky if he could go to his grandpa, because he was the tallest, which meant he could see more of the bank. Cross wasn't surprised when Nick handed him Hadrien because he heard what he asked and couldn't help but chuckle at how much like his mother he was. Alan was always a curious child, which meant he got into more trouble than most. He just hoped Hadrien didn't have that some problem. They were approaching a counter when a wizard started yelling at a goblin that the man had run into. "You stupid little thing, you have ruined my robes." The man then hit the goblin with his cane before leaving the bank. Hadrien could see that the goblin was bleeding, so glad to get down before running over to him. He was nervous at first but took a deep breath and pulled out a white handkerchief. Are you okay, MW? Goblin. The goblin had a stunned look on his face. But his lack of answer made Hadrien panic. "Mummy, MW. Goblin won't say anything. Is he okay?" Hadrien, calm down, sweetie. He is fine. Just a little surprised that you asked if he's okay. Hadrien got a confused look on his face that had his daddy, grandpa, and Nicky snickering. Why would he be surprised? Did no one take care of his boo-boos before? Now they were full-blown laughing, but pretty much all of the goblins looked confused. Alan shot the three idiots behind him a dirty look before answering his son's question. In Britain, goblins and other creatures are looked down upon by wizards and witches because they don't think they're important. That's why he's surprised. What Hadrien did next shocked everyone. Hadrien didn't like that. It wasn't fair to them. What made the wizards and witches of Britain think they were so great? Hadrien had tears rolling down his cheeks as he hugged the goblin. "Haddy Sowie, that wizards and witches all mean to you." Alan picked Hadrien up and tried to calm him down before he made himself sick. Though he was very proud of his little boy, he took the handkerchief from Hadrien and handed it to the goblin. "Here, he wanted to give that to you so you could stop the bleeding." The goblin nodded, still in shock at what just happened. Wait, Mew. Mummy, Haddy didn't ask his name. "It is Griphook, young wizard." "Not wizard, Hadrien." Griphook looked confused until Alan told him that Hadrien wanted him to call him by his name. Kanda was very proud of his son and how innocent he was. With a smile on his face, he told the goblin at the counter that they were here to see Bloodfang. The goblin, Silverblade, showed them to Bloodfang office and told them that he would be with them shortly. "Hadrien, I'm very proud of what you said to Griphook, but you need to calm down before you make yourself sick, okay?" The little boy nodded and took a deep breath before slowly letting it out. Hadrien had finally calmed down by the time Bloodfang came in. "According to Master Cross, you would like a blood heritage test done on your son, is this correct?" Before Alan or Kanda could answer, Hadrien spoke up. "Is MW. Griphook okay?" Bloodfang looked at the child and did his best version how a smile. "He is fine, young Hadrien, and I personally thank you for helping him. The wizard that hit has been banned from all Gringotts banks and will lose all rights to everything that has been placed in any Gringotts under his name." "Then who will it go?" Hadrien asked Bloodfang with a confused look on his face. "It will go to his next blood relative." Hadrien nodded his head but didn't understand everything. He was just happy that the bad man was punished. Alan smiled before confirming Bloodfang question. With a nodded, Bloodfang pulled out a dagger and an old-looking paper. "I need him to add 3 drops of blood to the paper." Alan nodded and grabbed the dagger and pricked Hadrien finger while Yu was distracting him. Once the blood hit the paper, black writing slowly appeared. Hadrien Mana Walker Kanda aka Harry James Potter. Parents: Phoenix Black aka Alan Walker Kanda, bearer, alive, Yu Walker Kanda. Father: alive, James Potter, adopted father, deceased. Lily Potter, adopted mother, deceased. Relatives: Cross Marion, grandfather on mother's side, alive, Walburga Black. Grandmother on mother's side, deceased, Sirius Black, uncle on mother's side, alive. Regulus Black, uncle on mother's side, unknown, Andromeda Tonks, first cousin. Once removed on mother's side, alive, Nymphadora Tonks, second cousin once removed on mother's side, alive. Narcissa Malfoy, first cousin once removed on mother's side, deceased Draco Malfoy, second cousin once removed on mother's side, alive Bellatrix Lestrange, first cousin once removed on mother's side, alive. Nicholas, Nimbus, Black, first cousin once removed on mother's side, unknown. Godparents: Sirius Black, godfather named by James Potter, Severus Snape. Godfather named by Lily Potter. Alice Longbottom, godmother named by both Lily and James Potter, Levi Bookman, godfather named by Hugh Walker Kanda, Lena Lee, godmother named by Alan Walker Kanda. Magical Guardian: Albus Dumbledore, Illegally. Titles: Lord to the most ancient and noble house of Potter, named by James Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Perivale, named by James Potter, heir to the most Ant. NT and noble house of Black, named by Sirius Black, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Slytherin, through magical ability, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Merlin, by magic, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Pendragon, by magic. Magical abilities: Parseltongue, Metamorphagus 100 blocked by Albus Dumbledore, Animagus 50 blocked by Albus Dumbledore, natural. Occlumency 100 blocked by Albus Dumbledore. Natural Legilimency 80 blocked by Albus Dumb, 100 blocked by Albus Dumbledore, Soul Sight 90 blocked by Albus Dumbledore. Magical Creature Inheritance: Unknown. WN until 15th birthday or Forced Awakening. Mates: Unknown. Magical Core Level: Mage 60 blocked by Albus Dumbledore, Magical Core Type: Grey, Heavy Dark Taint. Innocence Level: Crystal 90 block. Ed by Albus Dumbledore, Potions Compulsions: None detected. They were all shocked at how many blocks were on Hadrien and how many abilities he had. Mummy, why does it say the Yao name is Phoenix Black? They all looked back up at the top and sure enough it said, Phoenix Black aka Alan Walker Kanda. I don't know Munchkin. Bloodfang, may I do a blood heritage test? With a nod Bloodfang pulled out another piece of paper. Alan pricked his finger and watched the page slowly filled. Phoenix Black aka Alan Walker Kanda. Parents: Cross Marion, father, alive. Walburga Black, mother, deceased. Relatives: Hadrien Mana Walker Kanda aka Harry Potter, son, alive. Sirius Black, half-brother on mother's side, alive. Regulus Black, twin brother, unknown. Andromeda Tonks, cousin on mother's side, alive. Nymphadora Tonks, second cousin on mother's side, alive. Narcissa Malfoy, cousin on mother's side, deceased. Draco Malfoy, second cousin on mother's side, alive. Bellatrix Lestrange, cousin on mother's side, alive. Nicholas, Nimbus, Black, cousin on mother's side, unknown. Godparents: none. Magical Guardian: none. Titles: Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Merlin, by magic. Lord of Th. Most ancient and noble house of Pendragon, by magic. Lord to the most ancient and noble house of Dragoon, through creature inheritance, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Gryffindor, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Ravenclaw, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Hufflepuff. Magical abilities: Dragontongue, Animagus, Natural Occlumency, Soul Sight, Shadow Magic. Magical Creature Inheritance: Shadow Dragoon mates. Hugh Walker Kanda, husband, alive. Magical Core Level: Mage 100 blocked by Albus Dumbledore, Magical Core Type: Grey. Innocence Level: Crystal. Potions Compulsions: None detected. Alan looked at his dad with tears in his eyes. They were blood-related. He would finally get to know what happened and why he was abandoned. But first, Nick, why are you labeled as my cousin? Nick looked like he wanted to run, but one look at Hadrien big green eyes had him sagging in his seat. I was born Nimbus Black, but I had all of my friends call me Nicholas after my adopted uncle who died in the First War. And before you yell at me, you never asked about who I was before I was made into an Akuma. Gentlemen, I do not think this is a conversation you should have in front of young Hadrien. If you would like, Griphook can take him to the ritual room to have the blocks removed. That would be great, Bloodfang, Alan said while sending a dark look at his father and cousin. Bloodfang yelled for Griphook, who came in not 2 minutes later. He then instructed him to take young Hadrien to the ritual room. Alan set Hadrien on the floor and watched him run over Griphook and take his hand before asking him every question under the sun. Once the door shut, Alan rounded on his cousin. Nick had never been so afraid before. Sure, watching your sister kill you is horrible. Put the look on Alan's face was the stuff of nightmares. Alan could feel his dad staring at him, but right now he wanted answers from Nick. Did you know my mother, and how did you become an Akuma? Yes, I knew her, but I never really talked to her. She kind of changed a few years after Regulus was born, and no one knew why. It was my older sister that killed me, but I don't know why. All I know is that she asked to see me in the back garden, and when I arrived, the first and last thing I saw before I died was a flash of green and my sister saying a soft sorry. Alan nodded his head before glaring at the floor. Did you know? Cross closed his eyes and took a deep breath before looking at Alan. No, I did not know that you were my son. Yes, I knew your mother was pregnant and IED to be there for her as much as possible, but a month before she gave birth to you and your brother I was assigned a mission. We wrote back and forth, and when she told me that you two had been born I was over the moon. I headed straight back to her when my mission was over, but when I got there it was quiet. I called for her but she didn't answer, so I went looking. I found her in the nursery. It was destroyed. The cribs were in pieces and your mother was in the center of it holding your brother. She told me that you were gone. She had tried to protect you, but it was no use, there were too many of them. I stayed with her for many years watching Regulus and Sirius grow up, but I had some old friends looking for you. After 6 years your mother started acting strange and demanded that I leave and never come back. So I did, after having a long talk with your brothers about how they can reach me if they ever needed to. Years went by and I slowly gave up hope that you would ever be found, and then one day I found a little boy all alone in a graveyard and saw it as a second chance to be a better father. I knew that this little boy would not replace you and I didn't try to, but I knew this little boy needed me, so this time I tried to be better. Cross had tears rolling down his face as he used all of his willpower to stay seated and not run to his son. Alan was in tears. He wasn't abandoned by his parents. He was taken from them. His mother loved him and he had an older half-brother and older twin brother. He ran over to his dad and sobbed into his chest. He was about to something when they heard Hadrien scream in pain. Just after Griphook shut the door. Hadrien was so excited. He would get to see more of the bank. His chest was on his head and purring, which made his head tickle. Griphook, what is the ritual womb? Just Griphook is fine, Hadrien, and the ritual room is where we perform all sorts of rituals, from purifying to block removal. Which is what you and your mummy will receive. Griphook finished in a matter-of-fact voice. They soon reached a set of big red doors, which opened as they got closer. Hadrien looked around the room in awe. It had stone walls with crystals of all sizes and colors, making it look very bright, and in the center of the floor was a giant circle with weird writing all around it. Hadrien, you will need to put this white robe on and lay in the middle of the circle. He nodded before giving him his chest and taking the robe. As he laid in the middle and listened to the goblins chanting, his head started to feel weird, and so did his chest. Tears were rolling down his face. It hurt so badly he wanted his daddy. The goblins had wide eyes as they chanted and watched as a dark energy slowly left the boy's forehead, followed by a pure white energy. They could hear what sounded like fighting coming from it and watched as the two energies emerged. Then the little boy screamed. Kanda was the first through the door and froze at the sight before him. On the floor was his little boy screaming in pain while two balls of energy circled him from above. Then they both charged the other. They did this for a few moments when the pure white energy started pulsating and moving lower to the floor. When it landed, it slowly started to take a more solid form, and then he heard a voice he had only heard once before. How dare you try and kill my Hadrien, you little piece of crud. You think you have the power to beat me? You are nothing. Before them stood a tall young woman with floor-length hair that started out white and slowly faded into a glowing innocence green. She was wearing a long white dress that was almost see-through and flowing at the bottom, with varying shades of light green and what looked like black thread crisscrossing up her arms. I have taken your place in his core. Fade away, but why wait when I can do something fun? You see, now that I have access to his magic, I can do this. Iris slowly gathered magic into her hands and molded it into a scythe. She slowly walked toward the dark energy with a vicious smile on her face. You see, I have no problem with destroying you because I absorbed your dark taint. Had I not been there Hadrien would have, and I'm pretty sure that's what the old scumbag wanted. She raised her scythe and swung it down. A blood-curdling scream came from the dark energy before it vanished. Iris dissolved the scythe before walking over and picking up Hadrien, who had passed out due to the pain. She went over the griphook and picked Chess up and then walked over to Kanda. How are you here? I have taken the place of the taint, so when my energy and Hadrien magic it allowed me to take a physical form. Kanda nodded his head before taking his son from her arms. He gasped when he saw the scar on his little boy's forehead. The lightning bolt was gone in an eye. T.S. place was an exact replica of Alan's, but instead of red it was green and his bangs were now white. Kanda couldn't stop himself, he laughed. Alan sent you a dark look before taking his baby and checking him over. Nothing else changed, so he wasn't too worried. He'll sleep for a little bit, so don't worry. He'll be very hungry when he wakes up though. I'm going to sleep myself, using that much energy after so long as draining. She then slowly dissolved into a white mist before going back into Hadrien Scar. Alan looked at Griphook when he cleared his throat. He said since Alan was here the Y could remove the block on his magic, but everyone would have to leave for their own safety. With your magic being blocked for so long, it will lash out and will destroy whatever it can reach. Alan handed Hadrien to his dad after kissing his forehead. You didn't look too happy at the thought of leaving, but one look at Alan had him sighing in defeat. Cross looked at his son and then his grandson. He knew that there were more questions asked than answered. Where was Regulus? Where was Sirius? Why didn't Hadrien go to one of his godparents? If he wasn't with them, then where did he go? They were in Bloodfang's office talking when Alan came in and sat on Kanda lap. He looked beat but not full-blown tired. Hadrien had woken up not 2 minutes before he came in, so he was rubbing his eyes and looking around in confusion. Now that you are all here, I'm sure you have questions. Yes, why does it say that my grandson's name is also Harry Potter? Bloodfang then proceeded to tell them about the First War and how the Dark Lord was defeated by Hadrien, who at the time was known as Harry Potter. He also told them about how Sirius Black was thrown in Azkaban without a trial. He was what? Cross shouted after handing Hadrien over to Nick. Yes, according to Dumbledore he pleaded guilty. I have my doubts though, as Dumbledore came here before Sirius Black was found, and had the Potter wills sealed. So you're telling me that this man has not only wronged my grandson and my son but my eldest too? At Bloodfang's nodded. Cross left the room to find something to shoot at. Bloodfang, I'd like you to contact my mother's family, except Bellatrix, and tell them that they are invited to the Black Order, but don't tell them why. I would also like you to contact Mr. Snape and invite him as well, but tell him that it concerns Harry Potter. And lastly, I would like you to contact Amelia Bones and have a trial set up for Sirius as soon as possible, Alan said as he racked his brain for anything else. But after a minute or so couldn't think of anything else. Would you like Gringotts to go through yours and your son's vaults to take inventory and make a list for you? Yes, that would be greatly appreciated. Alan looked down when he felt something tug his sleeve. There at his side was Hadrien, whose eyes were as round as saucers. As Hattie going to meet Professor Snape? Yes, baby. Before Alan could ask why, Hadrien was jumping up and down squealing with excitement. He then ran over to Chess and picked her up before dancing around the room. I ran into Link yesterday and he told me that Hadrien favorite potions book author was one Severus Snape, so you have just made his day. Nick said from Alan's left. Alan smiled at the little boy dancing around the room and hoped that he never stopped being so innocent. Cross came back to Bloodfang's office about half an hour later feeling much better. When he entered he saw Alan, Kanda, Nick, and Bloodfang talking and Hadrien at Alan's feet eating a snack with Chess. Thank you Bloodfang for seeing us, but I think it is almost lunch time and I'm sure someone is very hungry. They all said their goodbyes and Hadrien hugged Griphook as they were leaving. They then walked back to the Leaky Cauldron where both Alan and Hadrien ordered everything on the menu. Once they were done eating they decided to explore the alley. Nick was holding Hadrien while Kanda held Alan hand. Cross disappeared a few minutes earlier saying that he needed to check something. The first story they entered was Flourish Blott's bookshop. Nick put Hadrien down so that he could look but told him to hold his hand and not run off. Hadrien was so excited. He had never seen so many books before. He dragged Nicky over to the creature section. He was very curious as to what a dragoon was. He knew that his mummy would be looking to, but he wanted to be helpful. Thankfully the books were in alphabetical order, so he just had to find the D section. He looked at the books, and when he found one that meant shined dragons, he looked through it to see if there was anything on dragoons. With the help of Nicky, they went through all of the books on dragons. But they found nothing. With a determined look on his face, Hadrien walked up to the counter and asked Nicky to ring the bell. A few minutes later a man with salt and pepper hair walked to the counter. "Hello, I'm Mr. Blotz. How can I help you? I was looking for a book about dragoons but I couldn't find any," Hadrien said from behind his bangs. Mr. Blotz had a shocked look on his face. This small little boy was looking for a book about such a dangerous creature. "May I ask why?" Hadrien didn't know what to do. His mummy didn't say it was a secret, but he felt that he shouldn't tell anyone. He looked up at Nicky for help. Nick saw the look on Hadrien's face and called Alan over. Once there he told him about Hadrien's problem. "Hattie, it's not a secret, you can tell him." Hadrien nodded and told Mr. Blotz about his mummy, and why he needed the books. "Well, unfortunately I have no books on them, but I do have some old books on shadow magic. You are more than welcome to have them, as it is very rare to have that type of magic in there. Knowledge would be better used by you than some dusty old shelf." Hadrien didn't want to just take the books, but he knew that they would help his mummy. Seeing Hadrien bite his lip, Alan offered to pay for the books anyway. He was excited to learn about his magic and was happy that his little boy was trying to be helpful. They picked up a few more books on different things before leaving. They met up with Cross just outside of the apothecary, and he told them that he found some things that he would show them later. Kanda said that Link had given him a list of potion ingredients to get, and no sooner had he finished did Hadrien materialize beside him holding his hand. "Come on Daddy, we need to get the ingredients." Kanda chuckled at his son's eagerness. He'll have to tell Link that he has created a monster. He was dragged all over the shop by Hadrien, who was talking a mile a minute in his excitement. He had given Hadrien and the list so that he could pick the ingredients, though Hadrien did say that they could pick a lot of these from Curry greenhouse. Kanda was picking up some bat splawn shout. Alan was walking around, looking at the different cauldrons when he heard crying just around the corner. There sitting on the floor was a little boy with flaming red hair. What he saw next pissed him off. Standing in front of the little boy was his mother. She had her hand held out like she was going to strike the little boy, but the blood on her nails told him that she already had. "You worthless little brat, do you know how much I have to put up with, and you're telling me you're hungry again?" Her hand moved down to strike the little boy again, but Alan grabbed it before knocking her to the floor. "How dare you strike a child, you hag? What gives you the right to hit a child? I don't care if you are his mother, I'll make sure he never has to go back to you." Alan then bent down to get a good look at the little boy when Kanda and Hadrien ran around the corner. Hadrien stopped dead in his tracks when he saw the little boy. "Mummy, he has innocence." The little boy whipped his head around so fast that you could hear his neck crack. There on the side of his face was a glowing green scar similar to Alan only his circled his left eye, which was just as green as Hadrien eyes, with runes around the outside. "Is that what it is?" Hadrien got so excited that he ran over and started telling him all about the Black Order and what innocence was. Both Alan and Kanda were shocked this little boy had innocence. Why had he never been brought to the Order so he could be trained? "You can have the little scumbag, I don't care. He is more trouble than he's worth." Kanda wanted to pee her head off but refrained from doing so in front of the boys. He watched the witch leave, but he knew he would see her again. He walked over to the little boys, who were so engrossed in the conversation that they thankfully didn't hear her. "Hey little one, what is your name?" Alan asked the little boy in a soft voice. He looked like he didn't want to answer, but when he saw Hadrien smile he did. "My name is Percy. Am I going to an orphanage?" "No silly. Mummy and Daddy would never put someone in an orphanage. You'll come home with us, white mummy." "Yes sweetie, but first we most making a trip to the candy store." Alan watched as both little boys lit up at the thought of candy. They paid for their purchases before leaving the shop. Hadrien was holding Percy's hand, telling him about anything and everything he could about the Order and their family. Cross thought that they looked like a nice little family, but he had a bad feeling about that nasty woman. She was going to be a problem, he could feel it. Kanda rolled his eyes at Alan and Hadrien as they practically drooled at the huge amount of candy before them. He watched Alan pick up Hadrien and ran through the store, grabbing any and everything within sight. He looked down at Percy, who looked very nervous about being in the shop. You don't need to be nervous, kid. Alan and Hadrien will probably eat the whole store. The little boy's eyes went huge at that before slowly walking over to Alan and Hadrien. He must have told them what he said by the way Hadrien was laughing and Alan was glaring at him. They were there for a while and bought every type of candy the store had. Alan said that they could have one chocolate frog each for being good boys. Percy's card was a very rare Salazar Slytherin, and Hadrien squealed when he got Severus Snape. They were heading towards the leaky cauldron when someone grabbed Hadrien and both he and Percy vanished. Chapter end notes. I really didn't intend to get the Weasleys invo. LVED until the first book, but that's just kind of how it went. Sweat drop, and you can't tell me that Percy isn't the most sad Weasley there is. And you have no idea how much math I had to do to get the family history right. I had such a bad headache once I was done. And since Cross's age is unknown, I could play around with it. Vengeance Family. Chapter notes. I hope you guys like the story so far. Laughing face, the Dursleys are in for some crud. I didn't get too dark, just dark enough. See the end of the chapter for more. Hadrien was disoriented. 1 minute he was holding his daddy's hand and next it felt like he was being sucked through a straw, but he never let go of Percy's hand. He could hear voices that he didn't recognize and blurred shapes. He could feel that someone was carrying him and Percy. He was still holding Percy's hand and was not letting go no matter how tired he was. He could hear shouting from far away and could recognize the voice, but just not from where. He was then roughly grabbed by the arm, dislocating his shoulder. They were both roughly thrown into a cupboard he knew very well. To Hadrien _ they had been taken to the Dursleys. Just after the boys were taken, Alan was full-blown panicking and his newly awakened creature instincts were telling him to find his hatchlings. Kanda watched as Alan slowly changed. His once gray eyes were now glowing silver slits. He could see Alan's teeth were now more like fangs and his nails like sharp claws. Patches of obsidian scales were slowly appearing on his body, and the most shocking change was that his high R now reached his lower back with black highlights and 2 very sharp horns were on his head. Cross knew that this would get bad if Alan didn't calm down, but he had to be careful of how he did it. Nick, I need you to get everyone inside, but you must be calm about it. He is panicked and will strike if threatened. Nick nodded before calmly telling people to get inside. Cross slowly approached his son. When Alan snapped to look at him, he raised his hands to show that he was unarmed. Alan, I need you to focus on where they are. Use your senses and find them. Cross could see him slowly calm down, but he was still very agitated. He saw that Alan was moving toward the pub and grabbed a black cloak, after paying for it, and wrapped it around Alan. Alan could smell his hatchlings and load the smell to the ark door they used to get here. Once back in the ark, Alan followed his nose through the labyrinth of walls until he came to a small purplish door. On the other side was a small park that was empty and cookie-cutter houses. To Alan they all looked the same except for one that reeked of his hatchling's blood. As he got closer, the smell got worse and his heart stopped when he heard the screams of pain and terror. 20 minutes before Alan and the others arrived, Hadrien was scarred and wanted his family, but having Percy with him made it a little better. He could hear Vern walking around and knew that it was only a matter of time before he came for them. Percy had a tight grip on little Hadrien hand and made sure that he was behind him. He may not have liked his younger siblings, but he would still protect them just like he would protect little Hadrien. When he heard the heavy footsteps coming towards them, he made sure to put little Hadrien as far behind him as he could. When the door was thrown open, a big meaty hand came in and grabbed him by the hair. He and little Hadrien were then thrown into what looked like a living room. You god darn freak, we finally get rid of you and then you're brought back here with another one. The man was very large and had Hadrien shaking with tears pouring down his face. The man charged them, but Percy had 2 older others and 3 younger ones and was able to dodge him, never once letting go of little Hadrien hand. Hadrien was shocked that Percy dodged Vernon and didn't let go of his hand. He hoped that his MMY was on his way because Vernon was now very angry. The fat man charged them and missed but just barely. He ran to the door dragging little Hadrien behind him but couldn't reach the top lock, so they ran upstairs. Percy ran into the master bedroom and locked the door before climbing under the bed. He pulled little Hadrien into a hug to muffle his sobs. They were both shaking as the fat man's steps got closer, and when they stopped breathing. The fat man busted the door off its hinges and walked around the room. While he checked the closet, Percy slowly made his way from out under the bed and towards the door. They were almost out when little Hadrien tripped over a piece of the door. "Come here, you little freaks." They ran as fast as they could to the back door this time, but the fat man managed to grab little Hadrien by the hair, forcefully pulling him back. "Now I have you, you little freak." He then threw little Hadrien into a glass table, shattering it. Percy ran over to him but made sure not to move him. When he heard the sound of metal, he turned and saw the fat man remove his belt. "This is what freaks like you deserve." Percy covered little Hadrien with his body and took the hits. In the distances he could hear a woman's voice telling the fat man not to ruin the rug. He was screaming so hard that his throat hurt, but he would not move. Before he passed out, he heard the front door slam open in an angry roar. Alan slammed the door open and charged inside. His hatchlings were in danger. What he saw made him roar in anger. There on the floor were his hatchlings and they were covered in blood. The man turned around and before he could say anything, Alan had his hand around his neck, claws drawing blood. "You hurt my hatchlings, SSS human, now you must pay," Alan said with a hiss, tightening his hold on the man. Candace saw the feral look in Alan's eyes, so had to think fast. "Alan, do you really want to kill this thing in front of Hadrien and Percy?" Candace saw him hesitate and loosen his hold, but only slightly. Alan looked over at his hatchlings before let the fat man's neck go and rushed over to them. Percy was bleeding from his back, but I'll be mostly okay, but Hadrien was the one that worried him the most. Candace watched Alan look over the boys before pulling his sword and walking towards the fat man. Cross also pulled his gun and aimed it at the man. "Vernon Dursley, you are under arrest. You can't do this to me, you freaks. Your boss told me to beat them. I am General Cross Marion of the Black Order, and I do not work for this scumbag you speak of. He can't help you out of this one either," Cross said with a feral grin. He could hear the women calling the police in the kitchen and left her alone. It just made his job easier. "Candace, I need you to call Madam Blackwood and tell her to get here." He saw Candace nod out of the corner of his eye and then walk outside. Not 2 minutes later, 2 pops could be heard from outside, followed by Madam Blackwood demanding to not where her patients were. Candace lead Madam Blackwood and her sister into the house after warning them of Alan's mental state. Madam Blackwood had told that her sister was visiting when he called, so she brought her along so she could help. When they entered, Alan was immediately on edge, watching them approach. "Alan, this is my younger sister, Madam Poppy Pomfrey. May we look at the boys so that we can heal them?" Alan looked at the 2 women before him and could tell that they weren't lying, so he slowly backed off, but only slightly. Both Omen approached slowly before examining both boys. Madam Pomfrey looked over Percy while Madam Blackwood looked over Hadrien. Percy had multiple lashes on his back and a broken arm, but nothing she couldn't heal now. Hadrien had a dislocated shoulder, concussion, and glass in his back. Thankfully it didn't penetrate too deep, otherwise it would have punctured his lungs or worse. "Alan, I would like to take them back to the Order so that they can be healed. Will you allow us to move them?" Alan knew that his hatchlings were in pain, so nodded his head, but watched both women like a hawk. Candace watched as both boys were levitated out the door, with Alan following not far behind. He was happy that Alan wouldn't be here when the police arrived, otherwise this would become very awkward. The police arrived not too long after the others left, and Cross explained what was happening. The police looked ashamed at the fact that they had not listened to the concerns of one of Hadrien's old teachers. who had made multiple reports to them about Hadrien being abused, but for some reason it was never looked into. Cross just nodded and said that it was not their fault, but they still look rather ashamed that it happened. The Dursleys could be heard shouting about how they were innocent and that they would be out by the end of the day. When Cross asked the detective what would happen to the son, he said that custody would go to the boy's aunt. Kanda was looking forward to their trial. They wouldn't get away with it this time. Black Order Infirmary. Alan was watching his hatchlings sleep in W. Wondering how bad of a setback this would be for Hadrien. He had calmed down once they arrived at the Order and his hatchlings were healed, so he was back to normal, but his hair was still long. When Hadrien and Percy started to whimper in their sleep, Alan moved onto the bed and pulled Hadrien onto his chest and Percy to his side, and started to purr. He knew that you would tease him about it, but right now it was helping them sleep. So he would do whatever it took to make them happy. Hadrien slowly started to wake up when he felt someone running their hand through his hair, and then the memories of what happened came flooding back to him. He tried to get away from the hand, but it just held him tight. He was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack when he heard his mummy whispering calming things into his ear. When he registered that it was his mummy's hand in his hair, he clung to his shirt and sobbed into his chest. "It's okay, Hattie. Mummy has you and Percy. Hush now, baby." Hadrien was Owly lulled back to sleep knowing that he was safe in his mummy's arms. Black Order Court. It wasn't a surprise that the Dursleys were taken to court the same day as they were arrested. As the Generals were the judges and they were very bored, this was the perfect entertainment. They were also very eager to see Cross tear into these idiots. Cross watched as the Dursleys were brought into the court, still shouting about how they would never go to jail for treating those freaks like they deserved. "Vernon and Petunia Dursley, you are charged with child abuse, child neglect, and attempted murder. How do you plead?" "Not guilty," Dursley said with a smug smile on his fat face. Cross wasn't surprised by this. The man was used to getting out of trouble like this, but not this time. He stood up, and was about to start questioning the fat tub of lard, but the court room's doors were thrown open and the Minister of Magic came in, followed by 4 Aurors. "What is the meaning of this fudge?" General Cloud9 shouted. She was at the Order to drop off a piece of innocence when the Dursleys were brought in, and Cross asked her to stay and be a judge for the trial. "I am here to demand the release of the Dursleys." "Why?" General Froy Tidal asked with a smile on his face, but anyone that knew the man could tell it was strained. "Because they are the guardians of Harry Potter, the boy who lived," Fudge said with a smug smile, thinking that that would make the generals release the Dursleys and obey him. His bubble of smug satisfaction was popped when all 3 generals laughed at him. Kanda couldn't believe this man's stupidity. Did he honestly think that would work? Sure, they knew about the boy who lived, but no way in heck was Hadrien going back to these people. "Fudge, you are an idiot. They are not his guardians, they never signed the papers. For starters, the child that you think is Harry James Potter is actually Hadrien Walker Kanda, a child that was taken from his parents a week after birth. Second, you have no right to demand that these child abusers be released. And third, these monsters are under Black Order jurisdiction, not yours, and I'll be damned if I let them walk away free of all charges. This trial is just for convicted," General Cloud9 said with a smug look on her face. While General Cloud9 told Fudge off, Alan had snuck in and sat next to Kanda with a tub of popcorn, asking him what he missed. Kanda then caught him up and watched Alan get a smug look on his face. Unfortunately, Fudge's next words set Alan's instincts off again. "The NI demanded that the child be placed in ministry custody so that we can find a suitable place to put him." Fudge thought that this plan would work. If he had the boy who lived, then he had all the power. That line of thought was quickly stomped out when the room started shaking and loud growling could be heard. Before anyone could stop him, Alan was across the room in the blink of an eye and Fudge was pinned to the ground. "You will not take my HATCHLINGSSSS, I don't care WHOUR. USSSSTAY away from them, or I will kill you." Alan was so pissed that this time he grew a tail as WL and it was whipping around in agitation. The Aurors pulled their wands, but before they could fire a single spell, Cross disarmed them. "I would suggest that you not attack my son, unless you want to die," Cross said in an icy tone before tossing their wands to the side. Fudge, I'm tempted to let my son kill you, but that would upset him. Not the fact that he killed you but the fact that he killed a human. And I use the term lightly. Now you and your idiots are going to leave my grandson alone, and I strongly suggest that you tell Dumblefuck to do the same, because if either of you came nearer my family it will be the last thing you do. Alan quickly released Fudge with a look of disgust on his face when the idiot wet himself. Alan then ran out of the room and straight to the infirmary. You not far behind him with a smug look on his face and a skip in his step. The rest of the trial went well, though the male Dursley had to be gagged because he wouldn't shut up. They were found guilty and sentenced to life in the Black Order prison. It was rare that someone was sent there, but not unheard of. It was just a place where the worst in the world were sent, but seeing as how Dumdiel Effic kept them from jail time before, this was the only place that they would stay in jail. After saying goodbye to General Cloud, Cross and Froy went to the infirmary to see their boys. When they go, either Alan and Kanda were laughing at the little boys on the bed. No, Hattie don't need a bath, QC does. Hadrien said with very serious look on his face. No, little Hadrien needs the bath, not me. How about you both take a bath with Daddy while I talk to Grandpa? Hadrien nodded frantically, while Percy was a little hesitant. Kanda held out his hands and the boys took them before following him out. I got responses from my cousins and they have all accepted along with Professor Snape, but his letter was rather short. They will be here tomorrow just after lunch. I also got a letter from Madam Bones, and Sirius's trail will be this coming Sunday at noon. Alan said, handing the letters to his dad before sitting on the bed. Today was exhausting and Alan just wanted to go to sleep. The NK fully, it was almost 7 and he didn't think that Hadrien or Percy would mind going to bed early. Cross looked over the letters and agreed that Professor Snape's was rather short, but he chalked it up to the late hour. Me and Froy are going to be in the library if you need us. They both received a nod before leaving. Kanda had managed to get both boys cleaned and in pajamas by the time Alan got back. Thankfully some of Hadrien clothes magically sized to fit the child, so Percy was now wearing a polar bear onesie while Hadrien wore a black bear onesie. He said it was so Percy wouldn't feel embarrassed. Oh, you two look so cute. My little bear cubs, Alan said as he kissed them both on the forehead. Is Grandpa going to read us a story? Sorry Hattie, Grandpa Cross is spending time with Grandpa Froy. Kanda said as he walked over to the bookshelf. Boys, we are going to have some visitors tomorrow and I need you to stay with Grandpa Panda, okay? Hadrien nodded with a smile on his face, but Percy looked unsure. Alan watched as Hadrien told Percy all about Bookman and Levi and how they would have so much fun. Kanda read them Peter Rabbit and by the end both boys were asleep with Percy holding Hadrien to his chest protectively. Tim was asleep on Percy's head, Midnight was asleep around Hadrien's stomach, and Chess was asleep on Hadrien's head. Kanda pulled Alan into their room and proceeded to undress him until he was in just his underwear. I was shocked when you grew a tail, but I must admit you look good with long hair. Oh yeah, yes, it makes you look very hot. Caw. Nda then kissed down Alan neck while pulling him flush against his chest. They slowly moved over to the bed and Kanda gently pushed Alan onto it. Kanda looked at the image. Before him, Alan hair W. as splayed out around him and his cheeks were flushed. Kanda thought he looked hot as sin. Kanda got undressed and moved in between Alan legs, spreading them apart. He kissed Alan before slowly working his way down his neck. We haven't done this in a while. I think we deserve some fun, don't you? Kanda asked in between kisses. He was almost down to Alan underwear when he heard something yo. You never want to hear when you're about to have physical relationship. Snoring. Kanda looked up and sure enough Alan was asleep. Kanda wanted to curse the world but couldn't. After all, today was heck. After a quick trip to the bathroom, Kanda pulled on pants and put a shirt on Alan before following his lead and falling asleep. Percy woke up to the sound of soft purr and realized that he wasn't in his bedroom at home. He moved to jump up and look at his surroundings but stopped when something in his arms snuggled up to him, so he looked down. There in his arms was little Hadrien, then Eve. Everything that happened yesterday came back to him. His mother had abandoned him because he was more trouble than he was worth. Tears slowly made their way down his face and he hugged little Hadrien to him. Hadrien woke up to the sound of crying and he felt a wet spot on his head. He remembered going to sleep with Percy while their daddy read to them. Maybe Percy had a bad dream. QC, did you have a bad DWEAM? He could feel Percy jump but just hugged him tightly. No. My mew. Mum left my. Percy said in between his tears. No he didn't, Mummy and Daddy just went to sleep silly. Come on, Hattie will show you. Ignoring the confused look on Percy's face, Hadrien pulled him out of bed, midnight still. Wrapped around his middle, and walked out of the bedroom. He knocked on the door but after receiving no answer opened it. Percy tried to stop little Hadrien, not wanting him to get in trouble, but little Hadrien wouldn't listen. Hadrien walked over to his mummy's side of the bed and jumped. Alan was startled awake by something heavy landing on his stomach. Looking down he saw Hadrien sitting on his stomach smiling at him. Looking to the left he could see Percy fidgeting. Percy, are you okay? Alan asked as he sat up. Which made Hadrien fall onto his lap. Are you mad? Why would I be mad? Because we're in your room. Alan could see that Percy was very confused but he didn't know why. He looked at the little boy before him, really looked. He was looking around nervously and watching Alan hands every time he moved them. Percy, did your mother ever hit you before yesterday? He counted to 10 when the little boy nodded his head. There was no need for him to think Alan was mad at him. Mummy, QC thinks that you left him. Tell him that he is being silly. He awked at the little boy on his lap in confusions, before he understood what he was trying to say. Alan waved Percy over and when he was close enough he picked him up and put him on the bed. Percy, Hadrien is right. Your mother may have left you but not you have to go back there. When she gave you to us she gave up all rights to you. You are now my charge, my hatchling, and my son. The ministry has no say in this. If you were just a magical child then we would have to go to court to gain custody, but since you are a child of innocence just like Hattie all we have to do is sign some paperwork later and you are ours. Is that okay? Percy nodded his head so hard that Alan was afraid that he would hurt himself. Percy was so happy. He had a real mum that cared for him. He was loved. He didn't need to try and be perfect anymore just to get love. Kanda had woken up when Alan put Percy on the bed and couldn't help but smile at how cute they all looked. Alright munchkins, out so me and yo. Mummy can get dressed and then we'll help you too. Both boys ran out, animals following not far behind. Kanda got up and shut the door before turning to pout at Alan. You fell asleep. I'm sorry. How about I make it up to you tonight? I still have that black lace negligee. If Kanda was a dog his tail would be wagging a mile a minute, but he was not so the only sign of excitement was the slight twitching of his hands. Alan giggled as he walked past you but squeaked when he garbed his butt. He was nervous to meet his mother's side of the family, but would not back down. He pulled out a deep blue long Chinese-style dress that had a black ivy pattern and long black sheer sleeves. He decided to wear black pantyhose and his black open-toed wedges. He asked you, who once again was wearing his order uniform, if he could help him put his hair up. He agreed and pulled it up into a messy bun, which was held up with a pair of blue jeweled chopsticks. You look gorgeous. Are you sure we can't have a little fun? Yes, I'm positive. Now we need to go help the boys. When they entered Hadrien room they found both boys playing hide and seek with Tim, Midnight, and Chess. They could see Chess hiding above the bed, Midnight hiding in the pile of stuffed animals on the bed, and Tim's tail hanging out of the closet. They watched as Percy found Tim, Hadrien found Midnight, and they both found Chess. All right you two, time to get dressed. Kanda found some pants and a red t-shirt that had a green dragon on it for Percy. Kanda made a mental note to go shopping to get Percy some clothes. He would probably take Percy later, if not he would ask Lenely and Miranda if they would. Alan smiled at Hadrien as he pulled out a dress that looked just like his, instead it was black with deep blue flowers and instead of black wedges he was wearing black flats. Mummy, can Hattie have his hair like yours? Sorry Munchkin, but your hair isn't long enough yet. He smiled at Hadrien little baby pout, he was so cute. They had breakfast with everyone before Hadrien and Percy left with Bookman and Levy. Bookman listened to Hadrien talk about how Percy was going to be his big brother and how he had more family now. Bookman could tell that yesterday was still affecting him by how he was always holding someone's hand or asking them to hold him. Right now though he was happy enough just holding Percy's hand. Mr. Bookman, where are we going? You may call me Grandpa Panda like Hadrien does, Percy. We are going to the library to study and then we will go see Hevlaska, she is going to check your innocence and after we will help you activate it. Percy nodded before he started talking to Hadrien again. They studied all morning and both Bookman and Levi were surprised at how good Percy was doing. Once he got used to them he asked them all sorts of questions, from what it was like being a bookman to how to become a bookman's apprentice. You'll have to ask your parents, but I think you would make a great bookman. You definitely have the mind for it. Percy was excited, he could possibly become a bookman's apprentice. His first goal was to work at the Ministry of Magic, but being a bookman sounded much better than being there. By the time lunch arrived Percy was bouncing off the walls with excitement. He ran into the cafeteria and straight into Alan legs. Mum, can I be a bookman's apprentice? Alan was stunned. He didn't think Percy would call him Mum so soon. He picked him up and spun around making the little boy laugh. We'll talk about it when you're older, but I don't have a problem with it. They all talked and Alan and Kanda told Percy that he was now Percy Walker Kanda. He launched himself at them with tears streaming down his face and saying how happy he was. Hen ran to Hadrien and they started jumping up and down. I'm sad that I won't be there for the twins but I'll see them in, he paused to count his fingers, in 4 years. They didn't think anything about what he said but they would 4 years from now. After lunch Bookman and Levi took the boys outside to play before they went to see Hevlaska. We should play hide and seek. What do you say Rugrats? Both boys cheered their agreement before running off to hide. Midnight stayed with Bookman but Chess and Tim hid with the boys. Hadrien hid in the bushes with Chess, while Percy climbed a tree and hid in the branches with Tim. After a while they managed to get Bookman to play with them. Levi never found him but the boys always did. It's not fair that you cheat. Levi told Bookman with a pout. Then maybe you should try harder. The boys laughed at how silly their Grandpa Panda and Uncle Levi were being. They were currently walking to the lift to see Hevlaska, which made Hadrien excited and Percy nervous. Don't be noobs Pussy. Hevlaska will love you. Hadrien then told him about how pretty she was and how fun she was. When they arrived, Hevlaska appeared and picked Hadrien up and into a hug. Hello young Hadrien, I can feel that the blocks are gone. Do you feel better now? Yes, I feel much better. Hevlaska, I want you to meet Pussy, he's my new big BWOTHEW. Hevlaska looked down at the little boy on the lift, who didn't take his eyes off of young Hadrien. She could see that he was a parasite type and that his innocence was in his left eye. Young Percy, may I pick you up? Percy saw how little Hadrien was with her so he slowly nodded his head. He watched as she gently put little Hadrien down and picked him up. She then touched her forehead to his. She felt like she was made of cold air and soft snow. It kind of made him sleepy. When she was down she gently set him down before speaking. He is 50 synchronized with his innocence, he would make a very good bookman should he wish. Really? Percy asked her, a huge grin on his face. Yes, your innocence will allow you to see an Akuma's weak point and the best way to defeat them. It will also allow your mind to mock connections that other people would not see. Percy lit up like a Christmas tree, even Hevlaska thought he would make a great bookman. Hadrien watched Percy and their Grandpa Panda talk about stuff he didn't understand. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a piece of innocence pulsating. He walked over and focused on it, listening to what it said. He's here, I can feel it. Must get to accommodator. He watched as it shot up into the air and tried to take off, but Hadrien caught it before it could. He ran over to his Grandpa Panda and told him what was happening. Bookman raised the lift and watched Hadrien take off in a random direction, Percy running after him. Bookman knew that they were heading towards the library. Alan was seeing his visitors in and wondered who could be the accommodator. Hadrien threw open the door and ran in, listening to the innocents. Bane, tell him where to go. He got distracted though when he saw his mummy. Mummy, Bane says his accommodator is here. His head whipped around when he heard someone squeal about how cute he was, and that's when Bane shoot out of his hand. Just after breakfast with Alan Kanda. Alan followed you to Komui office to do some paperwork and file for custody of Percy, so magic could do anything about it, not like they could anyway. Alan knew that you hated doing paperwork, so he told him that if he could finish all of his work before lunch then he would do whatever you wanted. Needless to say, you finished in record time and then pinned Alan to the wall, snogging him senseless. Komui was on the way to his office with the custody paperwork Alan and Kanda needed when he heard Alan screaming Kanda's name and begging him to go harder. Komui was a fascinating shade of red and ran off saying he'd be back later. An hour later, and when he entered his office he saw Alan pasted out on the couch and Kanda had a very smug look on his face. I would appreciate it if you didn't have physical relationship in my office. And I would appreciate it if you didn't build robots that try and kill my husband. Komui pouted and walked over to his chair, but thought better of it when Kanda's smug grin turned into a wicked smile. He then thought about just burning his office and rebuilding. Here, it's the paperwork you need to gain full custody of Percy. When Alan woke up he saw you and Komui glaring at each other. Then he remembered what they did and blushed. He slowly sat up and looked at the papers sitting on the coffee table, before jumping up and signing them. Now it's official, he's ours. Oh, he'll be so happy, and so will Hadrien. Alan was so excited that he didn't notice the amused looks both you and Komui sent his way. On their way down to lunch Komui was asking Alan where he was going to have his family meeting. I don't know, I was thinking about the library just down the hall from the main entrance. Komui nodded his head and told him that that would be fine. When they entered the cafeteria Alan ordered everything with extra so he could share with the boys. He stood up when they came in and almost fell over when Percy ran into him. Kanda thought it was cute how Alan lit up when Percy called him Mum. He wasn't too sure about him being a bookman, but if it made him this excited then he would agree. They kissed the boys goodbye before walking to the gates to meet their guests. While they were waiting Alan and the gatekeeper got into an argument about what happened years ago. I still don't care, you could have let me explain. How should I have known? I would rather be safe than sorry. But you didn't even apologize to me, Komui did. Kanda was laughing at them both and turned when he heard the sound of apparition. Standing there was a tall thin woman with long soft light brown and kind eyes. Beside her was a tall man with short light brown hair, and he was slightly in front of the woman and a little girl. He didn't notice her at first because she was behind the man. He could see that she looked to be about 12, with bubblegum pink hair and dark brown eyes that were looking around in excitement. When she saw him he put a finger to his lips to tell her to be quiet, as Alan didn't hear them arrive, too busy arguing with the gatekeeper. She giggled at him before pulling, who he was sure were the girl's parents, over to him. She was almost when he heard once again the sound of apparition. All four turned to see a tall man with long blonde hair and a worried look on his face. They saw him look down and pick up a little boy who could pass as his little clone. The man saw them and raised an eyebrow when he saw them, before walking over. The little boy was watching Alan the entire time. Kanda turned his head when the woman cleared her throat politely. My name is Andromeda Tonks, this is my husband Edward Tonks, and this is our daughter Nymphadora Tonks. Call me Tonks, the little girl said with a pout, before her hair changed colors. Kanda chuckled before looking at the man that just arrived. I am Lucius Malfoy and this is my son Draco. You Walker Kanda, but you can call me Kanda. He looked down when someone pulled on his sleeve and found Tonks looking at him with bubble gum pink hair. Who's that? He followed her finger and saw that she was pointing at Alan. That would be my husband Alan Walker Kanda, and the one who asked you to come. Although I think he is far too busy arguing to notice your arrival. He walked over to Alan and picked him up and turned him so that he was facing their guests. Alan was about to yell at you when he noticed why he was turned. He then flushed and looked at his feet in embarrassment. He made a small wave but whipped back around when the gatekeeper snorted. Before they could argue again, you picked him up and glared at the gatekeeper. Alan pouted from his spot on you shoulder before squeaking when a hand landed on his butt. I will tell my dad about that in Komui office if you don't put me down. He was placed on the ground rather quickly after that. Alan then smiled at their guests before realizing they were one short. As if knowing what he was thinking, the blonde spoke up. Severus will be here shortly. He was brewing a potion that he couldn't leave. Alan nodded his head in understanding once they reintroduced themselves. That's fine, I'll have the golems keep an eye out for him. We'll be going to the library just down the hall from the main entrance, so follow me. As they were walking down the hall, Alan notices Tonks's hair slowly changing color. Are you a metamorphagus? Yep. Mum says I get it from her side of the family. Would you mind helping my son then? He has the ability as well but doesn't know how to do it, but it's not like he has tried either. The little girl looked like Yule had come early if the look on her face was anything to go by. Andromeda looked like she was about to say something when the library doors opened and Alan walked into something. Cross was just about to go looking for his wayward son when he ran into him literally. He looked up when he heard someone gasp. Andy, you look just like your sister if not prettier. He said with a charming smile. Dad, no flirting, she's married. He just smiled before looking at the man beside her. He was happy to see the man fidget under his glare, so Andy must have mentioned him and his reputation. After a minute or so he nodded his head. He'll do, but I would like to know why you didn't contact me when you were disowned. He said before moving to the side to let everyone in. Once everyone was seated, Lucius asked the one question on everyone's mind. If I may, why are we here? Alan cleared his throat to get their attention before speaking. You're all here. Because when my family went to Gringotts yesterday I found out that my name was Phoenix Black. For the next hour or so Alan explained everything he knew to them and how his life had been so far. He was about to ask you to go get the boys when they came running in, Hadrien saying that Bane's accommodator was here, before it flew off towards Draco. Hadrien watched as Bane changed shape and turned into Cauldron before setting himself on the ground. The little blonde boy looked confused at what just happened, but Hadrien and Percy weren't. Little Hadrien, this is Draco Malfoy. Malfoy, this is little Hadrien. Hello. That's Bane, he says that you weigh his accommodator. You'll get to Leon how to use him just like Hattie will get to Leon how to use Iwas and QC gets to Leon how to use Data. Adrian was so busy talking that he missed the looks the adults were giving him. Alan got up and walked over to Draco and kneeled before him. He could see that Draco was scared, but he just smiled. Draco, what has you so scared? Are you going to take me away from Daddy now? All of the adults except for Lucius looked shocked. Draco, why would you think that? Because the minister came and told Daddy when he received your letter that you would take me away because he was bad. Draco now had tears running down his face and it broke Alan heart. Cross was pissed. How dare Fudge do that to this little boy? Meeting with the other generals and get Fudge taken down a peg. Alan cupped the little boy's face gently, making him look up. We are not taking you from him, sweetie. Your daddy is not a bad man. Yes. He made silly choices in the past, but that means nothing to us. All that will happen is that you will come here during the week to take lessons just like the boys do and learn how to control your innocence. Hadrien took that as his cue to tell Draco all about their lessons and how fun it will be. Alan decided to distract Hadrien by pointing out that Tonks was a metamorph just like him. Hadrien looked at her with big round eyes before calling her Nim, saying that Tonks was too normal for her. She just laughed and said that they were the only ones allowed to call her that. After gaining permission from Alan, Tonks took all three boys to the back of the library so she could teach Hadrien how to change his hair, as it was the easiest to start with. Once the children were gone, the adults talked for a while about everything under the sun. Everything was fine until Professor Snape arrived. Chapter end notes. I was originally going to wait until Hogwarts to bring in Sev, B. Oot, since he was Draco's godfather. Him and Hadrien would have met one way or another. I'll be working on some other stories, so the next time I update maybe next month, but I don't know yet. Innocent or guilty? Chapter notes. I'm not dead. Sorry for not updating sooner. Work has been a pain in the ass. I had this chapter done 2 days ago but never got around to double checking everything. I'll try and update sooner in the future, but no promises. I've also added another story called Prince of the Frozen Nightmare patch, so if you like Rise of the Guardians, The Nightmare Before Christmas, and D Avengers crossovers, then you might like that. The next update for that should be in a week or so. See the end of the chapter for more. Severus Snape was in a very sour mood when he arrived at the Black Order. Right now he should be making potions, not coming here to talk about the Potter brat. Dumbledore said that he had to go and reclaim the boy and take him back to his relatives so he can go back to being a pampered little prince. Why the Potter brat was here in the first place he didn't know, but he didn't really care. As he walked to the gate he could see a man standing there looking around but waved when he saw him. "Professor Snape, I'm Nicholas but you can call me Nick. Alan told me to bring you to the library when you arrived, please follow me." Nick could feel that the man wasn't an Akuma but he could also feel the man's sour mood and hoped that he didn't do anything stupid. Snape looked around as they walked and wondered why the letter had been addressed to him. As they neared the library he could hear people talking and laughing and wondered what was going on. When they entered he saw the Tonks and Lucius talking and drinking tea with a man he recognized as General Cross. The other two he recognized but could not place. They all looked up when Nicholas cleared his throat. "Professor Snape is here, Alan. Do you want me to get the kids?" "No, it's fine, you can go back to the labs and harass Komui." "Hello Professor Snape. Like Nick said, I'm Alan Walker Kanda and I was the one that asked Gringotts to send you the letter. I was hoping that we could talk about the Potters." Snape looked at the boy in front of him with a skeptical eye. This boy was an exorcist. "Mr. Walker Kanda, why am I here? I have more important things to do than babysit Potter," he finished with a sneer. Kanda saw Lucius pale and Alan get a dark look on his face. It seems that Alan inherited Walburga temper. Andromeda whispered in his ear before sipping her tea. Alan smiled sweetly at Professor Snape, feeling his horns itching to growing out of his head. He hadn't expected this from someone that was supposed to be his son's godfather. "Professor Snape, I would appreciate it if you did not talk about a child that way. You do not understand what is going on, so please sit down and have some tea." Snape, not hearing the silent warning, did none of this and just sneered at the boy in front of him. "I was told by Dumbledore to pick up the brat and return him to his relatives, not to play tea party with a nosy little boy." Lucius put his head in his hands and prayed that his friend survived this day. Cross had only seen his son act this sweet once and the guy didn't leave that bar sane. Kanda and Andromeda wished they had popcorn. Alan walked up to Snape and whispered in his ear with a sugary sweet voice. "I am 24, I have killed monsters that would give you nightmares. I have suffered unimaginably pain and have almost died. I was taken from my family and Ma. Did to think I was worthless by people that thought they were better than me. I have watched my friends and family die before my eyes and seen the worst of humanity. If anything, you are the little boy. And if you ever talk about my son in such a way again I will make you wish you were died. I will keep you on the thin line between life and death for years, because killing you would just bring you peace." Alan then backed up to look at the very pale face of Severus Snape. He then patted the man's cheek before sitting down and smiling at Andy, who was quietly laughing. Severus had never been so scared in his life. That's even with him working for the Dark Lord. He was gapping like a fish but snapped out of it when he heard the voice of his godson. He looked up and found himself staring at a set of emerald green eyes. Before Snape arrived, Hadrien watched as Nim changed her hair color from bubblegum pink to the colors of the rainbow. "Now Haddie, close your eyes and relax. Imaging that our hair is turning a light shade of brown." Hadrien did as he was told and pictured his Papa James. He could feel his hair becoming very curly and his face becoming more pointed. When he opened his eyes, Nim showed him a mirror and he saw his Papa James looking back at him. "Wow Haddie, you're changed your face too. I didn't think you would be able to do it yet. You look like Uncle James, but with Aunt Lily eyes." "Mummy, Daddy," Hadrien screamed as he ran down to the sitting area, Chess in his arms. Draco, Percy, and Nim were following him, laughing at how excited he was. As they got closer Draco could hear his Uncle Sev, so he sped up and grabbed little Hadrien hand. "Come on little Hadrien, Uncle Sev is here." When both little boys reached the sitting area they saw a tall man wearing long black robes. "Uncle Sev." The man snapped his head up to look at them and stared at little Hadrien. Hadrien stared at Professor Snape with big round eyes, before blushing and running to hide behind Percy. He peeked out from behind him just enough to see that Professor Snape was still looking at him. Hadrien looked at his mummy and daddy, who were looking at him in shock. That's when he remembered how he looked and ran to his mummy and daddy, a big grin on his face. "Mummy, Daddy look, Nim says Hattie looks like Papa James with Mama Lily eyes. That's wonderful, but can I have my baby back?" his mummy asked, pulling him onto his lap. Hadrien looked at Nim, who said he just had to close his eyes and relax. After a few minutes he could feel his hair going back to normal and his face rounding out. When he opened his eyes he saw his mummy smiling at him and kissed his cheek. Snape was shocked. The boy was the spitting image of James Potter. It was a shock when he changed into a small little boy with long black hair and white bangs with a glowing green scar over his right eye. He still had emerald green eyes, but now they had a glow to them. "Uncle Sev, meet my friends. This is Nim, Percy, and little Hadrien," Draco said, pointing to each child in order. Snape nodded to each child before looking at his godson again. "I'm happy that you have made friends, Dragon." Snape turned to Mr. Walker Kanda when he cleared his throat. Alan watched Snape with a smile, see the small twitch in the man's face showing his amusement. "Baby, you remember when we went to the bank and Bloodfang took some of your blood?" Hadrien nodded his head. "Well, the reason Professor Snape is here is because he was named one of your godfathers by your Mama Lily." The look on Draco, Hadrien, and Severus' faces were priceless. Hadrien jumped off of his mummy's lap and ran to Professor Snape. He looked up and saw the man looking down at him. He wanted to ask him questions about his adopted parents. But after a few minutes Hadrien turned red and looked at his feet. Draco could see that little Hadrien wanted to ask Uncle Sev something, but was too shy. If what Uncle Alan said was true, then that made little Hadrien his godbrother. "Uncle Alan, when was little Hadrien born?" "July 31st, why?" Uncle Alan asked Draco, a look of confusion on his face. Draco ignored him and walked over to Uncle Sev. He grabbed little Hadrien hand, making little Hadrien look at him. "If Uncle Sev is your godfather, then that makes me your older godbrother. So you don't need to be nervous with Uncle Sev. Say." Varys kneeled down so he wasn't towering over Hadrien and Draco, realizing that his height made Hadrien nervous. "Hadrien, is there something you would like to ask me?" He tried to smile, but judging by the soft chuckling he heard, he didn't manage it. He heard the little boy say something, but couldn't understand it. "Hadrien, I need you to look at me when you speak." He saw the little boy come out from behind Draco, only slightly, and look up at him. "Did you know Mama Lily and Papa James?" Hadrien asked in a soft voice. Severus thought about how best to answer this. He didn't want Hadrien knowing about the bullying, so he decided to stick with Lily and leave Potter to someone else. "I knew your Mama Lily, we grow up together. I didn't know your Papa James that well though. I'm sure if you go to Hogwarts, you will hear all about him." The next couple of hours were full of stories and laughter. Everyone laughed when Hadrien all but tackled Severus when he said he would tutor the boy. Draco had asked if he could sleep over and he tackled Lucius when he said that it would be fine. Nim pouted though as her mother said that she was still grounded for turning the neighbor's cat blue. Oop perked up when her mother said she could spend the night before the school year started. The days before the trial were great. Draco came to the order to take lessons with the boys and training to use his innocence. Draco and Hadrien became best friends, though everyone thought it was cute how protective the boys and Nim were of Hadrien. Percy all but sobbed when Kanda took him to get new clothes and other things. Not used to such love. Unfortunately, Hadrien developed a small fever, so him and Alan stayed behind. It was good bonding time for them, and during the trip, Percy told Kanda everything about his life with the Weasleys and how lonely and unloved he was. That night both boys slept with Kanda and Alan, both little boys feeling very loved. It was the day of the trial and Alan was nervously pacing back and forth. Would Sirius remember him? Would he be found innocent or guilty? If he was found guilty, what would happen? His dad told him about these creatures called Dementors that guarded the prison. Had they driven him insane? He stopped pacing when a set of arms wrapped around him and a set of lips attacked his neck. "Stop worrying, everything will be fine. The boys are outside waiting for us with your dad. They're both wearing their order uniforms, though Hadrien is wearing one that looks like Linali's only with a longer skirt. Alan took a deep breath before turning around and kissing you deeply. He then backed off and smiled at you, before taking his hand and pulling him out of the room. All right, Munchkins, you know the drill. You two are not to let go of our hands, you are not to leave, talk to, or take anything from strangers, you are not to wander off, am I clear? Both boys agreed before taking their hands and following his dad out the door to the Ark. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the ministry, as all three adults had been there at some point. They found the courtroom easily enough and sat at the back waiting for the others to arrive. The first to arrive was Severus with Draco, as Lucius had to take care of something before he joined them. All three boys talked about how big the ministry was and how cold it felt. They were soon joined by Andy, Ted, Nim, and Lucius. Nim gave all three boys a hug before telling them about what she had been doing. It wasn't long before everyone was told to be seated as the trial was about to begin. Alan watched as they brought Sirius in and had him sit down. He looked so sick and dirty, it brought tears to his eyes. He could feel his dad pull him into a side hug. He watched as the women he summoned was Amelia Bones asked for the Veritaserum to be administered before the questioning began. What is your name? Sirius Black. What is your date of birth? November 3rd, 1978. Madam Bones nodded before starting the questioning. As the trial proceeded, Alan became more and more nervous for his brother. The questions that were being asked made it seem as if he really had betrayed the Potters. When they asked if anyone had questions, he watched as his father stood and walked up to the podium. He hid a smile at the gasps and whispers he could hear, softly chuckling at his dad's actions. Ross didn't care about the gasps and whispers, all he cared about was proving his eldest innocence. He wasn't too pleased at the way the idiot was slouching, so he fixed it. Sit up straight and look at me. Cross growled out, pleased when Sirius straightened up quickly. You are going to answer truthfully, not with guilt, or I will make it very painful for you to sit, not if you understand. Everyone was shocked. Never before had they seen someone act like this under the influence of Veritaserum. Did you betray the Potters, and if you didn't, why did you say that you did? No, I didn't betray them. But I told them that they should change their secret keeper, as I would be the obvious choice. Gasps and hushed whispers could be heard, but Cross ignored them. Who was their secret keeper? Peter Pettigrew. People started shouting and claiming that he was lying, while others were shouted that it was impossible. Cross fired his gun, shutting them all up instantly. The next one to open our mouth before this trial is over will be shot. They sat down and stayed quiet, looking like guilty children. Did you kill Pettigrew? No. What happened the day you were arrested? I went to confront Pettigrew. He started shouting about how I had betrayed them before blowing up 12 muggles and cutting his finger off and turning into his animagus form and fleeing. Everyone was shocked. It was possible that Pettigrew was alive. Had they sent the wrong man to prison? Cross ignored the hushed whispers and looks of horror. He needed to know why his idiot of a kid left his godson alone. What is his animagus form? It is a rat, just like him. I have one more question. Why did you leave your godson all alone? Cross asked with a growl, his eye twitching ever so slightly. Sirius had tears in his eyes, but his face was still blank as he answered. I never wanted to. Hagrid had just arrived when I was exiting the house. He said that Albus wanted me to find Pettigrew while he watched Harry. Albus knew that Pettigrew was the secret keeper, as he was the one that cast the spell. I don't know why he didn't say anything in my defense, but I knew that Harry would go to Snape as Lily had named him Harry's godfather. So I didn't fight the guilt. Everyone looked up at Albus, who had a grandfatherly look on his face, but Cross could see the anger in his eyes. Madam Bones stood and called for a recuse so they could decide their verdict. As Cross was leaving to join Theus give a watery apology, Cross didn't respond as he would start shouting and lecturing him. He wanted to do that at the order. As he got closer, Cross could see that Hadrien had fallen asleep at some point along with Draco. Percy and Nim were sitting off to the side playing cards that he assumed Alan had given them. Alan looked up at his dad and smiled. So far the trial had been fine. He could still feel the old scumbag watching him. There was no way in heck that he would get near them. How much longer do you think this will go on? I wanted to stop by Gringotts and talk to Bloodfang about opening a savings account for Percy. It shouldn't be much longer. Let's go get something to eat, I'm sure that the kids are hungry. Alan nodded before picking Hadrien up and gently waking him. Percy and Nim cleaned up the cards and followed them out into the hall. Yu held Percy's hand while Alan carried a still half-asleep Hadrien. When they go to the cafeteria they made sure to keep the kids as close to them as possible. A lot of people were watching them and it put them on edge. Hadrien looked around and saw a lot of people that he didn't know. He hid in his mummy's neck when he saw a blonde lady running over to them. "General Cross, may I have a word?" He heard the blonde lady ask his grandpa. He Sue. LD smell something really sweet that was making his head hurt and he wanted it to go away. "Mummy." Hattie's head hurts. He was on the verge of tears but his mummy wasn't listening. He tried to get his daddy's attention. But he too wasn't listening. His head was hurting so bad that he was right out sobbing, which only made it worse. Chess saw that her master was in pain and know that the blonde woman was to blame. So she came out of hiding and attacked the woman, scratching her face and biting her nose. Everyone turned when they heard the screams of pain coming from the minister's new secretary. The women didn't move to help but a lot of the men did, which angered the women. Alan snapped out of his trance when he heard an ear-piercing scream of pain. Looking up he saw Chess attacking the Wong. And that had approached his dad and wondered what had happened when he felt a wet spot on his chest. His baby was sobbing into his chest while Percy was pulling on pant leg, trying to get his attention. "Hattie baby, what's wrong?" Alan asked in a soft voice. Hattie tried to get Mummy's attention because the lady smelled funny and it hurt Hattie's head. Alan looked over at Severus, who was giving Draco a potion for he too was sobbing and holding his head, and waved his hand to get his attention. "Severus, do you have a potion I can give Hadrien?" Alan asked once Severus was looking at him. He nodded and dug through his robes and pulled out a blue potion that he then handed to Alan. "Okay baby, I need you to drink this. It will make you feel better." Hadrien looked at the potion through airy eyes and then he looked at his mummy before nodding his head. The potion tasted nasty and Hadrien made a face at it before sticking his tongue out and pouting. Alan took a deep breath and caught the sickly sweet smell that Hadrien had told him about. He watched Yu pull Chess off of the woman holding her in his arms while he glared at the woman. "What the freak are you wearing?" Alan held up his hand to silence her. "If you lie I will make it my life goal to see you dead in a ditch." He watched her pale but she got a smug look on her face when she saw the oars coming their way. She ran over and held onto one of the male oars, claiming that Alan had attacked her. Cross smirked when he saw who was with the oars. "Alistair, how have you been? I thought you were retiring." "I'll be doing that next year." "Who's the lass behind you?" Cross turned and held his hand out for Alan to come over before wrapping it around his shoulder. "This is no lass Alistair, this is my son Alan and my grandson Hadrien." "Alan, this is Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody. We used to work together and I saved his ass on more than one occasion." He watched Alan give a small smile and Hadrien give a shy wave. He iced an eyebrow when Alistair shook his head and gave a gruff laugh. "I recall saving your ass on more than one occasion too. And I meant the lass with the scowl." Cross got a wicked smile on his face and threw a thumb over his shoulder. "Aimed in general direction. That would be my idiot son-in-law." Alan watched his dad and Mr. Alistair throw their heads back laughing. He shook his head and turned to smile at Yu, who was now glaring at Andy for laughing as well. "Dad, as amusing as this is, can we please focus on the witch that smells sickeningly sweet and has now given me a headache?" Said witch looked very angry and was about to say something but shut her mouth fast when she saw Alan deadly glare. Cross nodded and looked at Alistair, asking how this would proceed as they need to get back to the courtroom for the verdict. "Just tell me what happened and we'll go from there." Cross proceeded to tell him about the lightheaded feeling he got when she came over and grabbed his arm and how it felt like his mind was slowly going into a fog. Everyone said the same thing except for Lucius, Andy, Nim, Draco, Percy, and Hadrien. They said that they could smell something sickle, sweet coming from the girl and it was giving them a headache. "If I may, I have a potion that can reveal the source of the smell. All I will need is a hair sample," Severus said as he pulled out a clear-looking potion. Alistair nodded and plucked a hair from the girl's head and gave it to Severus, who then dropped it in the potion. After a minute or so the potion turned an ugly brown. This girl is either a Vila or she is bathing in Vila pheromones. I would suggest the latter. Everyone in the cafeteria gasped. It was illegal to use Vila pheromones as it drove men mad with lust and could easily kill them if they were exposed to it for too long. That was why those that had a Vila inheritance were to stay with family until they could control it and their instincts. To say Alistair was pissed would be an understatement. He told them that it would be taken care of and arrested the girl, who was shouting that the potion was wrong. Cross sighed when one of the Aurors said that it was time for the verdict. Ted said that he would stay with the kids so that they could eat and the adults didn't have to worry about losing them when all heck broke loose, which they all knew would happen. When they returned they couldn't see Sirius but figured that he would be brought in before they announced the verdict. They watched as Madame Bones stood and asked for Sirius to be brought in. Today, NY of us came here thinking that nothing would change. We would hear what we already knew, but we were wrong. Today we have been told the truth and we are shocked at the neglect that this case was given. Unfortunately, many of us did not care at the time, for we were blinded by hate and rage, and for that we are sorry. Sirius Black, we of the court find you innocent of all charges and award you 20,000 galleons for our blind neglect. You will also pay for the therapy he will be receiving. All eyes turned to the back where Alan was glaring at them. Madame Bones nodded and made sure that it was added to the record. Sirius stared at the white-haired man. He looked familiar, but he couldn't place why. He kept seeing a red puffy crying baby, with very thin soft brown hair. But every time he tried to remember, it would leave him. Sirius sighed and gave up on trying to remember when he caught a familiar scent. The same smell that his baby brothers had, the smell of lavender and rainstorms. They walked out of the courtroom and waited for Sirius. It didn't take long of him to join them. He stared at the ground when he caught sight of Cross, which made Severus smirk. You and I will have a very long talk when we get back to the order, Cross said with a low growl in his voice. He watched Sirius nodded, hoking up. Cross gently pulled him into a hug, whispering in his ear about how it would be okay. He then turned and pulled Alan over to them. Sirius, I would like you to meet your younger brother Phoenix, though he now goes by Alan Walker Kanda. Alan watched as Sirius whipped his head up to look at him. He walked over and pulled the man into a hug. I didn't know until I took my son, your nephew, to Gringotts to have a heritage test done. Why would you need a test done if he's your son? Alan gave him a sad smile before looking down at the floor. I failed as his mother. I didn't protect him and he was taken from me a week after his birth. He felt you pull him into a hug, whispering in his ear about how it wasn't his fault and how no one could have known. You didn't fail and you're not a bad mother, Beansprout. It's not like you're a seer. How were you supposed to know that he would be kidnapped? Sirius glared at the man holding his baby brother. Who was this guy? Why was he holding Alan? Why did Alan say he was a bad mother? Why was his father not saying anything? Where was his nephew? He voiced his last question aloud and received a glare from the brunette holding his brother. He is down in the cafeteria with my husband, Siri. You remember him, right, Edward? Tonks. Andromeda asked him. He nodded. Then a thought came to him. You had a daughter too, as I recall. Yup. Nymphadora, though we have started to call her Nym. She's entering her second year of Hogwarts. She's a Hufflepuff, though she acts like a Gryffindor. Sirius chuckled at that but then noticed the two men behind her. He sneered at Snivellus and Malfoy, who were just watching him. Snivellus, what are you doing here and where is my godson? Severus wisely stayed silent, as he had seen Alan's head whip around to stare at Black. He could see the wheels in Alan's head turning in. When he made the connection, the look of pure fury on his normally smiling face was unnerving. Sirius was about to say something else when he was grabbed roughly by the neck and slammed into the wall. Alan was beyond furious. How dare this man talk to his baby's godfather like this? How dare you call him such a vile name? How dare he demand to know where Hadrien is? He could once again feel his RNS growing along with his fangs and claws. He slammed Sirius against the wall, holding him by the neck. How dare you talk to him that way? If you weren't my brother I would beat you to a bloody pulp, but you are, so I won't. I will not have you near my hatchlings with such a vile mouth and attitude. He doesn't have Harry because Harry Potter never existed, the Potter had my hatchling, your nephew. He didn't go to Severus. He went to Lily sister, where he was beaten and starved. Where he was told that he was a freak and never felt loved. He almost died in that house. If it weren't for Lady Magic he would have. I will not have you anywhere near him and have him watch as you abuse his most beloved teacher and godfather. He has had enough abuse to last a lifetime. You will watch how you AC. T and what you say or I will make you wish you were dead. Alan hissed at Sirius, before letting him drop to the floor and heading to the cafeteria, you following him. Cross shook his head at his eldest. He was such an idiot. He hoped that this changed his eldest, otherwise Alan was going to kill Sirius. Hadrien squeaked when his mummy picked him up from behind and pulled him into a bear hug. His mummy was shaking and taking deep breaths. He looked up at his daddy, hoping he knew what was wrong. Your mummy is mad at your uncle Sirius, his daddy said with a smirk, pointing over his shoulder at the black-haired man behind him. Hadrien eyes grow wide at the sight of his Uncle Patty and wiggled to be put down. His mummy growled softly at him and he stopped, but he didn't mind as he loved it when his mummy held him. Uncle Patty, are you mummy BWOTHEW? He asked, eyes wide and full of curiosity. Sirius looked at the little boy in his brother's arms and stared. This was the little boy he watched as a baby. He looked so different now that he was older. He guessed that a soft glamour charm was used to hide the noticeable differences. Then it hit him. He abandoned his nephew. He listened. Ed to Albus and abandoned his nephew for revenge. He opened his mouth to say something but stopped when he heard his nephew give a quiet shriek of fear and hid in Alan neck. The bad man was here. He was coming to take him away from his mummy and daddy. He would never see them again. Hadrien didn't realize that he had stopped breathing and had tears rolling down his face until his mummy started ubbing his back and telling him to breath. Alan watched as Fudge and Dumbledore came towards them, followed by a group of Aurors. Fudge looked like the cat that caught the canary and Dumbledore looked like a sweet little grandpa. Alan sneered at them and turned his body so that they couldn't see Hadrien fully. He made sure that Percy was still standing by him before slowly moving in front of him. Cross watched them approach before turning towards his eldest, making sure to watch the wizards out of the corner of his eye. Sirius, take your brother and the kids to Diagon Alley and go straight to Gringotts. I meet you there. If I'm not there when you're done you are all to go straight to the order. Sirius was confused but nodded and walked over to his brother, lightly touching his arm to get his attention. When Alan looked at him he told him what their father had said and slowly pulled Alan out of the cafeteria. Sirius walked them through the ministry and made sure that the kids were in front of him. He could tell that the little blonde boy was a Malfoy. The little red-headed boy looked like a Weasley, which left the girl, who he knew for a fact was Andy Kid, though he was shocked when her hair turned blue. She's a metamorphagus, Hadrien is too. She's been teaching him and he's gotten better. Alan sudden voice made Sirius jump and turn to look at him. He could see how tense Alan was and how tight he was holding Hadrien, though the little boy didn't seem to mind. So what's Blondie's name? Sirius asked, trying to keep his little brother talking and hopefully get him to relax. His name is Draco. He's Lucius's only child, was Alan short reply. I'm sure that Narcissa will get pregnant again sooner or later. Sirius said, not seeing the dark look on Alan face. She's dead. I don't know how she died as it didn't feel right to ask after just meeting him. Though I don't think Andromeda know either. Sirius felt very awkward and sad at the same time, so he tried to change the subject quickly. And who's the little ginger-headed boy? He reminds me of Arthur Weasley. He was a Weasley until recently. Me and you found him being yelled at by his mother, who had just hit him for no real reason. She then told us to take him, that she didn't want him in her home and that he was worthless and trouble. Sirius was horrified. Never in his life would he have though. UGHT that Molly would do such a thing or that Arthur would allow it. He knew how much they loved their children, at least he thought he did. Me and you adopted him not that long ago, he started calling me Mum and you Dad. He's a great older brother to Hadrien and Hadrien loves him to death. Sirius nodded his head but got a thoughtful look on his face. Who's you? Not you, you. It's Kanda first name, everyone calls him Kanda but me. Though I give him physical relationships, I can pretty much call him whatever I want." Before Sirius could get over his shock and say something, Alan told Perk why to hold his jacket and flowed to the leaky cauldron. Alan waited on the other side for Sirius and tried to calm Hadrien down as the flow made him feel very sick. As he waited, he got butterbeer fo. Him and Sirius and pumpkin juice for the kids. He turned when he heard the flow go off and smiled at the Sigwas laying on Sirius' shoulder, and Nim was holding his hand talking a mile a minute. "I must have heard you wrong. I could have sworn that you just said that you have physical relationship with this guy." Alan chuckled and nodded his head before taking a sip of butterbeer. "How do you think Hadrien came to be?" The look of horror on Sirius' face was priceless and had Alan laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. "Sirius, me and you had dated for 2 years before he asked me to marry him. We had known each other for a while before that. We may not have gotten along, but we know each other." They walked to Gringotts and Hadrien wiggled to be put down before running to tackle Griphook, who fell over from the impact. They watched Hadrien talk a mile a minute and smiled. He was just too cute. It didn't take long for them to finish, and before they left, Bloodfang gave them a few TTERs that were found in the Potter vault. They said it would take a few more days before they would have a list of everything in their vaults. Since they were heading to the Black Order, Alan told Sirius that they would use an arc door. The look on Sirius' face was so funny that all the kids laughed so hard they were crying. Once at the Order, Alan told Hadrien to lead everyone to the cafeteria while he helped Sirius. It took 3 changes of water, 2 bottles of shampoo, 2 bottles of body wash, and half an hour to brush his hair, plus shave. So after an hour and a half they made their way to the cafeteria. Thankfully Sirius was almost the same size as Cross, so he didn't have to walk around in his prison clothes. When they arrived, Jerry all but tackled Sirius and tried to feed him everything in his kitchen. Thankfully he got distracted by Hadrien, who wanted more applesauce. Unfortunately, the others decided that they would storm into the cafeteria at that exact moment, scaring Jerry so bad that he dropped Hadrien bowl on the little boy's head, making him cry out in pain. The bowl then shattered on the table, sending a large piece flying which cut Percy arm. Alan was pissed. Hadrien was holding his head crying. Percy was holding his bleeding arm crying, and Draco was holding his bleeding hand, as he was sitting next to Hadrien when the bowl shattered, crying. He glared at the once 4 angry men, who were now very pale and watching him very carefully, before telling them to go the training arena. Cross, you, Severus, and Lucius nodded so fast that they looked like bobbleheads, before fleeing the room. Once the boys were taken care of, Alan stormed down to the arena, threw the doors open and punched the wall. The men behind him gulped as they saw the damage that he did to it. "Now before I kill you idiots, what the freak happened?" Just after Alan and Sirius left with the kids, Cross watched as Fudge told 2 Aurors to stop his kids from leaving. He pulled his gun and fired at the floor in front of the 2. "You will be leaving my kids alone or the next shot will be a direct hit." Both Aurors swallowed heavily before backing up. They weren't stupid not to disobey a general of the Black Order. Cross smirked when Fudge turned as red as a tomato and opened his mouth to yell at the 2 Aurors, but shut it when Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Mr. Marion, Cornelius tells me that you have young Harry in your care, and as his magical guardian I would like it if he was returned to his relatives," Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye and a caring smile on his face. Cross glared at the old man before him. How dare he demand that his grandson be put back in that heck hole? Normally he wouldn't care about the lack of use of his formal title. But this scumbag needed to be taken down a peg. "Dumbledore, you may be head of the Wizengamot, but I am still higher up the food chain than you. I am a general of the Black Order and you will address me as such. As for what Fudge has told you, it is 100% wrong, for Harry Potter was a stillborn baby. I have my grandson, Hadrien Walker Kanda, and as you are of no relation to him, you have no right to demand that he be returned to that heck hole. Those animals have been locked up and you will not be freeing them this time. You will be nothing more than a headmaster to my grandchildren, and that is laughable at best. For they may not even go to your school. If they do go, I, as Lord Gryffindor, Lord Ravenclaw, and Lord Hufflepuff, will be sending people with them, and if you do know Follow the rules I set forth, you will lose your position as headmaster. Kanda smirked at the look on the old scumbag's face. Hopefully this will knock him down a few pegs and get him to leave his family alone for now. Albus had to think fast. He was losing his pawn to the Black Order. He knew that he couldn't attack this man, it would cause too much trouble and he didn't need the order sticking there. Noises into this. He saw Snape out of the corner of his eye and knew that he could get the boy through him. That thought was dashed as soon as he saw the look on the man's face. I will not help you in this, Albus. That child is one of my godsons and I will not have him harmed, that and the fact that his mother terrifies me more than you and the Dark Lord combined. Severus was enjoying is a lot and didn't even care that he might lose his job. His smirk grew when he heard Andromeda laughing behind him. Dumbledore was furious, he had just lost another pawn to the Order. Oh well, it didn't matter, he had other spies. He could just fire him now and get another professor, he didn't care for the Slytherins, so it didn't matter who he got. Unfortunately for Dumbledore, Cross had a good idea as to where the old man's mind was heading and put a stop to it before he could follow through with it. As Lord of 3 of the 4 Founders, you are not allowed to fire any professor without putting it before me first, and if you do want to fire someone you had better have a good reason for it. So I would stop thinking of ways to fire Severus because I won't allow it. Cross watched the fool turn red, but not once did he lose his grandfatherly smile. General Cross, Severus is a known Death Eater, surely you do not want someone like that in the school. Cross could feel a migraine coming on and wanted this to end. He knew that the old man was pissing everyone off and it was becoming late. He wanted to go home, take a relaxing shower, eat dinner, and then spend time with his family. Dumbledore, I have known this fact for years. I do not see the point of this conversation and it is giving me a headache, so I will make this short so that I may go home. I am well aware. The Severus was a Death Eater and I am also aware that he was your spy. I have seen this man play with my 5-year-old grandson and have seen him care for my 9-year-old grandson when he burned his hand. His man cares more for those children at that school than you, and I will not stand here and listen to you badmouth him. Now I am going home to join the rest of my family and you will leave us alone. Cross stormed out of the cafeteria and down the hall. He was so pissed and he had a full-blown migraine. He heard the others following him as he flowed to the pub in Silver Chime Alley. They all walked to the Order and the 4 men tried to calm down but just couldn't get the old scumbag out of their heads. They hadn't meant to scare Jerry or get the kids hurt, and they really hadn't meant to anger Alan. Alan took a deep breath and hit the wall again. He was surrounded by idiots and it just wasn't fair. Dad, you are too clean. Komui office as punishment with no magic. You are here by Nishid to the couch for a week as punishment. You two I don't know well enough, so I don't know how to punish you, so just stay away from me for the time being. Alan then turned and left the room to go spend time with his boys. Lucius and Severus took Draco home and the Tonks took their leave not long after. As promised, Kanda was banished to the couch and the kids tea and slept with Alan. For next couple of days Alan ignored both Kanda and Cross. He spent time getting to know Sirius and playing with the boys. It was around dinner time 3 days after their ministry visit that Alan remembered the letters. Alan left the boys with Jerry and joined Sirius, and his dad in the library. He stopped to get the letters first and felt this urge to cry when he picked up one of the letters. He sat down next to when he arrived and pulled out the letter that made him want to cry. He opened it and read aloud. To Hadrien parents. My name is Lily Potter, and if you're reading this then I am dead. I never wanted to take this little bundle of joy from you, but when Dumbledore showed up on our doorstep, we didn't think twice about taking him in. He had told us the little Hadrien was an orphan, he lied. I started getting suspicious and did some digging. The story he gave us was that little Hadrien was the only survivor of a brutal massacre, but there was no report. We confronted Dumbledore and he fed us another lie. When we didn't believe him he obliviated us. I somehow remembered everything and knew that Dumbledore couldn't be trusted, so we tried to flee. However, before I could convince James, Dumbledore had us caged. I know that a false prophecy had been made and that it would mean our deaths. I loved your son with all my heart. I pray to Lady Magic that he has not be N taken to my sister and that he is with those I chose. I sent Severus Snape a letter asking him to make a potion that would reveal his blood lines. If you have received this letter, then you should have received 4 more. Those are baby pictures of Hadrien. I made sure that the camera I used would see through the soft glamour charm Dumbledore had used on him. I hope that you and your family are together and happy. That's all me and James wanted. Sincerely, Lily Potter. Alan put the letter down and picked up one of the envelopes, carefully opening it. The first picture he took out made him burst into tears. Hadrien was sitting on a rug near a window looking out and then turned to smile and wave his little arms at the camera. The next one had Hadrien sitting on the back of a large black dog, riding him like a horse. Sirius laughed and told them that he was the dog and that was the day Hadrien had said his fist word. He just started shouting mummy before looking around and bursting into tears. Lily and James didn't know what to do, though as Hadrien got older he called Lily, Mama Lil, and James, Papa Jam. He would still call out for his mummy and daddy though, before going to sleep at night. The next couple of pictures were of Hadrien with different people. The last one brought a sad smile to Sirius' face. Hadrien was sitting on the floor, sound asleep with a thumb in his oath and a very familiar rabbit crushed to his chest. This was taken 2 days before that Halloween. Hadrien had run around the house, hiding anywhere he could. Lily accused us of giving him sugar and Dee told James that he was banished to the couch if Hadrien got hurt. Alan was putting them back in the envelopes when a picture fell out and landed face down on the floor. He bent to pick it up and flipped it over. What he saw made him pale. The picture was taken at an angle, so Alan guessed that it was taken from the balcony he had seen in previous pictures. He saw Sirius and James in the Animagus forums. But what caught his eye the most was the wolf. Hadrien was sitting on the ground laughing while the huge wolf licked him. That was the 5th time Hadrien had gotten out to play with Moony. Remus is a werewolf, so on the night of the full moon me and James would transform and keep him entertained. The first time Hadrien got out, we all almost had a heart attack. Moony saw him first and ran over. When we heard the shriek, we thought that Moony had killed him, but when we got closer we heard Hadrien cooing and babbling away as Moony groomed his hair. After that picture was taken we stopped trying to keep Hadrien away, as he would just appear no matter where we went. Remus loves Hadrien as his own cub, just like I see him as my pup. Remus would have taken Hadrien in a heartbeat, but the ministry just denied him as he was a dark creature. The next 2 months were great. Alan found out that his real birthday was April 1st and warned Levi that his death would be painful if he did anything stupid. Lucius had fun suing the Daily Prophet after they all but accused the Order of kidnapping. When the goblins sent a letter, saying that the only vault that had been illegally touched was the Potter Vault. Alan and you gave them full permission to reclaim very thing but not to tell the thief, as publicly humiliating them as thieves would be more fun. Percy had his birthday on August 22nd and was now officially 9. September brought calm winds and loads of laughter, but the beginning of October was the calm before the storm, as Halloween was just around the corner. Chapter end notes. I'm planning on giving Hattie 3 male mates and toying with the idea of adding 2 more, but I'm not sure. If you would like to take a stab in the comments at who the 3 mates are, you are more than welcome. If you get it right I'll make note of your username and congratulate you next chapter. Little hint. They haven't made an appearance yet. The Curse of Halloween. Chapter notes. Sorry, I'm not dead. I got busy with the holidays and just didn't have the time to work, but wow. Almost 2,000 hits, that's very exciting for me. As for those of you that guessed about who Hadrien mates were, the whole 2 of you. Laughing face, only one guessed close enough to be correct, so congrats. Minty Bunny 21. Though they didn't guess exactingly, they did however ask about it, so I will count it. They asked that Timothy Hurst be a mate, thou's giving me my 4th mate and led me to the 5th. They also asked that any Noah that is a mate be redeemed, though it was not a guess, it was close enough for me. Yes, at least 1 mate is a Noah, and as I already said Timothy is a mate, so that makes 5 mates. 1 of which has been named, so 4 names to go. See the end of the chapter for more. It was a week before Halloween and Alan was looking for costumes for the boys when a thought suddenly occurred to him, so he walked off towards the library. He knew that his dad was there drinking with Moody and General Froy. As the three were very fond of fire whiskey. As he entered the room he saw all three men laughing and talking about something he couldn't hear, so it was probably not meant for little ears. He looked around for the three little boys and spotted them with his brother and Levi, who were holding a bucket full of something. He stayed by the door and watched as Sirius levitated 3 buckets over to the seated men and then turned them upside down, the liquid staying in the buckets. He then watched as Hadrien walked over and gently tugged his dad's sleeve. He saw Moody pull out his wand and the silencing spell fell. "Grandpa, do you want to ha a joke?" Hadrien asked, his whole body vibrating in his excitement. "Sure, squirt." "Okay. Knock knock. Who's there?" "Slime on." "Slime on who?" "Slime on you." Hadrien screamed as he ran away just as the slime in the 3 buckets fell on the men's heads. Alan was laughing so hard that he fell to the floor, tears running down his face. The 3 men jumped up and tried to get the slime off themselves. General Froy was laughing. Moody looked like he was torn between amusement and anger. He couldn't see his dad's face, but by the way his hand was moving to his gun he figured that his dad was unamused. "You 2 idiots have 5 seconds to run before I shoot you." Alan heard the low growl in his dad's voice and knew that his brother and Levi were most likely going to die. He watched Sirius change into Snuffles and dart from the room, closely followed by Levi, the boys running after them laughing. "Dad, I hate to say this, but you may not be able to get that said." Once he got his breath back, he watched Moody mutter a spell and the slime was gone, but they were still green. Froy yellow, Moody pink cross. Alan laughed again, almost falling to the floor, and suggested that they ask Severus about a potion that will remove it. After an hour, all 3 men came back to the room, only slightly discolored. Alan was on his laptop looking for costume ideas and other things when they came in, his dad and Moody muttering about idiots corrupting small children. General Froy was still chuckling. "Dad, the reason I came to see you was about my titles. If Regulus was your firstborn, then why was I named your heir?" he asked, his face showing his confusion. He watched as his dad pull out a cigarette and light it. Alan didn't care if he smoked just as long as it wasn't in front of the boys. His dad took a long drag and then blew it out, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "I was wondering had myself, so before we left after our first visit I asked Bloodfang. He said that Regulus had come in 3 days before he disappeared and asked for all of his titles to be transferred to Phoenix Black. How did he know I was alive?" he asked his dad, voice full of confusion. "Bloodfang said that he came in a month before asking to see the Black family tapestry, saying that the one at the family home had been damaged. That's probably how he found out that you were alive." Alan nodded his head before leaving the library to go look for the boys and his idiot brother. It was 4 days before Halloween and Hadrien was getting incredibly upset. He couldn't find the perfect costume, and no matter where he looked nothing was good enough. His mummy had said not to get too upset because he and Daddy were looking. But he couldn't help but be upset. He wanted matching costumes so that he, Percy, and Draco looked alike, but nothing was good enough. "Hadrien, why are you crying?" his Midnight asked from his perch on the bed. Hattie can't find the white costumes. Hattie just wants to match Draco and QC. Hadrien hissed through his tears, hoping that his Midnight understood. Midnight got a thoughtful look on his face before nodding his head and making his way towards Hadrien "dress-up chest." With some help from Tim he set in the open lid and looked through the chest. After a few minutes of digging, Tim helping get the stuff from the bottom, Midnight spotted a set of very black bunny ears. He grabbed them with his tail and slid to the floor before making his way over to Hadrien. "Me and Tim found these in your dress-up chest. We both think you would make a very cute bunny." Hadrien looked at the ears and then at his Midnight and Tim and then back again. He put them on his head. ND then ran to look at the mirror on the wall. The bunny ears were a fluffy black with white tips and the inside of them was a purple silk. Hadrien ran to the chest and found a matching tail close to the bottom. After putting it on he ran from the room, after thanking both his Midnight and his Tim with a big hug, and ran to the lab where he knew his daddy was. It didn't take him long to find his daddy put what he saw upset and confused him. His daddy was holding his Uncle Sev and his grandpa was holding his Uncle Siri. Both of his uncles looked very mad. Hadrien slowly made his way into the room and over to his daddy. The four men had yet to notice him as they were trying to keep a fight from happening. Hadrien was close enough to his daddy that he could hear him telling his Uncle Sev to calm down before someone got hurt. "Daddy, why would Uncle Sev need to calm down?" Kanda jumped at the sound of his son's voice and needed to think fast, however Severus beat him to it. "Your UNCL. Sirius said some very mean things to me and I didn't want to hit him, so your daddy was helping me calm down," he heard Severus say through clenched teeth. Kanda was hoping that the boys wouldn't see the pure hate that Sirius had toward Severus, as all three loved both men. Unfortunately, Sirius hadn't take Alan warning to heart, and whenever Alan or the boys weren't in the room he would slam into Severus. Kanda and a few other Order members that like Severus had taken turns guarding the man from Sirius whenever he came over to see the boys. Unfortunately, Kanda had stepped away for a minute, and that was all it took for Sirius to start in on Severus. Hadrien looked shocked and then horrified at his Uncle Sev. His Uncle Siri was being mean and upsetting his Uncle Sev. That wasn't nice at all. Hadrien marched up to his Uncle Siri and glared at him with all his might, which made him look just like his mummy, or at least that's what his grandpa said, and pointed to a far corner. "Uncle Siwi, you ought to stand in the canoe for 10 minutes and think about what you did." When his Uncle Siri looked like he was about to protest, Hadrien used his magic to lock his lips and make him feather light, before picking him up and putting him in the corner. "Now you stay through for 15 minutes, had you not TWIED to protest it would still be 10. Hadrien then turned to his grandpa. "You to make sure that he doesn't leave his canoe. If he does, then add an extra 5 minutes and the time starts over." He then walked over to his stunned daddy and Uncle Sev, grabbed both of their hands and pulled them out of the room. He dragged them down the hall and towards the cafeteria. Once there he pulled both men in the direction that he heard his mummy's voice. When he saw that Link was with them, he let go of his daddy and Uncle Sev and ran to him. Link turned when his name was called and was tackled by a little black blur. He looked down when he felt his shirt getting wet and saw Hadrien sobbing into his chest, clinging to him for dear life. He hadn't thought that Hadrien would be this upset with him being back at control for the past 3 weeks. He had talked to Hadrien over the phone along with Percy, though the little 9-year-old would never admit aloud that he had missed the older man. "Oh Hadrien, I didn't think you were this upset." "Hush, come on, I haven't and that cute little smile in 3 weeks and I really missed it." The little boy looked up at him and then gave him the biggest smile he had ever seen. "Since you didn't come back last week like you promised, you must come tweeting with Hattie, QC, and Dwako. Is anyone else coming?" "Yes, Iwas and Nikki." Link groaned. It wasn't that he disliked Nick, but he didn't particularly like him either. There was just this thing about him that annoyed Link. When no one else was in the room with them, Nick would be a merciless flirt that always left Link redder than a tomato. What was worse as that the others had purposely left them alone on more than one occasion. "Do you have a costume?" Link asked once they were seated at the table and Jerry had given Hadrien a bowl of fruit. "Yes, Hattie Midnight and Tim helped. They found bunny ears and a tail." The little boy then pointed to the ears and tail before looking over at Alan. "Mummy, Hattie going to be bunny PWINCESS." With that declaration, finding costumes for Draco and Percy wasn't that hard. Draco was going to dress up as a dragon knight and Percy was going as a fox knight, both declaring that Princess Hadrien needed knights to protect him. After a bit of bullying on Nick part and some puppy dog eyes on Hadrien part, Link finally agreed to wear a costume too. Hadrien had stared at him for a few minutes before declaring that he was to be a kitty cat prince. So naturally Nick said he was going to be a dog knight. Iris said that she didn't mind dressing up, as long as Hadrien picked what she wore. So once again Hadrien streaked ARED at her for a few minutes before declaring her to be a wolf queen. So now 3 hours before they left to go trick-or-treating, Alan was helping the boys get ready. With some help from Cross and Moody, they had enchanted the ears and tails to move and act like they were real. The first one, the help of Levi. Percy hair had been spiked up like Levi and he had little fangs in his mouth. He wearing a dark gray suit of armor with a small purple bunny on the chest. His little fox ears were perched on his head, twitching at the noise around him, and his tail was lazily wagging. The second one ready was Draco. With the help of Lucius, Draco hair was slicked back, showing off his now pointed ears, with his long twirled black horns bending over his head. He had patches of shiny black scales on his face and neck. 2 sharp little fangs peeking out between his lips. Like Percy, he too was wearing a suit of armor, only his was a lighter shade of gray with a small black bunny on the chest. His black scaled tail was shining in the light and the tip was twitching every so often. Finally, Hadrien was ready, with the help of Alan. Hadrien long black hair was pulled up into a nice and neat bun with little purple jewels in it. His white bangs framed his little face and the little black eyeshadow made his green eyes pop. He was wearing a long purple silk dress with long black lace sleeves. The lace continued onto the bodice and flowed down around the full skirt, a white ribbon wrapped around his waist and tied behind his back. He was wearing his bracelet and necklace plus a black lace choker that had a bright white rose a little to the left of center. On top of his head were his bunny ears, that were twitching in his excitement. The first of the adults to be done getting ready was Nick. He was dressed in dark brown tight leather that left nothing to the imagination. His hair was styled like Levi only it looked like he had just had a good shag. His ears were perked up and his tail was going a mile a minute when he saw Link. Next to be ready was Link. His hair was up in a bun just like Hadrien only instead of purple jewels he had silver wire weaved through it. He was wearing a long-sleeved white shirt that was tucked into his skin-tight black leather pants. He was wearing a silver vest that had little vines on it. His ears were pinned down and his fluffy tail was whipping around in agitation at the sight of Nick. Iris was the last done because Hadrien couldn't think of anything that would fit. So, his magic finally decided for him. She was wearing a lawn white dress that had silver and green vines all over it. There was a thigh-high slit up the right side with a thin green ribbon at the top of the slit. The dress was strapless and the sleeves wrapped around her biceps and flowed down her arms. Her hair up in a messy bun with lightly curled strands framing her face. Her hair was white except for the green tips, her ears and tail matched her hair but had hints of silver. She was wearing silver wedges and the straps wrapped around her ankles. Hadrien was bouncing in his excitement and couldn't wait for them to leave. He had a tight grip on Bun. And promised his mummy that if he got lost he would come right back to the order. He was standing in between Percy and Draco, both of who had declared that they would protect their princess. He saw Link talking to their mummy and pointing at Nicky, who had a funny look on his face. Why does Link not like Nicky? Was Hadrien innocent question. Link likes Nick, he just doesn't know it yet. Hadrien nodded his head, but before he could ask another question Link said that it was time to go. Link watched the 3 little boys in front of him run up to the door and scream trick or treat, or in Hadrien case, twick out tweet. He had made sure to stay as far from Nick as possible, he didn't want to be groped again. He looked at Iris when he heard her chuckling and watched her point to a group of people 2 houses down. The group was made up of 3 men and they were drunk off their asses. One was dressed as a pirate and was declaring his undying love, very loudly, to a decorative skeleton. The second one was dressed as Billie Jean, and was shouting that darn neighbor had stolen his pet flamingo. The third was dressed as a banana wearing sunglasses and was up a tree with said flamingo. Link was laughing so hard that he didn't see Nick closing in and the man was now behind him. He screamed when Nick grabbed his ass and squeezed. Link whirled around and slapped him so hard that he fell. Nick just chuckled from his spot on the ground. Link picked up the bag of candy he dropped and took the boys to the next house, making sure that Iris was between him and Nick. They been trick-or-treating for about an hour when Iris felt that something was wrong. Link, I think we should head back to the order, something doesn't feel right. Nick nodded his head. I agree, something doesn't feel right and I don't want them out here. Unfortunately, before they could grab the boys all heck broke loose. Hadrien screamed when the Akuma came out of nowhere. He tried to get back to Link but his path was blocked and Bunny had been knocked from his hands. Come on Haddie, don't let go of my hand. He heard Percy shout over the chaos. Hadrien was having trouble keeping up with Psy and Draco and wasn't sure if they were going the right way. They turned down an alley and came face to face with a level 2 Akuma. "Well, what do we have here? 3 little children that have lost their way," it said in a sickly sweet voice. Hadrien felt like he had been dropped into a bucket of ice water. They were trapped and there was nothing they could do to escape. It suddenly felt like he was being sucked through a straw. The last thing he heard was the Akuma shouting in anger. Hadrien looked around and saw that they were on a roof not far from the order. He saw that Percy had a UGHTFUL look on his face before shaking his head and leading them to the rooftop door. They made it to the front without much trouble and carefully made their way through the streets, making sure not to be spotted again. As they were walking down an alley, Hadrien chest started to feel all warm and fuzzy. They all stopped when someone spoke. "Well, what do we have here?" All 3 boys turned and saw 2 figures standing in the alley. Draco had a curious look on his face at the sight of them. Hadrien got a bright blush on his face when he saw the man looking at him. Percy paled when his Ents activated and gave him information on the 2. They were from the Noah family, Taiki Mick and Road Camelot. Taiki was getting bored as he watched the Akuma attack the town. Sure, they were close to the Black Order, but he was very bored at the time of this decision. What else was he supposed to do? Road had tagged along and had kidnapped Luro again. At least she wouldn't ask him 20 questions if she had the poor thing to play with. "Taiki, if you're getting bored you should play with me," he heard Road cry from behind him somewhere. He was about to reply when he heard a pop from the roof next door and saw 2 children. The blonde and redhead were looking around making sure that nothing was there with them and looked to be protecting something. The redhead took the blonde's hand and took a smaller hand in his other before moving. When both boys moved, he saw a beautiful midnight-haired little girl. He felt something warm in his chest and got curious, so he followed them. The red HEAD was being very careful about where he led them and made sure to keep the other 2 behind him. They turned down an alley and that's when he made his move. "Well, what do we have here?" He saw that the blonde was curious about them, and when he looked at the midnight-haired beauty she got a bright red blush on her cute little face. He then saw the innocent scar. The redhead, on the other hand, was very pale and had activated the innocence in his eye. "You're the Noah, Taiki Mick, and she's Road Camelot." Taiki knew it was a statement and not a question, but nodded nonetheless. "You have us at a disadvantage. You know us but we don't know you." All 3 children stayed quiet and the redhead moved the other 2 farther behind him. Smart move. Taiki was about to move. Pitched shriek rang out at the other end of the alley. "There you little bastards are." Before either Noah could act, the Akuma attacked the children and knocked the blonde and redhead into a wall, while sending the midnight-haired beauty into the air. Taiki used his speed to catch the child before she hit the ground. He was not happy, nor was his Noah. He kept a tight hold on her as he made his way over to Road. He handed the child over to a confused Road before turning to the Akuma. "What were your orders?" Taiki asked in a very cold voice, his eyes boring into the Akuma head. "To cause chaos," was the Akuma nervous reply. Taiki raised an eyebrow at the questioning tone. "Is that a question or a statement?" The Akuma shuffled its feet before replying. "A statement," it shrieked when ribbons of dark matter wrapped around its arms and legs. Taiki walked up to it and reached into its chest, grabbing its heart. "Why is it that when I ask you a question you ask one right back? Are you incapable of thinking, or are you trying to piss me off more?" Before Taiki could even do anything, he retracted his hand and jumped away just in time to see a scythe cut the Akuma in half. Iris could feel Hadrien nearby and ran full speed. Weaving through the chaos, she heard a shriek of rage and took a sharp turn down an alley before jumping up onto a roof. She landed just outside of another alley and could sense Hadrien inside. She used her enhanced sight to see 2 Noah, 1 Akuma, and Draco and Percy slumped against a wall. She drew her scythe and charged the Akuma, cutting it in half. Unfortunately, the Noah moved and was now far too close to her accommodator. "I suggest you step away from my accommodator, Noah." "And who might this accommodator be?" Instead of replying, Iris charged the Noah and brought her scythe down. The Noah gave a startled cry of pain when the scythe cut through his arm. She was about to do it again when Hadrien gave a cry of pain. She quickly took him from the female Noah and looked for signs of injury. She found that his arm was bleeding, even though it hadn't been before. She moved towards Draco and Percy to check them over, making sure that the Noah were still in her sights. She looked up at the male Noah when he cleared his throat, but made no move to came towards them. "I'm Tyke Mick and this is Road Camelot. I noticed the three of them appear on a roof next to the one we were on and got curious. I felt a warm feeling in my chest when I saw the young lady in your arms and am unsure as to why." Iris read between the lines and knew that he was asking what the feeling was. Oh, this was too good. Kanda was going to have kittens when he found out. "I will answer your question, but first you must answer mine. What is the true goal?" She could see him think about the pros and cons of answering the question, but after a few minutes she saw his curiosity win out. The true goal has been the same as it has always been. He was tasked with keeping the balance of the world. Though that has been rather skewed over the years. Innocence was created to help control Rouge Akuma when they started thinking they were better than the humans. We Noah were designed to keep order in the world. Though we too have been skewed over time. The Earl told us to play along with the flow of the world and let it run its course. Believe it or not, killing exorcists is against our nature. They balance out our dark matter and keep us sane-ish. Tyke finished with a rather thoughtful look on his face. Iris could sense that he wasn't lying and just knew that this was going to be a very good thing. But that got her thinking about the beginning and how there should be some sort of record. She made a mental note to talk to Bookman later. "I can tell that you are not lying to me. So I will answer your question. First, Hadrien is a little boy, not a little girl. He takes after his mother. Second, do you know about magic?" Both Noah nodded, so she continued. Say little boys are wizards, and I'm sure you know that some wizards and witches have creature blood in the families. Again, both Noah nodded. "Well, Hadrien is from the most ancient and noble's house of Black, just like his mother." She paused when both Noah gasped, though the girl was bouncing in excitement and she could see Tyke slowly connecting the dots. "Hadrien has a creature inheritance, though we don't know what it is yet. I believe the warm feeling you are getting is Hadrien creature inheritance calling for its mate to keep them safe. I do believe that you will not be his only mate, so learn to share." Iris finished with a shark-like grin. Alan and Kanda were going to have kittens. She need to make sure she had popcorn ready. She chuckled at the looks on their faces before the girl, Road her mind supplied, came bouncing over to look at Hadrien. She looked at him for a few minutes before squealing and singing that she knew who his parents were. Iris had not doubt that she did. Tyke was in shock at the news. He was someone's mate. This little beauty was to be his. A slow smug grin made its way to his face and he started thinking about how beautiful Hadrien would be when he was older, if he was this cute at such a young age. Then he paused as the rest of what she said registered in his mind. He was most likely not Hadrien only mate. He didn't like to share but would make an exception this once, as Hadrien was just too cute and powerful to pass up. He was brought out of his head by Road singing that she knew who Hadrien parents were. He raised an eyebrow at her she just shook her head and carefully picked up the blonde child. He looked at Hadrien and then at the innocence that had yet to give them her name. She looked at him and then back at Hadrien before sighing and carefully handing him over. He stirred when Tyke got a good hold on him and opened his eyes. Tyke gasped at how bright those green eyes were and how gorgeous they were. "Hello, beautiful." The blush he received was just too cute and he couldn't help but chuckle. They walked out of the alley and down the road. All the Akuma had left after they were done causing chaos, so it was rather quiet. Tyke could see Hadrien sneaking glances at him from under his bangs and blushed when he was caught. Tyke looked at Road, who was talking to the little blonde boy who had woken up and was asking her different questions and what her favorite candy was. They were approaching the order when they saw a group of people standing in the road. He saw that they exorcists and for some reason a level 3 Akuma. He was about to ask Iris, as she had given them her name after they started walking to the order, what they should say when Hadrien beat them to it. "Mummy, Daddy." The group of exorcists turned and looked in their direction. Taiki paled when he saw two very angry faces looking at him. He heard both Iris and Rode chuckling at him. Did I forget to mention that Hadrien parents were Candace and Alan Walker, oops sorry. He heard Iris say in the most unapologetic voice he had ever heard. Rode just laughed harder. He paled when Walker started coming towards them and Taiki could see that horns were coming out of his head. Oh, did I also forgot to tell you that Alan creature inheritance is a shadow dragoon. If he could he would be glaring at the woman but he feared looking away from the approaching danger. He was so fucked. Just after the boys were separated from Link, Nick, and Iris. Link was trying not to panic but he wasn't doing a very good job. Iris had run off to find He boys and Nick was fighting 3 level 2 Akuma. Link ran to an alley and pulled out his phone. Alan was going to hate him. Hello Link, what's up? At hearing Alan voice he swallowed heavily and gathered his courage. Akumas have attacked and I lost the boys in the chaos. Iris ran off to find them and Nick is fighting some Akuma. I'm so sorry that I lost them and now you must hate me and I feel like crud. I promised that I would now I lost them. Hadrien doesn't even have Bunny and for some reason the necklace isn't working and an Link trailed off into sobs, his entire body shaking. Link, I need you to take a deep breath for me sweetheart. I want you to help get people off the street and somewhere safe, then I want you to stay as far from the chaos as possible, do you understand? Yes, Link croaked out, before hanging up and getting to work. It was about half an hour before Link got everyone off the streets and the Akuma left. Iris was still off looking and Nick was trying to calm Link down. He's not going to hate you Link, this could have happened to anyone. Link didn't respond and just stared at his lap. Nick was getting worried and hoped that Alan would hurry up. He turned when he heard voices. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. He picked Link up and walked over to the group of exorcists. As he got closer he could hear Sirius arguing with Alan ND wasn't sure if he should make his presence known. It's his fault that the boys are missing, how can you just stand there and defend him? Nick felt Link flinch in his arms and was about to lay in to Sirius when Alan beat him to it with a very hard right hook. That's my son you're talking about Black, so listen and listen good because I've had enough of you. I know about how you treat Severus when I'm not in the room and how you treated him in school. I warned you at the ministry that I won't tolerate your attitude and I stand by what I said. Go back to the order and pack your crud and move into the room next to Dad's. You are to see your therapist and you will not be allowed to see Hadrien until I say so. You're on very thin ice with me right now. Hadrien loves you but I will not have you poisoning him with your hatred. Everyone was shocked, all except Kanda, Cross, and Nick, at Alan words none more so than Sirius. Sirius looked at his baby brother and swallowed hard. He didn't think that he would do it but he was wrong. He saw the pain in Alan eyes and knew that he had screwed up bad. He loved both Hadrien and Alan, so he nodded his head and slowly made his way to the order. He would get better, if not for himself then for them. He didn't even realize he was crying until he started packing. Alan could feel the blood rushing through his head and the urge to hit something. He felt you wrap his arms around his waist and pull him back into a hug.